heard from him. You know, it seems to me, I don't know how many times we want to see this movie again.
Should Robert Mueller testify today? Lawmakers seem to be split along party lines, with Republicans echoing the president, Democrats wanting answers. We're going to break down every angle of today's testimony for you. We've got political and legal experts joining us throughout the next hour and a half to get you ready for one of the most anticipated congressional hearings of the year. Plus, we promise to bring you some other stories that you won't want to miss today. So let's get your news day going. CBS 10 AM starts right now. Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome. It is 7:01 here on the East Coast, and I'm Anne Marie Green. And in just over an hour, former special counsel Robert Mueller will testify before Congress in a day that is likely to be historic. Mueller will face 5 hours of questioning from 2 committees regarding his report on the Russia investigation. You'll remember that nearly 450-page report found 10 possible acts where the president obstructed justice, but did not come to a conclusion on if the president actually did so. So Bafta Yamam is in Washington with what to expect from today's hearings.
Former special counsel Robert Mueller will be on Capitol Hill today, testifying before the House Judiciary and Intelligence Committees. Both hearings will focus on what he found while investigating Russian interference in the 2016 election.
For many Americans, just learning what's in the report will be a revelation.
Mueller is, by his own account, a reluctant witness.
The report is my testimony.
The special counsel's nearly 2-year probe ended in May. Its findings were published in a 448-page report that did not identify evidence of a conspiracy between the Trump campaign and Russia. However, it cited 10 instances of potential obstruction of justice issues involving the president. The Department of Justice sent Mueller a letter asking him to keep his testimony within the boundaries of the report. Democrats, though, are hoping to get more than that.
He owes the American people some answers on some really important questions, like why he chose not to interview the president.
Republicans and the president say the Mueller report is old news.
No, I'm not going to be watching, probably, maybe I'll see a little bit of it. I'm not going to be watching Mueller.
We've already heard from him. You know, it seems to me, I don't know how many times we want to see this movie again.
Democrats agreed to Mueller's request to have his longtime deputy with him today. But Aaron Zebley will only be sworn in during the Intelligence Committee's hearing. He won't be questioned by the Judiciary Committee.
Okay, so for more on this, I'm joined by CBSN political reporter and Democratic strategist and CEO of Blueprint Strategy, Antoine Seawright, as well as CBSN political reporter and Republican strategist, Michael Graham. Thanks for joining me so early, because I know you're going to be here probably all day long. So listen, Antoine, I want to start with you. The basic question. What are Democrats hoping to get out of Mueller? He's already said, listen, I'm not going to go beyond what's already publicly known.
I think we have to get him on the record, flushing out parts of this report that were perhaps redacted. And I think we need to hear him read the report and some specific areas in the report that somehow the Republicans spend day and night trying to rebuff or act as if they do not exist. But I also think that Democrats going into today's hearing have to have manageable and reasonable expectations. The special prosecutor has been clear that he is not going to go outside of what he's laid out in the report, but there's some damaging things in the report that will give them, I think, the political cover to continue with their efforts to investigate and legislate as they have done so successfully to this point.
Give me something specific.
The fact of the matter is, just because he did not prosecute or charge the president does not mean that the president did not commit crimes or things that were worthy of them. He specifically went by rule of law, saying it cannot be happened according to the rule of law.
Right, right. So Michael, yeah, you're right. If he doesn't go beyond the bounds of the document that's already been written, his report, then we kind of already know what's there, right?
That seems to be the case. I mean, this is one of those interesting political events where you wonder where you get to the meat. Like, where's the, everyone wants some sauce, some sass. I pray President Trump is lying, and he probably is, about not watching, because I'm hoping there'll be a tweet feed that will keep us excited, because I'm not going to say that Robert Mueller isn't the most exciting person in American politics today, but he's not a lot of sparks. And if he does stay within the four corners, as he keeps saying over and over again in the report, then that takes away the chance for sparks. I also want to add something. there are going to be two completely different views of what we see today. The talk radio conservative universe, if people watch Fox News, they have a whole series of questions that they want asked about how the report started, how it began with the document that was funded by the Democrats in the Clinton campaign. They want to talk about that. And half of America is going to hear these questions from Republicans like Mark Meadow and go, what are you even talking about? Then the other half are going to be looking at Robert Mueller, and I think Antoine is absolutely right. They need to measure their expectations. I think some people are expecting him to go, I can't take it anymore. He's guilty and impeached now.
Right.
That's never going to happen with Robert Mueller.
When you talk about some people are going to be listening to it and go, what are you talking about? That's exactly what the Democrats think, too. They think that, hey, no, a lot of people didn't read this. And if they just read it, they'll find out a whole lot of stuff about their president that they didn't know.
Well, not only that, I think that the bottom line is Democrats have to frame this from a national security standpoint. We cannot ignore the fact that Russia hacked into our elections to change the way the American political system works. Republicans tend to press the ignore button on that, and they do not want to deal with that. But that's a real thing. The second thing is we can't ignore the fact that, yes, Donald Trump, the Republicans, and his kids work with a foreign power that ultimately ended up influencing our elections. But I'm not naive to not believe or to believe that we're going to change anybody's mind on the left or the right. This is a conversation, again, for people who go back and forth. We call them independents in this business. But
you just revealed, I think, the strategy that some Democrats have expressed. As someone on the Judiciary Committee who has said off the record, people don't read the book, they watch the movie.
Right.
And what they're hoping is that reading, for example, the account of President Trump telling Don McGahn to fire Robert Mueller, that reading that account, reading some of the language that President Trump used, that's going to shock people. And I just wonder if this will have that the shockable audience. You know what I'm saying? Like people who watch CBSN every day and who follow the news, they know largely what happened. It's those people you're trying to persuade. Are they really going to tune away from whatever Judge Judy and say, I want to see this lawyer talk lawyerly about lawyer stuff?
But here's what it would do. It will highlight the cups of corruption that overflow from this administration and how we got to this point. And the fact of the matter is, yesterday there was a testimony on Capitol Hill by the FBI director that declared that Russia is continuing to play ball in our elections. And again, if not anything comes out of this, I think that this will give Democrats the credibility with the American people to continue investigating what stems from today's testimony, but also send a shockwave that we have to do something about protecting the most sacred thing we have, and that's our vote in this democracy.
I'll tell you what I'm most interested in, and I don't know if we'll get the answer out of him, is I really do want to know what his intention was with this document, with his document. Was the intention that, like he said, perhaps it could be used as evidence later on? Is it something for the Justice Department? Is it something for Congress in terms of continuing this conversation about impeachment or articles of impeachment?
But here's the interesting thing. So there's a lot of people, particularly legal scholars on the left, who say this is essentially a roadmap to impeachment. Follow my breadcrumbs, you've got impeachment. But impeachment is entirely a political act. And so if you don't have the political will to do it, I mean, you have this interesting moment where Democrats say we've got to impeach this president, he's so corrupt. Okay, well, someone brought a piece of legislation to move impeachment forward last week, and I think, 12 Democrats voted for it? And so Democrats have basically, as long as you say the impeachment gate is closed, then that brings you back to the first question, well, then why are we here if that's the point of this document, to walk you down that road?
But the right wants to frame this about impeachment. I want to make sure we keep the conversation about what Congress is supposed to do and be a checkbox for the executive branch. And what we know is Republicans have tried to beat the Democrats up, saying all they want to do is investigate. Well, I think what the special prosecutor did is that he passed the buck to the legislative branch to give them cover and a reason to investigate. And we cannot lose sight of that.
You say the Republicans are doing this, but Nancy Pelosi released a 6-page document in the last 24 hours that basically says, here's our approach to keeping the conversation about our allegations of corruption and bad behavior by Trump alive. So this event is part of a broader strategy. And nobody doubts that ideally, for many on the left, the end of that strategy is impeachment.
As a Democrat who advises Congressional Democratic Caucus, I will tell you that's not the case. What I think been very clear from the beginning is that Democrats want to investigate and legislate. Look, we've passed over 200 and some odd pieces of legislation that the American people, Democrats and Republicans, are so hungry and thirsty for. And we've successfully flushed out the corruption that came from Donald Trump and the people surrounding him. And I think we're going to continue to do that and make the case in 2020 why he is not fit to be president of the United States.
So keeping that in mind, that the role of Congress is to be sort of a check and balance, but I think I have to agree that there's a political component to this, right?
It's
this
politics.
is right, obviously. But I mean, this is also about allowing the American public to watch what he has to say and influence the public one way or the other. So let me ask you though, can the Democrats or the Republicans, can this be a misstep for them? Can they play this badly and it come out in a way that they don't want?
If they do not set reasonable expectations, yes. But if Mueller reads out loud one line in that report that if the president did not commit a crime, we would have said so. If Mueller reads that aloud and people on that committee ask him to do it 4 or 5 times in a row, I think that will be a commercial you will see across this country in battleground districts to make the case that he's not fit.
What about Republicans?
Well, I think you'll see that ad regardless. I mean, this is my question is there movement on this issue? 50% of Americans said in a poll in the last 2 days that they think Congress has spent too much time on this. They're just done. And the people who like Trump, many of them will say he's kind of a sketchy guy. In other words, they don't have a problem believing that all of this is true.
Right.
They just don't care. And so how do you convince people who don't care that they should care? I don't know that this is the kind of forum that can do it. Then again, Robert Mueller may say something stunning. I will say Democrats should be worried, though, because if Republicans aren't dumb, which is a good shot, and they ask some smart questions, most Americans have no clue about the very sketchy origins of that early information. They just don't know the story. And for a lot of people, the first brush that story could be cause them to go, wait a minute.
You expect Republicans to drill down on that, to drill down on the dossier, Strzok, Page.
Exactly.
That sort of thing.
And particularly the early days of the dossier, because not many people know that the dossier was funded by the Clinton
It was not funded by the Clinton campaign.
It was funded by the Clinton campaign.
No. It was not funded by the Clinton campaign. The Clinton campaign, you're in this business like I am, hired opposition research, and the Clinton campaign could not control who they decide to do business with.
So most
that
people
is not
don't know
funding the
this.
dossier.
So they might go, holy moly, what the heck, how this all started? And I think that's an interesting question, because I believe from the beginning, just as you're right to focus on Russian collusion, it should be a big deal when a president of one party has his DOJ investigate the nominee of the other party, regardless of what that nominee did. If he's a mass murderer, it should be a big deal. And this was not handled by the people inside the DOJ like a sensitive political matter. If they'd been smarter earlier on, that whole narrative the Republicans have would go away. But when you read the emails and texts from Peter Strzok, when you hear the language, when you see what McCabe did, it's hard to say, well, yeah, they were trying to go right down the middle of the line. The Republicans have something to fight back with, which is another reason why Antoine is right. Lower expectations. It's probably going to devolve into, oh yeah, well, what about this?
Oh gosh, I think we've seen that
Measure
before.
3 times, cut once is my advice to Democrats today.
Oh, very good advice. Thank you, gentlemen. I know we're going to have you back on later on. All right, so in just over an hour, we will bring you Robert Mueller's testimony on a CBS News special report. CBS Evening News anchor and managing editor Norah O'Donnell will lead our coverage. That begins at 8:15 Eastern, 7:15 Central on CBS and, of course, right here on CBSN. Plus, we'll have analysis from our team of correspondents and contributors throughout the entire day. So it's been nearly 18 years since the September 11th attacks, but first responders are still fighting diseases linked to that disaster. Yesterday, the Senate passed a bill guaranteeing financial support to the families of the first responders and others stricken with illnesses related to 9/11. The bill now heads to the president's desk for signing, and CBS News correspondent Chip Reed has more on the emotional day on Capitol Hill.
I'm proud that we're here today and we got this bill passed.
A Congress that can't agree on much of anything finally agreed on this.
97-2. 97. When does the Senate ever get that?
The bill ensures that the fund paying for medical treatments for first responders and neighborhood victims sickened in the aftermath of 9/11 never runs out of money.
You are ignoring them.
Former Daily Show host Jon Stewart has passionately championed the cause for years.
My job was to come in at the very end and yell as loud as I could, but it was all inspired by these guys.
The bill was held up by Republican Senator Rand Paul over spending concerns.
It's a manufactured crisis. As of today, the fund in question has $2 billion in it.
The vote came too late for former NYPD Detective Luis Alvarez to see it happen.
This fund is not a ticket to paradise.
3 weeks after testifying on Capitol Hill, Alvarez died of cancer. Son, David Alvarez.
I want to thank you for not forgetting him, not forgetting all the other first responders.
The bill now goes to President Trump. He's expected to sign it Friday while surrounded by 9/11 first responders. Chip Reed, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Two major news outlets in Puerto Rico are reporting that Governor Ricardo Rosselló will step down at noon today. CBS News has not independently confirmed Rosselló's apparent resignation. This comes after Puerto Ricans continued their protest for a 12th night. And Laura Podesta is here. So what are we hearing this morning? What's the situation with the protests, at least in the last 24 hours? What's going on?
So it's a waiting game to see if he resigns. We know that yesterday Governor Ricardo Rosselló's chief of staff resigned. It would be a reversal if Ricardo Rosselló were to resign today. We know the embattled leader who vowed to remain in office despite public outcry has not yet said he's going to be stepping down, though it could come within minutes. Protesters took to the streets of Puerto Rico again last night for the 12th day. The demonstrations stem from allegations of corruption and a leaked online chat between the governor and his political allies. The messages included profane, homophobic, and sexist comments and mocked victims of Hurricane Maria. Puerto Rican officials have confirmed that search warrants have been issued in the investigation into Rosselló and 11 of his aides. Puerto Rico's Department of Justice is looking into whether any criminal or possibly ethical crimes were committed in the so-called Chatgate controversy. And the warrants come just 2 days after Rosselló announced he would not seek re-election next year. Anne-Marie, Governor Ricardo Rosselló, his chief of staff resigned yesterday, so we are really going to find out if he will resign today. If he does step down, we know that the Secretary of Justice would likely replace him, though the people of Puerto Rico say that's not enough. We want the entire government to clean house. Yeah.
Wow. So I know the governor has been expressing himself, whether through tweets or with interviews or whatever, throughout this whole thing. And often he's been putting his foot in his mouth. Whatever he says doesn't seem to satisfy people. He issued a statement yesterday.
Yes, he issued a statement. It seemed like a foreshadowing of a possible resignation. It said, when one side speaks legitimately, the other has the responsibility to listen carefully. The people are speaking, and I have to listen. But that was it. There wasn't no. And I'm out. So we'll see if that happens today.
We will be paying attention. Laura, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Coming up after the break, President Trump is going to great lengths to try and ensure New York State and national officials don't see his tax returns. Ahead, the latest move his attorneys took to try and nullify a New York state law. And we want to welcome any viewers impacted by the CBS AT&T disagreement. You can get your news. You can get it right here just by downloading the CBS News app and streaming us on any platform you choose, on your phone, on your iPad, on your computer. You can also catch your local news and CBS shows by subscribing to CBS All Access. We'll be right back. You're streaming CBSN AM. Here are some stories that you may have missed while you were offline. A federal judge has temporarily halted 3 anti-abortion laws from being enforced in Arkansas. U.S. District Judge Christine Baker granted the ACLU of Arkansas a 14-day restraining order. The laws that were blocked include banning women from getting an abortion after 18 weeks of pregnancy, requiring all doctors that perform abortions to be board certified in gynecology, and banning abortions of Down syndrome fetuses. Arkansas is currently at risk of losing the state's only surgical provider of abortions. An Ohio hospital paid $6 million to Neil Armstrong's estate as a result of a 2014 secret settlement. According to the New York Times report, Mercy Health Fairfield Hospital agreed to pay in order to avoid bad publicity. His 2 sons claimed that their father died due to post-surgical complications caused by the hospital. The hospital stood by its treatment and its doctors. Most of the settlement was split between the 2 sons, followed by Armstrong's brother and sister and their 6 grandchildren. And New York has a new law making revenge porn a misdemeanor offense. The act of sharing sexual photos or videos without consent is now illegal. 41 states and Washington, D.C. already have similar laws in place. Offenders can face up to 1 year in jail, and victims can now sue the person who shared the photos or videos. And it also allows victims to seek a court order to remove the content from websites and social media platforms. So President Trump filed a lawsuit against the House Ways and Means Committee and New York officials in an effort to protect his tax returns. In the complaint, President Trump's attorney, Jay Sekulow, writes New York's new law allowing the president's tax returns to be released is unconstitutional and, quote, lacks a legitimate legislative purpose. Sekulow also claims that the law violates Mr. Trump's First Amendment rights. So joining me now is CBS News legal analyst Rebecca Roiphe to talk about this. So let us go back in time a little, because, people may be hearing about all these different attempts to get access to the president's tax returns, and it gets folded in. So the New York law is specific to New York tax returns.
Exactly.
And it's also specific to particular congressional committees. It's not just, the tax returns can go to whoever asks for it at the federal level. Can you just explain it to us?
Yeah, so basically this is a New York law that passed that enables New York to obtain from New York's tax officials Trump's state tax returns. Then, in turn, the U.S. Congress Ways and Means Committee can obtain those taxes from New York State, or at least theoretically. I don't think that they've committed to necessarily doing that, but theoretically they could. So the concern here is secondary to the first concern, which is House Ways and Means is going to get, or from Treasury, his federal tax returns, and now we're concerned about his state tax returns.
So the president is now fighting this, and we've heard what Jay Sekulow had to say, that there's no legitimate reason. Explain his side of the argument.
Yeah, I mean, he repeats his mantra, which has been working, which is there is no legislative purpose here. There's no legitimate legislative purpose. What this is a political attempt to destroy this president. It's, in Trump's terms, it's presidential harassment. Right. And then secondarily, in terms of the state officials, the effort to block the state officials from getting his tax returns, his argument is that this is a violation of President Trump's First Amendment rights. So he's filing this complaint as a private citizen. And he's saying, by coming after me, this is essentially retaliation for my political beliefs, which is interesting. He's done this before, claimed I'm a private citizen now in this lawsuit. Sorry, putting my president hat aside, I'm now a private citizen. It didn't work when he tried to do that with his Twitter feed. Remember, he said, I'm a private citizen, I can block whoever I want. And I said, no, you're the president, and so this is a public forum. That's what the court said. But here it's a totally different story, and it actually, I think, has a little bit more merit, because with respect to the New York State government, President Trump is a private citizen. So it is a little bit more of a legitimate claim to say, here, you're coming after me as a private citizen. Now, of course, on the other side, no, you're not. I mean, the people in New York, you're also their elected officials. Right. So they have a right to see, your tax returns, and pretending just to sort of all of a sudden you become a private citizen. You can't do that. You can't strip yourself of your presidency for this purpose.
But he's not legally obligated as a president to release his tax returns. It's more of a tradition, right?
Absolutely. So this is a tradition that has been followed up through every president before him. And the question is, now when he's when he's flouting those traditions, how do we get those tax returns? So there's this effort in the federal government now, already a lawsuit, and this is a tag-along lawsuit. So both of these lawsuits are efforts to get his tax returns, the one, his federal tax returns, and here, his state tax returns.
When I read about this, my initial reaction was, well, you know, the president keeps saying that he's more than willing to release his tax returns. It's just that he's under audit, and now you're fighting it. So it seems like a little bit of a contradiction. Are you willing to release it or not?
Yeah, and the audit story, I mean, it's, you know, gone on a little bit long from 2016. So I don't think that's it. You know, but there's an important question here, which is we have two narratives. One is this is a proper oversight. This is an effort to exercise proper oversight. You know, on the one part by Congress, on the other part here by a state whose citizens have an interest here. That's the one story. The other story is this is a continual effort to destroy this president. And so
that's what I wanted to ask you. I mean, could you argue presidential harassment precisely because he's not legally obligated to release any of this stuff? This is his private information. If he wants to share it with us, great. If not, why all these multiple angles to get it? Isn't it legitimate that could be a form of harassment?
You know, I think the state, this particular lawsuit that just came out now makes that story a little bit more compelling because it's, you know, look, you've tried, you're litigating it, and then you're just, you know, piling on here. And Letitia James really did campaign on this, you know, I'm after Trump, which is, in my mind, inappropriate. If you're a legal official, you shouldn't be after somebody because of their political beliefs or you don't agree with them or you don't like their presidency. And so she looks, you know, she looks rabid. She looks like she's after him. And I don't think that's, you know, I don't think that's appropriate. On the other hand, the legitimate congressional oversight point is an important one. We as a country need to know whether our president has conflicts of interest, entanglements with foreign countries that might impair his ability to act on behalf of Americans. And so that is a legitimate legislative purpose. If you want to think about maybe we need to enact legislation to make sure that our public officials are not in some situation in which we don't know about, in which their judgment is being impaired and warped. And so, you know, I think I think there's definitely a good argument for that. I think that when I read this complaint, I thought, wow, you know, this sounds much more convincing on the part of Trump's attorneys, because here he's going after state tax returns. He's, you know, they're just trying to get the same information, right? You know, there's a lot of the same information in there. So,
but you make a great point here. We have a president that we know, for example, tried to start a development in Moscow and then kind of misled us about, you know, when exactly he let go of that opportunity and all that sort of stuff. It's going to be a really interesting legal argument.
Yes.
Rebecca, thank you very much.
Sure.
So let's head over to London now and check in with Cindy Palm. What are you looking at today? We've got the latest on a brand new prime minister in the UK.
A new day and a new prime minister. Good morning, Anne-Marie. Boris Johnson officially becomes prime minister of the UK today. The former London mayor replaces Theresa May, who resigned last month after Parliament rejected all of her Brexit proposals to leave the European Union. May is giving her final address to Parliament right now. She'll then meet with the Queen to hand in her resignation. Johnson will also meet Her Majesty, as tradition dictates, before entering Downing Street this afternoon. Johnson vows the UK will leave the EU by October 31st, even without a divorce deal. President Trump congratulated Johnson on winning the race yesterday, saying he'll be great. Trump also claims Johnson is popular in the UK because they call him Britain Trump. In China, more than 500 rescuers are searching for more than 30 people after 2 landslides in the southwestern part of the country, according to Chinese state media. At least 12 people have been killed. A landslide Tuesday night buried homes in Shicheng County in Guizhou province. Another landslide also hit a village in that province. China's state-run Xinhua News Agency reports the landslide happened near a highway construction site. And back here in Europe, the heat is on. The United Nations is issuing a warning about the consequences of climate change as a second heat wave fries Europe this summer. A spokesperson for the UN's World Meteorological Association says the heat waves are starting earlier and becoming more intense because of climate change. The problem, they say, is not going to go away. Spain has been battling its biggest wildfires in decades, while the French government has limited water use in dozens of its regions due to drought. And here in London, Anne-Marie, it'll be sizzling tomorrow. It's expected to reach about 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, I know what that feels like. We had it over the weekend here. Sydney, thank you very much.
You got
Coming up after the break, a major twist in the case of the couple murdered in Canada. Who authorities fear may have been responsible for that crime. Keep it right here. You're streaming CBSN AM.
She has brought us the world
It is a new day here in this country.
and told America's most important stories.
How does a government shutdown affect national security? You put your family on a 737 MAX.
She's opened our eyes
And what happened to you?
I was sexually assaulted my freshman year.
and our hearts
Were you scared? What were you thinking?
About my mom.
and weathered the storm.
And they drove you through the floodwaters here. Right.
Now, every evening, she brings truth and understanding right when we need it most.
Wow, this is pretty spectacular.
The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell. Trust matters.
Presented by GoDaddy.
A 20-year-old in Brooklyn, New York has taken his love for clothing design and a spare room in his parents' house to create a budding small business, all while being a full-time student. Under his brand, Econ Customs, the website Sneaker Hospital, Eric Connor has designed sneakers for music artists Justin Timberlake and 2 Chainz. Here's more on Eric's journey into entrepreneurship as part of our small business spotlight.
The day I learned how to sew was the day I bought my first machine. My name's Eric Connor. I run Econ Customs Incorporated and my website is sneakerhospital.com. I make sneakers and accessories. Then I reconstruct the sneakers that are already made with designer materials and exotic fabrics. I always find it fun to just piece everything together. It's really cool to see an idea that you have just come to life and you envision everything and then you see it and then you're just like, wow, I made this. I used to see people making this stuff on Instagram, Facebook. I figured I might as well just learn how to do it myself instead of paying somebody else $2,000, $3,000. It took me about 3 years to get comfortable enough to really just zoom through stuff on my machine. You could have great products, because I see this all the time. People have great products, but they don't know how to market themselves. So you have to learn how to bridge the great products and marketing together, because without the marketing, you can't really get the sales to keep going on in a business. Starting off, it was very hard to build a following until I started meeting up with these celebrities, meeting the right people that I had to meet. People see the celebrities wearing it, they want to know who they got it from, so this way they can go and shop from the same person. So that's the same thing with the website too, because people will go and reflect off my Instagram to go directly to my website because they've seen somebody that they like wearing my stuff, or they want to get the same design that they've seen online in the picture that the influencer had on. One of the shoes that I just did was a Nike sock dart, and people never really seen anybody do a custom on that. So that really made a lot of people's head turn, because you never really see somebody taking like a regular running shoe and just turning it into something with designer on it that doesn't look like an everyday Nike shoe. So my plan right now is pretty much just marketing with bigger brands and trying to get actual collaborations with them. If someone was starting a business or trying to be an entrepreneur, I would just tell them you gotta really wait and be patient with everything, because it's not gonna come overnight. Like everything that I built, like my whole business and everything, it didn't come overnight. It was a lot of hard work and countless hours that I can't even count up anymore. Some sneakers can take me an hour, some sneakers could take me 60 hours. Once you learn the way to swivel with the needle and like all the stitch patterns, it just becomes like riding a bike. You can't forget.
So we're just an hour away from Robert Mueller's unprecedented testimony on Capitol Hill. For the first time, the former special counsel will face questions from lawmakers on his Russia report and investigation. The House Judiciary and Intelligence Committees are both holding hearings today. Democrats want answers on President Trump potentially obstructing justice, while Republicans will focus on the origins of the Mueller investigation. So for more on this, I want to bring in CBSN legal contributor Rebecca Roiphe, who I brought in during the last segment. She's still here. She's a former assistant district attorney for the New York County District Attorney's Office, and CBSN political reporter Molly Hooper. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're going to start with you, Molly. Okay. Right? So Mueller has already said, listen, I'm not going to say anything beyond the four corners of my report. You can read it over and over again, because that's all I'm going to talk about. Then he went out of his way to ask the Justice Department for a letter essentially broadcasting what the guidelines are. You are not permitted to speak outside of these boundaries, even though he's not an employee of the Justice Department anyway at this point, because he left. How on earth are Democrats going to get anything more out of this man?
Well, I think there's two things. Number one, Democrats want to follow up on this conversation that Bill Barr, Attorney General, reported on during the Senate hearing on the Mueller report, in which Bill Barr said that Bob Mueller wasn't terribly upset with, he was upset with sort of the way bits and pieces of the report came out, the summary came out, but the press's handling of that, not necessarily the conclusions that Bill Barr and Rosenstein came to in releasing that summary. And during that hearing back in, I can't remember, was it May 1st?
Right. Yeah,
April.
it was May. Yeah.
Whew. Seems like yesterday. But during that hearing, Democrats really pressed Bill Barr on, what do you mean Bob Mueller wasn't concerned? He was concerned. You had a letter that said he was concerned by the handling of this summary. And Bill Barr said, no, that's not what he told me. He was upset about something else. Democrats on the House committee want to know if that's true. They want to know if Bill Barr was telling the truth to the Senate committee. Also, Democrats want Bob Mueller to essentially review and state key points of this report. I mean, part of what the Democrats are going for here is to spotlight the Mueller report. They say a lot of people haven't read it. Heck, a lot of members of Congress have not read it. It's 448 pages. And, it's fascinating. A lot of folks would say, oh, it's so dull and it's dull as dishwater, but it's not. And it's not. No. It's not. And if that's all he can say, if all he can state is what is in that report, for a lot of Democrats, that's just fine.
Obstruction of justice, Rebecca, is going to be a huge issue. And there's been a lot of talk about the need for intent to determine whether or not there was obstruction of justice on the president's part, right? What was he obstructing? What was the underlying crime? If there was no crime, if there was no criminal conspiracy, then how could he obstruct it? And, Bill Barr did this press conference where we talked about the president being frustrated. So what can you expect? I want to know if you think that's going to be an area that the lawmakers will pursue, trying to determine what the intent of the president was, and how on earth do you determine that?
So, I mean, one thing that I would ask if I were there is, why didn't you subpoena the president? Because it's very hard to assess intent without talking to somebody. Every prosecutor in any case that has turns on intent, you always want to have this moment after you've gathered everything that you have to say to the, okay, tell me your story, and then assess whether you believe it based on everything else you've gathered. So it's curious that he didn't do that. And I don't know whether he'll answer that question. Molly may be better at assessing that, but I think that would be a very important question to ask. The other thing about Bill Barr, I mean, it's true that Bill Barr did not stick to the four. I mean, that is essentially saying this is the president's testimony, and that is not his job. So that's sort of an interesting question. I would say also, in response to your question to Molly, one thing that Robert Mueller really wants to do is to preserve the reputation of the Department of Justice as an apolitical body. That's part of the reason he doesn't want to be here. And so one way to bait him into answering is to push him on the question of, has the Department of Justice under your watch, this investigation become politicized? And I think he'll be very tempted to answer no. And so there are certain answers to your question, the questions that you posed about Bill Barr and what's happening there. He's going to be very professional, but he is also going to, I think, or I would suspect, be willing to say a little bit more insofar as what he says serves the purpose of preserving the reputation of the Department of Justice.
And there's a few members on that House Judiciary Committee who've worked with Bob Mueller in their incapacities as DOJ attorneys. And they want to know, and this is going to be a point that Republicans are going to highlight over and over and over again. Tell me about this team you came up with. More than half of them were Democrats. One of them hung out with Hillary Clinton on the night of her, her big win she was supposed to have for president. How can you expect the American people to take this seriously when 9 out of 10 members of your team are Democrats and they gave money to the Democratic Party?
And that's what the president says. 12 angry Democrats, I think, is his line.
And I think that, and you're right, I think that Mueller will. I've heard that he might be tempted to push back, and that's kind of, I think, what Republicans are hoping for.
You know what we've been hearing from the president, no collusion, no obstruction. And in a way, technically, he's right about no collusion, because collusion was not what was being investigated to begin with. It's criminal conspiracy, and a lot of people are sort of using that word interchangeably. So I expect that the idea of collusion or criminal conspiracy will be sort of broken down. How do you think Republicans are going to handle that?
Well, that's probably a question more for the Intel Committee, which comes up second. And a lot of those members were working on this problem. And you have somebody like Devin Nunes, who has been a big backer of the president and sort of involved in a tertiary matter, in a tertiary way, to the Russian investigation. And so that's something that they are going to be bringing up, and I think that we'll hear more about that in the second part of the day. But really, Republicans, I think that they will bring up the fact that, or they will try to bring up the fact that there's no collusion. And why didn't, okay, so you didn't recommend indicting. You didn't recommend, so what are we doing here? You know, it's like if you needed the president, and this is something that was said, I think, going back to the obstruction of justice, where the president, I believe it was Mueller said, I don't have the president's testimony, so I can't really recommend I can't say whether or not he obstructed justice. We need to hear from him. So Republicans, it's the same thing. Well, why didn't you push him first? Why didn't you subpoena him?
Right.
Why not? I mean, if this is you spent 2 years, $30 million on this thing, and you didn't push to to interview the president. How do we take this seriously? And this is what I've heard Republicans, and they're really working on getting those questions down, because you only have 5 minutes. And this is sort of like a team sport, but with an individual sport flavor. It's like being on a tennis team, right? Each person has to win their match, but you all have to win the match together. You have to win the whole thing. And this is why it'll be interesting to see how Republicans play this out, question by question by question.
I see a lot of why questions. Why did you make this decision? I know one of the questions that I had was, if you concluded that you couldn't move forward on obstruction of justice charges, right, and you couldn't move forward primarily because of the DOJ policy, then why did you do any of it at all? Clearly, no matter, or perhaps no matter what you found, you would not be able to move forward. So what was the last few years about?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's true, although he has a clear answer to that, which is I'm serving as an adjunct to Congress here. Congress does not have the power to gather information or the expertise to gather information the way I do. That's why I was appointed. And so I see myself as serving the bodies who are constitutionally have the authority to hold this president accountable. And I've done that. But there's another question here, which is on the conclusion, somebody could come back and say, okay, that was your determination, but then your boss, who you report to, overruled you and said, no, we can determine that. So now we want to know, so now that no longer pertains, right? Your boss has told you that's not how it should go. We overrule your determination here. So now we want to know your opinion. And the question is, does he have a valid claim anymore? I think he had a very valid claim when he first came out and said, here's what I'm doing. But now that Barr stepped in, what does he say back to that? I mean, in a way, it's like people do have a right to know. If your boss, who wasn't there and didn't view the facts, is giving his opinion, I'm more curious about you, who interviewed all these witnesses, looked at them in the eye, and had this firsthand information. What do you think? And what does he say to that?
Right.
I mean, that's like that point when Bill Barr said, hey, listen, when Bob Mueller didn't make a recommendation, it became my baby. He gave it back, and it's my baby. What can I do? Bob Mueller had a mandate. He didn't tell us what he recommended either way. He probably should have done that. He didn't. He gave it back to us. It's ours.
Right.
And we'll see how Mueller really feels about that.
Yeah.
I mean, and a thousand prosecutors, over 1,000 federal prosecutors signed this petition saying, we think this outlined conduct constitutes obstruction of justice. How does he reply?
Man, I'm really glad you guys have a great memory because there's so many things that came up now that I'm like, oh yeah, how did I forget about that?
Well, and that's what Democrats are going to want to do during this hearing for the American people. Oh wait, that happened. Oh wait, that's right.
Yeah. So true.
And that's what they're looking for.
Molly, Rebecca, I know you guys are with us all day long. Thank you very much. All right, so be sure to stay with us here on CBSN. We'll have continuing coverage, live coverage, starting at 8 a.m. of the Mueller hearing. Everything gets underway at 8:15 with a special report and 8:30 for the actual hearing. So a University of Mississippi student has been charged with the murder of another student. Officials found the body of Allie Castile by a lake last weekend. Authorities charged Brandon Thiesfeld with her murder yesterday. A spokesperson for the university said that he's been suspended from the school. Castile's lifelong friend told our St. Louis affiliate she, quote, loved to live life.
I always knew she was like there, like she was like my person. I could just always count on her.
Officials have not released details about how Castile was killed or the circumstances that led to her death. There's a new development in the story that we've been following out of Canada. Officials say 2 teens who were originally thought to be missing are now considered suspects in 3 murders. There's a manhunt underway to find these teens. Police say they're considered armed and dangerous. Those victims include an American woman and her Australian boyfriend. Our Janet Shamlian is following the story from Surrey, British Columbia, just outside of the police station there, where officials are working on the investigation. Janet, what do we know so far? Because this has certainly taken quite a twist.
I mean, this is a very dramatic turn in this case, Anne-Marie. And this morning, authorities are casting a very wide net. They believe these teenagers are now on the run, even that they could have changed their appearance. And they do have some evidence to suggest that they could already be thousands of miles away from here.
If you spot Briar or Cam, consider them dangerous.
An intense manhunt is underway for 2 Canadian teens, Cam McLeod and Briar Schmigilski, now suspects in 3 deaths on rural roads in British Columbia, Canada. The search comes more than a week after the bodies of North Carolina native China Deese and Australian Lucas Fowler were found near their van on the side of the road. The young couple, seen here hugging at a gas station 2 days before being found, were on a road trip.
There was a van broke down and we just pulled over to see if they needed help.
Curtis Broughton and his wife Sandra say they met the pair shortly before they died, leaving the young travelers only after they felt the couple knew how to repair their broken down van.
They were happy and smiling and they were, you know.
They were on their road trip and they just looked like a young couple in love.
The mystery deepened late last week when another body was found some 300 miles away, also on a remote Canadian road. That man has not been identified, but police released this sketch of him. Police say they'd found a truck on fire that belonged to the Canadian teen suspects, about a mile from the man's body.
We believe that they're likely continuing to travel.
These are newly released, recent photos of the teen suspects, last seen driving a 2011 silver Toyota RAV4. Police believe they've left British Columbia and maybe in Manitoba, thousands of miles away. Investigators won't say what evidence connects the teens to their killings. For Lucas Fowler's father, the loss is unimaginable.
As a police officer, you work with families all the time, but nothing prepares me. Nothing prepares my family for what we are going through now.
So have police spoken to the families of these teens? As I understood, they ran away. What else are they learning about them?
Well, what the teens' parents are telling authorities that they have not seen their children for several days, and it was their impression that the kids were on the road looking for work. So that is all they've said. Apparently, the teens have not been in contact with their families at this point. And Anne-Marie, you just have to feel so much empathy when you hear that dad say that. Here is a man in his professional life who has had to go all the time and speak to families and deliver this kind of news. And now just to have to hear it himself, it's unimaginable.
Yeah, to be on the other side of that, yeah, it certainly is terrible. Janet, thank you very much. So coming up after the break, after the Trump administration promised massive ICE raids throughout the country, only a handful of people were actually detained. Ahead, why the number of arrests was much lower than anticipated. Plus, tonight on Red and Blue, streaming at 5 p.m. Eastern, Indiana Senator Mike Braun will join us to talk about Robert Mueller's testimony and all of the major news of the day. So keep it right here. You're streaming CBS 10 AM. All right, this is a live look at the room where Robert Mueller will be testifying. You can see people are gathering there, members of the media and others. Robert Mueller apparently just arrived in the building and is presumably making his way there. Testimony is not scheduled to begin until 8:30, but it's bound to be a very, very interesting day. He's speaking in front of two committees. And the expectation is that, Democrats are really going to drill down on some of the questions about why he did not recommend obstruction of justice charges be filed. Yet he outlined at least 10 different ways that he believed the president may have obstructed justice. And the Republicans are expected to focus on the origins of this investigation and other things that they believe are inconsistent with sort of the development of the truth, focusing on some of the investigators, part of Mueller's team, and other things, other areas of concern. So we're going to be covering this all day long. We have a special report that's starting at 8:15. And for now, though, we are discussing all the things that you have to know before the hearing starts, as well as all the other news of the day. So in other news, over 2,000 migrants were targeted in recent nationwide ICE raids, but those sweeps resulted in only 35 arrests. CBS News correspondent Adriana Diaz has more on why those arrests were lower than expected.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement has arrested less than 2% of the 2,100 targeted in its sweep that began earlier this month. It's called Operation Border Resolve, and it's directed at families with deportation orders. A key reason, according to ICE officials, is that activists had time to plan for the highly publicized crackdown, which was announced ahead of time by President Trump. Activists informed and documented immigrants of their rights and stepped in to intervene. On Monday in Nashville, when local residents saw their neighbor being targeted by ICE, they formed a human chain around his van, allowing him and his son to run into their home. Others readied themselves like this man, who barricaded himself in his own home. According to ICE Acting Director Matthew Albence, some agents were even under surveillance, which also impeded arrests. Despite only 35 people taken into custody so far, President Trump praised the effort last week.
The ICE raids were very successful.
Deportations during President Trump's first 2 years in office are down roughly 40% compared to President Obama's first 2 years. In Chicago, activist Cecilia Garcia handed out flyers.
I think it would have been more if we had not raised the awareness to the community.
ICE has made 899 arrests in the last 2 months. And as for Operation Border Resolve, ICE's acting director says he does not believe any families have been separated during arrests. That operation is ongoing. Adriana Diaz, CBS News, Chicago.
It is 7:57. Here are just a couple of things that we're keeping an eye on today. Can you guess? Other than Robert Mueller, of course, there are other things going on. At 10 a.m. Eastern, a slew of 2020 Democratic candidates take the stage in Detroit at the NAACP convention. We'll be keeping an eye on those speeches and we'll bring you any updates as they warrant. Plus, at 2 p.m. Eastern, the House Oversight Committee will hold a hearing on the 2020 census after the Supreme Court ruled that the Trump administration couldn't currently add a question on citizenship. And we'll continue our special coverage of the Mueller hearings just after our break. Also starting at 8:15 Eastern, we're going to be bringing you a CBS News special report on those hearings. So if you're heading out the door, you don't have to miss anything. You can take us with you. You can stream us anytime, anywhere at cbsnews.com/live, or you can always download that CBS News app. So it's just about one little button that you press, tap, and there you have it. I'll be back here right after the commercial break actually. So we'll see you there. You have been streaming CBS NAM.
She has brought us the world
It is a new day here in this country.
and told America's most important stories.
How does a government shutdown affect national security? You put your family on a 737 MAX.
She's opened our eyes
And what happened to you?
I was sexually assaulted my freshman year.
and our hearts.
Were you scared? What were you thinking?
About my mom.
And weathered the storm.
And they drove you through the floodwaters here.
Now, every evening, she brings truth and understanding right when we need it most.
Wow, this is pretty spectacular.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell. Trust matters.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
All right, good morning, everyone. It is at 8:02 here on the East Coast, and I am Anne-Marie Green. Boy, it's a big day. Robert Mueller has officially arrived on Capitol Hill for his unprecedented testimony. This is some new video of the former special counsel heading into the building. He'll answer questions from the House Judiciary and Intelligence Committees. Lawmakers will ask Mueller about his Russia investigation and the report. He is expected to stick to his script. But Democrats will press him on potential obstruction of justice by the president. So for more on this, I want to bring in a lot of people. CBSN legal contributor Rebecca Roiphe and CBSN political contributors Molly Hooper, Antoine Seawright, and Michael Graham. Antoine is also a Democratic strategist and CEO of Blueprint Strategy. Michael is a Republican strategist, just so you know where everyone's coming from. Thank you so much. Maybe this is like the most people I've ever had on the desk. We had to like push Vlad out of the way. Now, Vlad will be coming in a little bit later on. He's busy right now. So, Molly, I'm just going to start with you. It's like sort of the grand overview question, right? What can we expect from today? Because, you know, he said that he's not going to say anything beyond his report.
Exactly. And Democrats have been, well, Nancy Pelosi, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, has cautioned her Democrats against hyping this up and, you know, diminishing it too much. She thinks this is very important, and actually the Democrats are really focusing this towards her. This is a big audience for Nancy Pelosi because she's the one who's essentially going to decide whether the Judiciary Committee will move forward with impeachment inquiry, impeachment hearings. And as we saw in the last vote last week, essentially you had 95 Democrats who voted in favor of essentially moving on to impeachment inquiry, to impeachment hearings. So Nancy Pelosi wants to see how well Bob Mueller does, whether he does convincingly make a case that the Democrats can use to start those impeachment inquiries. Full stop. Republicans, on the other hand, have they want to do something else. They want to essentially discredit the underlying FBI investigation. You'll hear terms like dirty dossier, and that's a reference to the Steele dossier by a former British spy who came up with all this background info on the president and essentially was used, Republicans will argue and ask, to establish the FISA warrant that really kicked off the whole investigation into Trump during the summer of 2016, something that Bill Barr has already said he's looking into. And Republicans will push Bob Mueller, who has been an integral part of the DOJ, FBI director for more than a decade, as to whether there are political considerations going into this investigation in the first place. And Republicans will hammer that point home. They will also focus on, and one of the questions I've heard might come up will be, okay, so Bob Mueller, you didn't recommend indicting, this is an OLC decision. Okay, well, why didn't you recommend impeaching? Ken Starr did. Ken Starr said, back in 1998, there's credible information that the House should move forward with impeachment hearings against then President Clinton, right? So why didn't Bob Mueller? Republicans will want to get him on the record on that. Democrats will press him as to whether he would have indicted the president if he was not the sitting president. Now, whether he'll take that bait, that's another story.
Anton, what do you think Democrats are going to want to hear to push that impeachment argument? Because, a lot has been said about Democratic voters that there's at least a component of Democratic voters that want to see impeachment or want to see Democrats be more aggressive. Slowly, we've seen more Democrats at least warm to the idea, even though Nancy Pelosi is kind of shying away from it. And Jerry Nadler, too, seems to be taking a very measured approach. What would kind of shove things further along?
You know, I advise the House Democratic Caucus political arm, the DCCC. So I think what we've heard consistent from leadership is that we want the special prosecutor to bring some clarity to all of this. There are a lot of questions, like the redacted portions of that report. There are 10 examples or more in that report, if you read it, that point to where the president or those around him potentially obstructed justice. Bring some clarity to that. I don't think anyone comes into this hearing on the Democratic side with expectations that there's going to be a knockout punch from the special prosecutor that will load up the impeachment wagon and let's drive that car down the road. I don't think that's the expectation. What I hope that you will hear from Democrats on the both committees is that they will allow the special prosecutor to read out loud that if the president did not commit a crime, we would have said so. And also bring this back home to where Republicans and Democrats should be on the same page, and even the president, even though sometimes he operates on a different planet. The fact that Russia has played into our elections, they penetrate our elections, and they did what foreign powers have not been able to do that we know to this point, and that's have impact on the turnout of our elections, whether you agree with the politics of it or not. The other thing, I hope, that this will give Democrats political cover and some enthusiasm going into what I believe will be the most transformational election of my lifetime as they continue to investigate and legislate. Because obviously, if you read the report, and I know the FBI director did not, but some of us have, there were some examples of real corruption that if the roles would reverse, Republicans would be driving the school bus off the cliff about what is in that report. And I think we have to all be very nonpartisan in that regard.
Michael, we've heard a lot of people say, look, if he just sits there and reads the report, that will be a come up.
Like
that will
like
be a
reading
good
Rainbow.
thing. But do you think that's the case? I know that much has been made about how most people have never read the report, but most people are probably not going to sit through this either. It's 5 hours.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. My parents are political junkies, and they're watching this morning, and they already texted me this morning about what's going on, whatever. And my mom said, but you know, your Aunt Sandy's never going to tune out Judge Judy to watch this. And my Aunt Sandy's not political, and she voted for Trump, I believe, and she's kind of a casual swing, and she only votes for presidential elections. And it is just so hard to penetrate, to get them to tune into anything political anyway. Then you add the veneer that this is so about legalese, about the world of prosecution and law, and there is no end where the guys are forced to pay the landlord $800, you know, for the car that he parked in the wrong spot. This is really, it's the completely wrong vibe. Then you add the fact that consistently impeachment is now polling down in the 20s. About half of Americans tell pollsters they think this has gone too far. And I think Republicans are hoping that Democrats will talk a lot about Russia, because that lets them say what part of this do they embrace the most. No evidence of collusion. That's the thing they can say. That's the case that they're the strongest on. It's when you get into the obstruction of justice case that it gets really, really messy.
But today is not the important day. It's tomorrow. And what people take from today to how they frame the arguments about tomorrow. And if Democrats are smart, and I've talked to several of those in leadership, we have to frame this from a national security standpoint. Because make no mistake, while Mueller is testifying today, there are people in other countries who are playing on their keyboards, figuring out how to send messages that will impact the outcome of the next election. And we cannot lose sight of that.
Yeah, and Robert Mueller, you know, every time, well, he's only spoken once, but it's very clear in the report that that was what was most important to him, and he reinforced it when he issued his statement. So, Rebecca, I want to ask you, there is going to be a lot of noise today. There's going to be a lot of grandstanding. Help us as viewers understand what to focus on. What are the key questions that we should be listening out for and focusing on the answer?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the key thing is watching Robert Mueller walk through the evidence that he found. And in his own words, I thought his press conference altered the narrative a little bit. I think the way that he framed why he did what he did, not coming to a conclusion on obstruction, was very different from how it had been portrayed. So saying, if we had found that there was no obstruction, we would have said so. If we had found that there was obstruction, if we had found that there was obstruction, we wouldn't have said anything, and we said nothing. And those three things, I mean, it's like, what do you conclude? You're like, they said nothing, so what does that mean? So if he can do that again, and if they can make him walk through that again, I think it's a very important thing. And the second thing is just walking through the evidence. So on the obstruction charge, I agree. It's fairly shocking. And if you actually take the two stories together, which is, sure, no collusion, but wow, there were a lot of contacts. And they never approached the FBI. Nobody in the Trump campaign, this was going on.
And that's the national security argument.
Right,
that's why Democrats have to frame this from a national security.
But Republicans are going to argue back, why didn't the FBI go to the Trump campaign and say, hey, guess what? This is happening to you. You could have looked out for that. Why didn't they get a quote-unquote counterintelligence briefing? And I'm just saying that's something that Republicans will probably bring up.
But how so? Because if you see someone committing a crime in your neighborhood, it's your job to report the crime.
But if I don't know that somebody's coming after me, and I don't realize that that's a crime in the first place, or that I need to be aware of it, because that's the argument where Republicans will come from and ask Bob Mueller, if this was another candidate, would the FBI have gone to the campaign and said, hey, listen, we have intel that the Russians are trying to infiltrate, or whatever it is to you, so you need to watch out. You need to keep us abreast of this. And that's what. But I'm talking to when I talk to Republican lawmakers, that's a big deal for them, and they don't understand why it didn't happen.
Molly, I'm
not arguing about it. It's just that's what I've heard.
I'm saying they're putting a red paintbrush on this. The fact of the matter is, anybody who's ever done a campaign, and the Trumpster had legal people and longtime politicos on that campaign. We all know you cannot go to a foreign power, or a foreign power cannot come to you and offer you dirt on an American entity, whether you agree with them or not, and think that's okay.
Well, and talking to Republican lawmakers who've been there for a long time, they would say the same thing. But Donald Trump was not a politician. He was a businessman. His kids were not politicians.
This is part of the magic that is Trump. You lawyers have this thing, the reasonable man standard. No one thinks Trump is a reasonable. They think he's clueless, and so they have no problem buying the argument. What the heck? He had no idea what was going on. But there's another level here, too, that Democrats should be aware of. Every time they point out what the Russians were doing and all the ways they impacted the election, the Republicans, you're absolutely right. The Obama administration did a terrible job. It all happened on their watch. All of it. And their counterintelligence crew failed. All of it.
I cannot
and so
let you say that.
First of all, I don't have to say it. It's just a fact. And he was the president at the time. And that's what Republicans are going to point out. And that's why I think this is going to devolve into very much a political event and not a follow the law.
We know Barack Obama went to Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader, and laid out what was happening in the election. And we know that Mitch said, I don't want to deal with this. So you can't put it all on Barack. Barack did what I think he was supposed to do and notified the Republican leader and said, this is happening. You can't put that all in the Obama basket.
Okay, so listen, this report is broken up into two pieces, right? It has to do with the Russian meddling and whether or not there was criminal conspiracy, collusion, whatever, it's criminal conspiracy, right? And whether or not there was obstruction of justice. The second part, the obstruction of justice part, is the part that Robert Mueller said that he could not determine, or he could not make a call on, because there's a Justice Department policy that prohibits a sitting president from being charged. But let me show these 10 points. Is there an argument, and is there a question? Why did you even include this second part to this report? If you knew you weren't going to charge the man, why did you lay out the argument when the initial focus of this investigation is supposed to be whether or not the Russians... Oh, sorry. We're going to get that answer later because we have a special report coming up. Here's a CBS News special report on the Mueller investigation.
Monumental findings.
There were multiple systematic efforts to interfere in our election, and that allegation deserves the attention of every American.
A 22-month inquiry netting 37 indictments on 229 charges and 7 guilty pleas, and further confusion.
There's no obstruction, there's no collusion, there's no nothing.
If we had had confidence that the president clearly did not commit a crime, we would have said so.
It was a complete and total exoneration.
Conclusions that only widened political divisions.
The whole thing is a scam. It's a giant presidential harassment.
And now an opportunity for America to hear from the man who wanted to stay silent.
We chose those words carefully, and the work speaks for itself. And the report is my testimony.
This is a CBS News special report. High stakes and history. Robert Mueller testifies on Capitol Hill. And look, the sun is up over the Capitol, and it could get pretty hot today under the dome. We are live in Washington. Good morning. I'm Norah O'Donnell alongside Major Garrett here. It is a Robert Mueller doubleheader. The former special counsel is about to make back-to-back appearances before the House Judiciary and Intelligence Committees. It is about the last place on earth he wants to be and the last thing in the world he wants to do. This former Marine who volunteered to serve his country during Vietnam had to be subpoenaed to testify today. Mueller arrived on Capitol Hill just a few minutes ago. You can see these pictures of his arrival. Now, this is the first time he will answer questions about his investigation of Russian interference in the 2016 U.S. election, whether anyone in the Trump campaign was involved, and whether the president obstructed justice. Now, Mueller has said that his report speaks for itself, and he doesn't intend to go beyond what the report says. Now, it says Mueller could not determine whether Mr. Trump did or did not commit a crime, but the report did not exonerate him, as the president has claimed. The no obstruction.
We had no collusion, no obstruction. We had no nothing. We had a total no collusion finding. The Democrats were devastated by it. They went crazy. They've gone off
The no obstruction finding came not from Mueller, but from Attorney General William Barr. He said the evidence Mueller found was not enough to establish that the president obstructed justice. The Justice Department, for whom Mueller worked, has restricted what Mueller can say today. Off limits, talking about uncharged third parties. Now, that would include the president. So if Mueller does not go beyond what his report says today, what's the point? Intelligence Chairman Adam Schiff told CBS News the report is pretty dry. He says we want Bob Mueller to try and bring it to life. He'll get his chance at the bottom of this hour before the Judiciary Committee headed by Jerry Nadler. Then, after a break, just to set things up for what we're going to see today, Mueller will appear before Schiff's Intelligence Committee. Joining me in our coverage are Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett, Chief Congressional Correspondent Nancy Cordes, Chief Justice and Homeland Security Correspondent Jeff Pegues, and White House Correspondent Paula Reed. Let's get right to it. Paula, you've been covering this investigation from the very beginning. The report details 10 instances of possible obstruction of justice. There are other exhaustive insights throughout this entire report. Tell us what are sort of the 5 top takeaways.
That's right. In this report, they lay out the specific instances of obstruction of justice, but ultimately they could not clear the president on that question because they point to how he, for example, directed FBI Director James Comey to end his investigation of former National Security Advisor Mike Flynn. Also, how he directed the former White House counsel Don McGahn to tell the Justice Department to fire Mueller. They also point to how he attacked his Attorney General Jeff Sessions in the press and even dangled pardons. And all of this, Norah, this paints a pretty damning picture. But one of the key points is that they really could not clear the president on this, but nor could they charge him. The Justice Department says you cannot charge a sitting president. And Mueller felt, while he couldn't clear him, he couldn't charge him either, because if he couldn't go through a trial, he had no way to really clear his name. But what we can't lose sight of is that this did not start out as an investigation into candidate Trump or President Trump. This was an investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 campaign. And Mueller's report found that, in fact, Russia interfered in a, quote, sweeping and systemic fashion. And the first volume of his report lays out how they did that, trying to sow misinformation, trying to sow discord among people on controversial issues like guns and race, and, of course, disseminating emails that they believed would hurt candidate Clinton. But ultimately, Mueller said that there was no coordination or no collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia. While he did find many contacts, he said they did not work together in a way where he can actually prove a crime.
Right, and that's what Mueller said. That deserves our attention, exactly what Russia was engaged in. Let's go down to Nancy Cordes, because she is just outside that hearing room where I understand hundreds of people were gathered all night long in order to get a glimpse or a seat inside. Nancy, describe the scene there.
Well, the halls, as you can see behind me, Nora, are packed. You've got groups of Capitol Police officers trying to keep these hallways clear, but the line to get into the Judiciary Committee hearing room behind me stretches down this hall, around the corner, down another hall, around another corner, and these office buildings are not small, so that gives you a sense of the anticipation for this hearing. We spoke to people who lined up as early as 8 p.m. last night, and this hearing room holds a maximum of about 100 members of the public, so if you got here after 4 a.m., you're probably going to be disappointed. Robert Mueller himself, as he arrived, stepped out of his SUV. I asked him whether he is looking forward to today's hearing. He didn't respond, which probably gives you the answer right there. He is viewed by Democrats as a reluctant witness, someone who is going to look to say less rather than more. And so in their mock hearings, in their prep sessions, they've been talking about ways that they can try to draw him out, because they know that this is going to be their one opportunity to get all of their questions answered by him on the record in public.
As they attempt to try and bring this nearly 450-page report to life. That's the goal of the Democrats today. Major Garrett is with me here in the studio and will be with me all morning, of course, and you have covered President Trump. There's this one part, I mean, if you read the Mueller report, it is exhaustive in its scope about just what happened. I do think parts of it read like a novel for a political junkie like me.
Sure. There's a legal espionage sort of component to it, what the Russians did, how they did it. That's fascinating. And there are parts of it that do read like a very tense drama playing out inside the White House, inside the Oval Office, where the president is the central character, flailing and aggravated, full of rage about what's going on around him. And some of the things he says and does do not read well for a sitting president. That's not the kind of behavior we're accustomed to. Is it legally prosecutable? That's the whole question.
After James Comey is fired as FBI director, a special counsel is named. The report takes us through that scene in sort of gripping detail, and we made a graphic of it because I think it illustrates the president's state of mind. And the president said when he learned of the special counsel being appointed nearly 2 years ago, he said, quote, "Oh my God, this is terrible. This is the end of my presidency. I'm effed." What was the president, and to this day, the most afraid of?
Losing control. The president loves control, and he wanted to have some way to control this investigation. That's clear from the Mueller report. Whether you believe that constitutes obstruction of justice or not, it's clear the president wanted control, and he thought with this, he would lose all control. He wanted a loyalist. You see in the report, he constantly complains that his attorney general, his first one, Jeff Sessions, recused himself, meaning he wasn't a loyalist. He wasn't protecting the president. He wasn't doing the kind of things the president thought he needed to deal with this investigation. Two other elements of this. The president believed the investigation undercut his election from the very beginning, which he thought was fundamentally unfair. And he also believed that there was, if not something illegitimate about its origins, something biased in its continuation. Those two things, origins questionable, bias throughout, enraged the president and drove a lot of this behavior that looks at times unhinged, even to those who work closely with him and admire him, but may not be obstructive.
Which we're going to hear about today, these multiple instances in which the president directs his White House counsel to fire the special counsel. He directs his former campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski, to try and get him fired.
Send a message, all these sorts of things. And it's the president's not only state of mind, but on this question of was that obstructive behavior, in some cases it was not because the president didn't intend for something to happen, but because it didn't happen. And why didn't it happen? Because people did not follow his orders.
Yeah, and that is a critical point, indeed, that the people did not follow out his orders. His White House counsel didn't follow out his orders. Corey Lewandowski didn't follow his orders. I want to set the scene because what we're looking at here is extraordinary. These are going to be historic hearings. Mark them in the history books in terms of the big hearings we have seen on Capitol Hill. Robert Mueller, who has served this country for nearly half a century, first as a Vietnam War hero who has a Bronze Star, 2 Navy Commendation Medals, and a Purple Heart, volunteered for the Vietnam War, and then, of course, served as FBI director for more than 12 years during the 9/11 period. Jeff Pegues covers the Justice Department. So, Jeff, set the scene and just remind people about Robert Mueller, his background, what type of witness he'll be today.
Well, even though he served as FBI director for 12 years, as you noted,
and an assistant attorney general. No one in Washington will describe him to you as someone who seeks the spotlight. He has built a reputation for being reluctant to do so during a nearly 50-year career in government service. Before being named special counsel in 2017, as FBI director, he ran some of the most consequential investigations this country's law enforcement has ever undertaken. He was sworn in a week before 9/11 and led the search for answers in that investigation after the attacks. Prior to that, in the 1990s, he led the Justice Department's criminal division as it prosecuted Panamanian leader Manuel Noriega, the bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland, and mob boss John Gotti. He is also, as you noted, Nora, a Vietnam veteran who was wounded in combat and earned a Bronze Star as well as a Purple Heart. As special counsel, he did not discuss the Russia investigation publicly until the end in May. Those who know him and those who have covered him say that is typical of Mueller, who throughout his career has been known to let his actions speak louder than his words.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much. I want to go back to Paula Reed, who is at the White House. And we just heard Jeff detail, of course, Robert Mueller, but he's not the only one who's going to be sitting at that main table today. Robert Mueller's longtime right-hand man, his chief of staff when he was FBI director and the number 2 at the special counsel's office, a name by Aaron Zebley, is also going to join him at that table. Why was that last-minute request made?
It appears that the special counsel would like to have someone to help him go through these 2 massive volumes of information. He also has to be careful that he doesn't go outside the 4 corners of his report. We know that the Justice Department sent him a letter that appeared somewhat threatening if he did in any way veer away from the specific details outlined in his report. Now, Zebley is a longtime aide, as you said. He was the chief of staff at the FBI. He knows Mueller. He'll know if he needs a break. He'll probably know if he needs a specific page number. He's also had extensive experience in national security, in counterintelligence. He is well equipped to help shepherd him through this marathon hearing.
All right, Paula Reed, let's go back now to Nancy Cordes as people are starting to fill in that hearing room. Nancy, I know you spent the last couple of weeks speaking to both the Democrats and the Republicans on this committee. Beyond bringing this report to life, what are Democrats hoping to achieve?
Well, they really want to drill down, Nora, on those 10 incidents of potential obstruction of justice that the Mueller report laid out in pretty great detail. And they want to get Mueller on the record explaining those incidents and explaining to them why he never concluded at the end of the day whether the president had committed a crime. And they've even gone so far, Nora, as to divvy up different incidents to different lawmakers because they don't want to overlap. I talked to David Cicilline. He's a congressman from Rhode Island. He said that he is going to be focusing on one of those incidents when the president asked his former aide, Corey Lewandowski, to tell the attorney general to limit the scope of the investigation. So he's going to press Mueller on that issue. More broadly, you've got a growing number of congressional Democrats who believe that the incidents contained in this report constitute high crimes and misdemeanors. But public polling shows that the number of Americans who believe the president should be impeached is actually falling. And so Democrats view this hearing as one of their best, most high-profile chances to try to grab the public's attention and change some minds. Now, when it comes to Republicans, they are going to focus on the origins of the Mueller investigation. They believe that all of this started with a politically motivated dossier that was commissioned by the Clinton campaign, and they are going to press Mueller to explain that at the end of the day, his report found that there was no evidence of a conspiracy between the Trump campaign and Russia. They say that's the whole shebang. And you've got the president then watching on, egging Republicans on to press this point. He's been pressing it himself in tweets all morning. And then as we look to the Senate side, this is the House. The Senate, run by Republicans, not Democrats, they're watching all this and saying, we don't feel the need to talk to Mueller on the Senate side. They believe that everything has already been asked and answered by the report. In fact, as one of them colorfully put it yesterday, John Kennedy of Louisiana, he said that all of this is as dead as fried chicken, Nora.
Well, there you go. And that's the chairman, Jerry Nadler of New York, of the Judiciary Committee, who's been like a bulldog going after the president in terms of laying out these different instances of potential obstruction of justice. And so he will play a key role in this hearing this morning. And Major, I want to turn to you on that point, because while this report by the special counsel did not say that the president committed obstruction of justice, he does say that essentially that's the role of not a legal system, but of a political system. Was in some ways Mueller setting up this very moment, that it is the job of Congress to adjudicate the president's behavior. This now, as we see the special counsel walking in right now.
Exactly. Robert Mueller said there is a constitutional means by which to deal with these underlying questions of presidential conduct. That is an impeachment inquiry. That is not his role to call for. It's not his role to play a witness in. It's not his role to advocate for or try to stop.
Let's just listen in now to what's happening inside the hearing room. Of Robert Mueller, 74 years old. As we mentioned, a former Vietnam veteran, Marine, also known as Bobby Three Sticks. That is the usual protester.
Yeah, there's some low-level disturbances going on, yes.
But as I mentioned, he's sometimes nicknamed Bobby Three Sticks because he is Robert Mueller III. Taciturn, patrician.
And look, this
a man who goes by the books.
Sure, and this is happening because we had a midterm election, Nora. If Democrats had not won that midterm election and taken control of the House, there would be no Robert Mueller hearing. This is a reflection, at least in part, of that political expression in the midterm elections, registered on the House side. Because as Nancy pointed out, there's no intention to have a Senate hearing with Robert Mueller. Republicans do not want to convene this Q&A session.
What we want you to know is that we are going to provide for you here at CBS
Judiciary
3 hours
will come to order.
of live coverage.
Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on oversight of the report on the investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. I will now recognize myself for a brief opening statement. Director Mueller, thank you for being here. I want to say just a few words about our themes today: responsibility, integrity, and accountability. Your career, for example, is a model of responsibility. You are a decorated Marine officer. You were awarded a Purple Heart and the Bronze Star for Valor in Vietnam. You served in senior roles at the Department of Justice, and in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, you served as director of the FBI. 2 years ago, you returned to public service to lead the investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 elections. You conducted that investigation with remarkable integrity. For 22 months, you never commented in public about your work, even when you were subjected to repeated and grossly unfair personal attacks. Instead, your indictments spoke for you, and in astonishing detail. Over the course of your investigation, you obtained criminal indictments against 37 people and entities. You secured the conviction of President Trump's campaign chairman, his deputy campaign manager, his national security advisor, and his personal lawyer, among others. In the Paul Manafort case alone, you recovered as much as $42 million, so that the cost of your investigation to the taxpayers approaches zero. And in your report, you offer the country accountability as well. In Volume 1, you find that the Russian government attacked our 2016 elections, quote, in a sweeping and systematic fashion, and that the attacks were designed to benefit the Trump campaign. Volume 2 walks us through 10 separate incidents of possible obstruction of justice, where, in your words, President Trump attempted to exert undue influence over your investigation. The president's behavior included, and I quote from your report, quote, public attacks on the investigation, non-public efforts to control it, and efforts in both public and private to encourage witnesses not to cooperate, close quote. Among the most shocking of these incidents, President Trump ordered his White House counsel to have you fired, and then to lie and deny that it had happened. He ordered his former campaign manager to convince the recused Attorney General to step in and limit your work. And he attempted to prevent witnesses from cooperating with your investigation. Although department policy barred you from indicting the president for this conduct, you made clear that he is not exonerated. Any other person who acted in this way would have been charged with crimes. And in this nation, not even the president is above the law. Which brings me to this committee's work. Responsibility, integrity, and accountability. These are the marks by which we who serve on this committee will be measured as well. Director Mueller, we have a responsibility to address the evidence that you have uncovered. You recognize as much when you said, quote, the Constitution requires a process other than the criminal justice system to formally accuse a sitting president of wrongdoing, close quote. That process begins with the work of this committee. We will follow your example, Director Mueller. We will act with integrity. We will follow the facts where they lead. We will consider all appropriate remedies. We will make our recommendation to the House when our work concludes. We will do this work because there must be accountability for the conduct described in your report, especially as it relates to the president. Thank you again, Director Mueller. We look forward to your testimony. It is now my pleasure to recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Mueller, for being here. For 2 years leading up to the release of the Mueller report, and in the 3 months since, Americans were first told what to expect and then what to believe. Collusion, we were told, was in plain sight, even if the special counsel's team didn't find it. When Mr. Mueller produced his report and Attorney General Barr provided it to every American, we read no American conspired with Russia to interfere in our elections, but learned the depths of Russia's malice toward America. We are here to ask serious questions about Mr. Mueller's work, and we will do that. After an extended, unhampered investigation, today marks an end to Mr. Mueller's involvement in an investigation that closed in April. The burden of proof for accusations that remain unproven is extremely high, and especially in light of the special counsel's thoroughness. We are told this investigation began as an inquiry into whether Russia meddled in our 2016 election. Mr. Mueller, you concluded they did. Russians accessed Democrat servers and disseminated sensitive information by tricking campaign insiders into revealing protected information. The investigation also reviewed whether Donald Trump, the president, sought Russian assistance as a candidate to win the presidency. Mr. Mueller concluded he did not. His family or advisors did not. In fact, the report concludes no one in the president's campaign colluded, collaborated, or conspired with the Russians. The president watched the public narrative surrounding this investigation, assume his guilt while he knew the extent of his innocence. Volume 2 of Mr. Mueller's report details the president's reaction to frustrating investigation where his innocence was established early on. The president's attitude toward the investigation was understandably negative, yet the president did not use his authority to close the investigation. He asked his lawyer if Mr. Mueller had conflicts that disqualified Mr. Mueller from the job, but he did not shut down the investigation. The president knew he was innocent. Those are the facts of the Mueller report. Russia meddled in the 2016 election, the president did not conspire with the Russian, and nothing we hear today will change those facts. But one element of this story remains, the beginnings of the FBI investigation into the president. I look forward to Mr. Mueller's testimony about what he found during his review of the origins of the investigation. In addition, the Inspector General continues to review how baseless gossip can be used to launch an FBI investigation against a private citizen and eventually a president. Those results will be released, and we will need to learn from them to ensure government intelligence and law enforcement powers are never again used and turned on a private citizen or a potential or political candidate as a result of the political leanings of a handful of FBI agents. The origins and conclusions of the Mueller investigation are the same things, what it means to be American. Every American has a voice in our democracy, so it must protect the sanctity of their voice by combating election interference. Every American enjoys the presumption of innocence and guarantee of due process. If we carry anything away today, it must be that we increase our vigilance against foreign election interference while we ensure our government officials don't weaponize their power against the constitutional rights guaranteed to every U.S. citizen. Finally, we must agree that the opportunity cost here is too high. The months we have spent investigating from this dais failed to end the border crisis or contribute to the growing job market. Instead, we have gotten stuck, and it's paralyzed this committee and this House. And as a side note, every week I leave my family and kids, the most important things to me, to come to this place because I believe this place is a place where we can actually do things and help people. 6.5 years ago, I came here to work on behalf of the people of the 9th District in this country. And we accomplished a lot in those first 6 years on a bipartisan basis with many of my friends across the aisle sitting on this dais with me today. However, this year, because the majority's dislike of this president and the endless hearing into a closed investigation have caused us to accomplish nothing except talk about the problems of our country while our border is on fire and crisis and everything else is stopped. This hearing is long overdue. We've had truth for months. No American conspired to throw our election. What we need today is to let that truth bring us confidence, and I hope, Mr. Chairman, closure. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. I will now introduce today's witness. Robert Mueller served as director of the FBI from 2001 to 2013, and most recently served as special counsel in the Department of Justice, overseeing the investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 special election. He received his BA from Princeton University, an MA from New York University in my district, and his JD from the University of Virginia. Mr. Mueller is accompanied by counsel Aaron Zebley, who served as deputy special counsel on the investigation. We welcome our distinguished witness, and we thank you for participating in today's hearing. Now, if you would please rise, I will begin by swearing you in. Would you raise your right hand, please? Left hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? So help you God. Let the record show the witness answered the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. Please note that your written statement will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Director Mueller, you may begin.
Good morning, Chairman Nadler, and Ranking Member Collins, and the members of the committee. As you know, in May 2017, the Acting Attorney General asked me to serve as special counsel. I undertook that role because I believed that it was of paramount interest to the nation to determine whether a foreign adversary had interfered in the presidential election. As the Acting Attorney General said at the time, the appointment was necessary in order for the American people to have full confidence in the outcome. My staff and I carried out this assignment with that critical objective in mind: to work quietly, thoroughly, and with integrity so that the public would have full confidence in the outcome. The order appointing me as special counsel directed our office to investigate Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. This included investigating any links or coordination between the Russian government and individuals associated with the Trump campaign. It also included investigating efforts to interfere with or obstruct our investigation. Throughout the investigation, I continually stressed two things to the team that we had assembled. First, we needed to do our work as thoroughly as possible and as expeditiously as possible. It was in the public interest for our investigation to be complete, but not to last a day longer than was necessary. Second, the investigation needed to be conducted fairly and with absolute integrity. Our team would not leak or take other actions that could compromise the integrity of our work. All decisions were made based on the facts and the law. During the course of our investigation, we charged more than 30 defendants with committing federal crimes, including 12 officers of the Russian military. 7 defendants have been convicted or pled guilty. Certain of the charges we brought remain pending today, And for those matters, I stress that the indictments contain allegations, and every defendant is presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty. In addition to the criminal charges we brought, as required by Justice Department regulations, we submitted a confidential report to the Attorney General at the conclusion of our investigation. The report set forth the results of our work and the reasons for our charging and declination decisions. The Attorney General later made the report largely public. As you know, I made a few limited remarks about our report when we closed the Special Counsel's office in May of this year. But there are certain points that bear emphasis. First, our investigation found that the Russian government interfered in our election in sweeping and systematic fashion. Second, the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired with the Russian government in its election interference activities. We did not address collusion, which is not a legal term. Rather, we focused on whether the evidence was sufficient to charge any member of the campaign with taking part in a criminal conspiracy, and it was not. Third, our investigation of efforts to obstruct the investigation and lie to investigators was of critical importance. Obstruction of justice strikes at the core of the government's effort to find the truth and to hold wrongdoers accountable. Finally, as described in Volume 2 of our report, we investigated a series of actions by the President towards the investigation. Based on Justice Department policy and principles of fairness, we decided we would not make a determination as to whether the President committed a crime. That was our decision then, and it remains our decision today. Let me say a further word about my appearance today. It is unusual for a prosecutor to testify about a criminal investigation. And given my role as a prosecutor, there are reasons why my testimony will necessarily be limited. First, public testimony could affect several ongoing matters. In some of these matters, court rules or judicial orders limit the disclosure of information to protect the fairness of the proceedings. And consistent with long-standing Justice Department policy, it would be inappropriate for me to comment in any way that could affect an ongoing matter. Second, the Justice Department has asserted privileges concerning investigative information and decisions, ongoing matters within the Justice Department, and deliberations within our office. These are Justice Department privileges that I will respect. The Department has released a letter discussing the restrictions on my testimony. I therefore will not be able to answer questions about certain areas that I know are of public interest. For example, I am unable to address questions about the initial opening of the FBI's Russia investigation, which occurred months before my appointment, or matters related to the so-called Steele dossier. These matters are subject of ongoing review by the Department. Any questions on these topics should therefore be directed to the FBI or the Justice Department. As I explained when we closed the Special Counsel's office in May, our report contains our findings and analysis and the reasons for the decisions we made. We conducted an extensive investigation over 2 years. In writing the report, we stated the results of our investigation with precision. We scrutinized every word. I do not intend to summarize or describe the results of our work in a different way in the course of my testimony today. And as I said on May 29th, the report is my testimony, and I will stay within that text. And as I stated in May, I will not comment on the actions of the Attorney General or of Congress. I was appointed as a prosecutor, and I intend to adhere to that role and to the Department standards that govern it. I'll be joined today by Deputy Special Counsel Aaron Zebley, Mr. Zebley has extensive experience as a federal prosecutor and at the FBI, where he served as my chief of staff. And Mr. Zebley was responsible for the day-to-day oversight of the investigations conducted by our office. Now, I also want to again say thank you to the attorneys, the FBI agents, the analysts, the professional staff who helped us conduct this investigation in a fair and independent manner. These individuals who spent nearly 2 years of working on this matter were of the highest integrity. And let me say one more thing. Over the course of my career, I have seen a number of challenges to our democracy. The Russian government's effort to interfere in our election is among the most serious. And as I said on May 29th, this deserves the attention of every American. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. I will begin by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Director Mueller, the President has repeatedly claimed that your report found there was no obstruction and that it completely and totally exonerated him. But that is not what your report said, is it?
Correct. It is not what the report said.
And now, reading from page 2 of volume 2 of your report that's on the screen, you wrote, quote, "If we had confidence after a thorough investigation of the facts that the President clearly did not commit obstruction of justice, we would so state. Based on the facts and the applicable legal standards, however, we are unable to reach that judgment," close quote. Now, does that say there was no obstruction?
No.
In fact, you were actually unable to conclude the President did not commit obstruction of justice. Is that correct?
Well, we, at the outset, determined that we, when it came to the President's culpability, we needed to go forward only after taking into account the OLC opinion that indicated that a president, a sitting president, cannot be indicted.
So the report did not conclude that he did not commit obstruction of justice. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what about total exoneration? Did you actually totally exonerate the President?
No.
Now, in fact, your report expressly states that it does not exonerate the President.
It does.
And your investigation actually found, quote, multiple acts by the President that were capable of exerting undue influence over law enforcement investigations, including the Russian interference and obstruction investigations. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Director Mueller, can you explain in plain terms what that finding means so the American people can understand it?
Well, the finding indicates that the President was not that the President was not exculpated for the acts that he allegedly committed.
In fact, you were talking about incidents, quote, in which the President sought to use his official power outside of usual channels, unquote, to exert undue influence over your investigations. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, am I correct that on page 7 of volume 2 of your report, you wrote, quote, the President became aware that his own conduct was being investigated in an obstruction of justice inquiry. At that point, the President engaged in a second phase of conduct involving public attacks on the investigation, non-public efforts to control it, and efforts in both public and private to encourage witnesses not to cooperate with the investigation, close quote. So President Trump's efforts to exert undue influence over your investigation intensified after the President became aware that he personally was being investigated?
I stick with the language that you have in front of you.
Which
okay. Comes from page 7, volume 2.
Now, is it correct that if you concluded that the President committed the crime of obstruction, you could not publicly state that in your report or here today?
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Is it correct that if you had concluded that the President committed the crime of obstruction, you could not publicly state that in your report or here today?
Well, I would say the statement would be that you would not indict, and you would not indict because Under the OLC opinion, a sitting president, excuse me, cannot be indicted, be unconstitutional.
So you could not state that because of the OLC opinion, if that would have been your conclusion?
OLC opinion with some guide, yes.
But under DOJ, under Department of Justice policy, the president could be prosecuted for obstruction of justice crimes after he leaves office, is correct?
True. Thank you.
Did any senior White House official refuse a request to be interviewed by you and your team?
I don't believe so.
The president?
Well, let me take that back. I would have to look at it, but I'm not certain that that was the case.
Did the president refuse a request to be interviewed by you and your team?
Yes.
Yes. And is it true that you tried for more than a year to secure an interview with the president?
Yes.
And is it true that you and your team advised the president's lawyer that, quote, an interview with the president is vital to our investigation, close quote?
Yes.
And is it true that you also, quote, stated that it is in the interest of the presidency and the public for an interview to take place, close quote?
Yes.
But the president still refused to sit for an interview by you or your team?
True. True.
And did you also ask him to provide written answers to questions on the 10 possible episodes of obstruction of justice crimes involving him?
Yes.
Did he provide any answers to a single question about whether he engaged in obstruction of justice crimes?
I would have to check on that. I'm not certain.
Director Mueller, we are grateful that you are here to explain your investigation and findings. Having reviewed your work, I believe anyone else who would engage in the conduct described in your report would have been criminally prosecuted. Your work is vitally important to this committee and the American people because no one is above the law. I'll now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we're moving, I know, understanding, just reiterating the 5-minute rule. Mr. Mueller, I have several questions, many of which that you just answered will be questioned here in a moment, but I want to lay some foundation. So we'll go through these fairly quickly. I'll talk slowly. I'm said that I talk fast. I will talk slowly.
Thank you, sir.
In your press conference, you stated any testimony from your office would not go beyond our report. We chose these words carefully. The work speaks for itself. I would not provide information beyond that which is already public in any appearance before Congress. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes.
Since closing the special counsel's office in May of 2019, have you conducted any additional interviews or obtained any new information in your role as special counsel?
In the wake of the report?
Since the closing of the office in May of 2019.
And the question was,
have you conducted any new interviews and any new witnesses, anything? And you can confirm you're no longer special counsel, correct?
I am no longer special counsel.
At any time with the investigation, was your investigation curtailed or stopped or hindered?
No.
Were you or your team provided any questions by members of Congress or the majority ahead of your hearing today?
No.
Your report states that your investigative team included 19 lawyers and approximately 40 FBI agents and analysts and accountants. Are those numbers accurate?
Could you repeat that, please?
40 FBI agents, 19 lawyers, intelligence analysts, and forensic accountants. Are those numbers accurate? This was included in your report.
Generally, yes.
Is it also true that you issued over 2,800 subpoenas, executed nearly 500 search warrants, obtained more than 230 orders for communication records, and 50 pen registers?
That went a little fast for me.
Okay. In your report, I'll make this very simple. You did a lot of work, correct?
Yes, that I agree.
A lot of subpoenas, a lot of pen registers.
A lot of subpoenas. Yes.
Okay, we'll walk this really slow if we need to.
A lot of search warrants.
All right, a lot of search warrants, a lot of things. So you're very thorough. In your opinion, very thorough. You listed this out in your report, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Is it true, the evidence gathered during your investigation, given the questions that you have just answered, is it true the evidence gathered during your investigation did not establish that the president was involved in the underlying crime related to Russian election interference as stated in Volume 1, page 7?
We found insufficient evidence of the president's culpability.
So that would be a yes.
Pardon?
That would be a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true the evidence did not establish that the president or those close to him were involved in the charged Russian computer hacking or active measure conspiracies, or that the president otherwise had unlawful relationships with any Russian official? Volume 2, page 76, correct?
I leave the answer to our report.
So as a yes. Is that any true your investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in the election interference activity? Volume 1, page 2, Volume 1, page 173.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Although your report states collusion is not so specific offense, and you've said that this morning, or a term of art in federal criminal law, conspiracy is. In the colloquial context, are collusion and conspiracy essentially synonymous terms?
You're going to have to repeat that for me.
Collusion is not a specific offense or a term of art in the federal criminal law. Conspiracy is.
Yes.
In the colloquial context, known public context, collusion and conspiracy are essentially synonymous terms, correct?
No.
If no, on page 180 of volume 1 of your report, you wrote, as defined in legal dictionaries, collusion is largely synonymous with conspiracy, as that crime is set forth in the General Federal Conspiracy Statute 18 U.S.C. 371. You said at your May 29th press conference and here today, you choose your words carefully. Are you sitting here today testifying something different than what your report states?
Well, what I'm asking is if you can give me the citation, I can look at the citation and evaluate whether it is accurate.
Okay, let me just be clarified. You stated that you would stay within the report. I just stated your report back to you. And you said that collusion and conspiracy were not synonymous terms. That was your answer, was no.
That's correct.
In that, page 180 of volume 1 of your report, it says, as defined in legal dictionaries, collusion is largely synonymous with conspiracy, as that crime is set forth in General Conspiracy Statute 18 U.S.C. 371. Now, you said you chose your words carefully. Are you contradicting your report right now?
Not when I read it.
So you would change your answer to yes then?
No. If you look at the language.
I'm reading your report, sir. It's a yes or no answer.
Page 180.
Page 180, volume 1.
Okay.
This was from your report.
Correct. And I'll leave it with the report.
So the report says, yes, they are synonymous. Yes. Hopefully, for finally, out of your own report, we can put to bed the collusion and conspiracy. One last question as we're going through. Did you ever look into other countries investigated in the Russian interference into our election? Were other countries investigated or found knowledge that they had an interference in our election?
I'm not going to discuss other matters.
That I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from California.
Director Mueller, as you've heard from the chairman, we're mostly going to talk about obstruction of justice today, but the investigation of Russia's attack that started your investigation is why evidence of possible obstruction is serious. To what extent did the Russian government interfere in the 2016 presidential election?
Could you repeat that, ma'am?
To what extent did the Russian government interfere in the 2016 presidential election?
Well, particularly when it came to computer crimes and the like, the government was implicated.
So you wrote in volume 1 that the Russian government interfered in the 2016 presidential election in sweeping and systematic fashion. You also described in your report that the then Trump campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, shared with a Russian operative, Kilimnik, the campaign strategy for winning Democratic votes in Midwestern states in internal polling data of the campaign. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
They also discussed the status of the Trump campaign and Manafort's strategy for winning Democratic votes in Midwestern states. Months before that meeting, Manafort had caused internal data to be shared with Kilimnik, and the sharing continued for some period of time after their August meeting. Isn't that correct?
Accurate.
In fact, your investigation found that Manafort briefed Kilimnik on the state of the Trump campaign and Manafort's plan to win the election, and that briefing encompassed the campaign's messaging, its internal polling data. It also included discussion of battleground states, which Manafort identified as Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Minnesota. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Did your investigation determine who requested the polling data to be shared with Kilimnik?
Well, I would direct you to the report and adopt what we have in the report with regard to that particular issue.
We don't have the redacted version. That's maybe another reason why we should get that for Volume 1. Based on your investigation, how could the Russian government have used this campaign polling data to further its sweeping and systematic interference in the 2016 presidential election?
That's a little bit out of our path.
Fair enough. Did your investigation find that the Russian government perceived it would benefit from one of the candidates winning?
Yes.
And which candidate would that be?
Well, it would be Trump.
Correct. Now, the Trump campaign wasn't exactly reluctant to take Russian help. You wrote it expected it would benefit electorally from information stolen and released through Russian efforts. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Now, was the investigation's determination, what was the investigation's determination regarding the frequency with which the Trump campaign made contact with the Russian government?
Well, I would have to refer you to the report on that.
Well, we went through and we counted 126 contacts between Russians or their agents and Trump campaign officials or their associates. So would that sound about right?
I can't say. I understand the statistic, and I believe it. I understand the statistic.
Well, Mr. Mueller, I appreciate your being here and your report. From your testimony and the report, I think the American people have learned several things. First, the Russians wanted Trump to win. Second, the Russians went on a sweeping cyber influence campaign. The Russians hacked the DNC, and they got the Democratic game plan for the election. The Russian campaign chairman met with Russian agents and repeatedly gave them internal data, polling, and messaging in the battleground states. So while the Russians were buying ads and creating propaganda to influence the outcome of the election, they were armed with inside information that they had stolen through hacking from the DNC and that they had been given by the Trump campaign chairman, Mr. Manafort. My colleagues will probe the efforts undertaken to keep this information from becoming public, but I think it's important for the American people to understand the gravity of the underlying problem that your report uncovered. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentlelady.
Good morning, Director. If you'll let me quickly summarize your opening statement this morning. You said in Volume 1 on the issue of conspiracy, the special counsel determined that the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. And then in Volume 2, for reasons that you explained, the special counsel did not make a determination on whether there was an obstruction of justice crime committed by the president. Is that fair?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, in explaining that special counsel did not make what you called a traditional prosecution or declination decision, the report on the bottom of page 2 of Volume 2 reads as follows. The evidence we obtained about the president's actions and intent presents difficult issues that prevent us from conclusively determining that no criminal conduct occurred. Accordingly, while this report does not conclude that the president committed a crime, it also does not exonerate him. Now, I read that correctly?
Yes.
All right. Now, your report, and today you said at all times the special counsel team operated under, was guided by, and followed Justice Department policies and principles. So which DOJ policy or principle sets forth a legal standard that an investigated person is not exonerated if their innocence from criminal conduct is not conclusively determined?
Can you repeat the last part of that question?
Yeah. Which DOJ policy or principle set forth a legal standard that an investigated person is not exonerated if their innocence from criminal conduct is not conclusively determined? Where does that language come from, Director? Where is the DOJ policy that says that? Can you let me make it easier?
Sorry, go ahead.
Can you give me an example other than Donald Trump where the Justice Department determined that an investigated person was not exonerated because their innocence was not conclusively determined?
I cannot, but this is a unique situation.
Well, you can't. Time is short. I've got 5 minutes. Let's just leave it at you can't find it because I'll tell you why. It doesn't exist. The special counsel's job, nowhere does it say that you were to conclusively determine Donald Trump's innocence or that the special counsel report should determine whether or not to exonerate him. It's not in any of the documents. It's not in your appointment order. It's not in the special counsel regulations. It's not in the OLC opinions. It's not in the Justice Manual. And it's not in the principles of federal prosecution. Nowhere do those words appear together because respectfully, Director, it was not the special counsel's job to conclusively determine Donald Trump's innocence or to exonerate him because the bedrock principle of our justice system is a presumption of innocence. It exists for everyone. Everyone is entitled to it, including sitting presidents. And because there is a presumption of innocence, prosecutors never, ever need to conclusively determine it. Now, Director, the special counsel applied this inverted burden of proof that I can't find and you said doesn't exist anywhere in the department policies, and you used it to write a report. And the very first line of your report, says, and as you read this morning, it authorizes the special counsel to provide the Attorney General with a confidential report explaining the prosecution or declination decisions reached by the special counsel. That's the very first word of your report, right?
That's correct.
Here's the problem, Director. The special counsel didn't do that. On volume 1, you did. On volume 2, with respect to potential obstruction of justice, the special counsel made neither a prosecution decision or a declination decision. You made no decision. You told us this morning and in your report that you made no determination. So respectfully, Director, you didn't follow the special counsel regulations. It clearly says, write a confidential report about decisions reached. Nowhere in here does it say, write a report about decisions that weren't reached. You wrote 180 pages. 180 pages about decisions that weren't reached, about potential crimes that weren't charged or decided. And respectfully, by doing that, you managed to violate every principle and the most sacred of traditions about prosecutors not offering extra prosecutorial analysis about potential crimes that aren't charged. So Americans need to know this as they listen to the Democrats and socialists on the other side of the aisle, as they do dramatic readings from this report, that volume 2 of this report was not authorized under the law to be written. It was written to a legal standard that does not exist at the Justice Department. And it was written in violation of every DOJ principle about extra prosecutorial commentary. I agree with the chairman this morning when he said Donald Trump is not above the law. He's not. But he damn sure shouldn't be below the law, which is where volume 2 of this report puts him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Mueller, good morning. Your exchange with the gentlelady from California demonstrates what is at stake. The Trump campaign chair, Paul Manafort, was passing sensitive voter information and poll data to a Russian operative. And there were so many other ways that Russia subverted our democracy. Together with the evidence in Volume 1, I cannot think of a more serious need to investigate. So now I'm going to ask you some questions about obstruction of justice as it relates to Volume 2. On page 12 of Volume 2, you state, we determined that there were sufficient factual and legal basis to further investigate potential obstruction of justice issues involving the president. Is that correct?
And do you have the citations, ma'am?
Page 12, Volume 2.
And which portion of that page?
That is, we determined that there was a sufficient factual and legal basis to further investigate potential obstruction of justice issues involving the president. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your report also describes at least 10 separate instances of possible obstruction of justice that were investigated by you and your team. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, the table of contents serves as a very good guide of some of the acts of that obstruction of justice that you investigated, and I put it up on the screen. On page 157 of Volume 2, you describe those acts, and they range from the president's effort to curtail the special counsel's investigation, the president's further efforts to have the Attorney General take over the investigation, the president's orders, Don McGahn, to deny that the president tried to fire the special counsel, and many others. Is that correct?
Yes.
I direct you now to what you wrote, Director Mueller. The president's pattern of conduct as a whole sheds light on the nature of the president's acts and the inferences that can be drawn about his intent. Does that mean you have to investigate all of his conduct to ascertain true motive?
No.
And when you talk about the president's pattern of conduct that include the 10 possible acts of obstruction that you investigated, is that correct? When you talk about the president's pattern of conduct, that would include the 10 possible acts of obstruction that you investigated, correct?
I direct you to the report for how that is characterized.
Thank you. Let me go to the screen again. And for each of those 10 potential instances of obstruction of justice, you analyze 3 elements of the crime of obstruction of justice: an obstructive act, a nexus between the act and an official proceeding, and corrupt intent. Is that correct?
Yes.
You wrote on page 178, volume 2 in your report about corrupt intent: actions by the president to end a criminal investigation into his own conduct to protect against personal embarrassment or legal liability would constitute a core example of corruptly motivated conduct. Is that correct?
Yes.
To the screen again, even with the evidence you did find, is it true, as you note on page 76 of volume 2, that the evidence does indicate that a thorough FBI investigation would uncover facts about the campaign and the president personally that the president could have understood to be crimes or that would give rise to legal, personal, and political concerns?
I rely on the language of the report.
Is that relevant to potential obstruction of justice? Is that relevant to potential obstruction of justice?
Yes.
You further elaborate on page 157, obstruction of justice can be motivated by a desire to protect non-criminal personal interests, to protect against investigations where underlying criminal liability falls into a gray area, or to avoid personal embarrassment. Is that correct?
Yes.
I have on the screen.
Is that correct on the screen?
Can you repeat the question? And now that I have the language on the screen.
Is it correct, as you further elaborate, obstruction of justice can be motivated by a direct desire to protect non-criminal personal interests, to protect against investigations where underlying criminal liability falls into a gray area, or to avoid? Is that true?
Yes.
And is it true that the impact... Pardon?
Can you read the last question?
The last question was...
I want to make certain I got it accurate.
No, the last question was the language on the screen asking you if that's correct.
Yes.
Okay. Does a conviction of obstruction of justice result potentially in a lot of years of time in jail?
Yes. Well, again, can you repeat the question just to make certain that I have it accurate?
Does obstruction of justice warrant a lot of time in jail if you were convicted?
Yes.
And is
The time of the gentlelady has expired. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by reading the special counsel regulations by which you were appointed. It reads, quote, at the conclusion of the special counsel's work, he or she shall provide the Attorney General with a confidential report explaining the prosecution or declinations decisions reached by the special counsel. That correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when a regulation uses the word shall provide, does it mean that the individual is in fact obligated to provide what's being demanded by the regulation or statute, meaning you don't have any wiggle room, right?
I'd have to look more closely at the statute.
Well, I just read it to you. Okay. Now, volume 2, page 1, your report boldly states we determined not to make a traditional prosecutorial judgment. Is that correct?
I'm trying to find that citation, Congressman.
Director, could you speak more directly into the microphone, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, it's volume 2, page...
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Yes, volume 2, page 1. It said we determined not to make a traditional prosecutorial judgment.
Yes.
That's right in the beginning. Now, since you decided under the OLC opinion that you couldn't prosecute a sitting president, meaning President Trump, why did we have all of this investigation of President Trump that the other side is talking about when you knew that you weren't going to prosecute him?
Well, you don't know where the investigation is going to lie, and the OLC opinion itself says that you can continue the investigation even though you are not going to indict the president. Okay, well, if you're not going to indict the president, then you just continue fishing. And that's my observation. My time is limited. Sure, you can indict other people, but you can't indict the sitting president. Right? That's true. Okay.
Now, there are 182 pages in raw evidentiary material, including hundreds of references to 302, which are interviews by the FBI, for individuals who've never been cross-examined and which did not comply with the special counsel's governing regulation to explain the prosecution or declination decisions reached. Correct?
And where are you reading from on that?
I'm reading from my question.
Then could you repeat it?
Okay. You have 182 pages of raw evidentiary material with hundreds of references to 302s who were never been cross-examined and which didn't comply with the governing regulation to explain the prosecution or declination decisions reached.
This is one of those areas which I declined to discuss.
Okay, then
would direct you to the report itself.
Okay. Well, I looked at 182 pages of it. You know, let me switch gears. Mr. Shabbat and I were on this committee during the Clinton impeachment. Now, while I recognize that the independent counsel statute under which Kenneth Starr operated is different from the special counsel statute, he, in a number of occasions in his report, stated that the President Clinton's actions may have risen to impeachable conduct, recognizing that it is up to the House of Representatives to determine what conduct is impeachable. You never used the term raising to impeachable conduct for any of the 10 instances that the gentlewoman from Texas did. Is it true that there's nothing in Volume 2 of the report that says that the president may have engaged in impeachable conduct?
Well, we have studiously kept in the center of our investigation our mandate, and our mandate does not go to other ways of addressing conduct. Our mandate goes to developing the report and turning the report into the Attorney General.
With due respect, it seems to me, that there are a couple of statements that you made, that said that this is not for me to decide, and the implication is that this is for this committee to decide. Now, you didn't use the word impeachable conduct like Starr did. There was no statute to prevent you from using the word impeachable conduct. And I go back to what Mr. Radcliffe said, and that is that even the president is innocent until proven guilty. My time is up.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd just like to restate that Mr. Nadler said about your career. It's a model of rectitude, and I thank you.
Sir.
Based upon your investigation, how did President Trump react to your appointment as special counsel?
Again, I send you the report for where that is stated.
Well, there is a quote from page 78 of your report, Volume 2, which reads, "When Sessions told the president that a special counsel had been appointed, the president slumped back in his chair and said, quote, 'Oh my God, this is terrible. This is the end of my presidency. I'm effed,' unquote." Did Attorney General Sessions tell you about that little talk?
I'm not
Director,
sure.
please speak into the microphone.
Oh, surely. My apologies. I am not certain of the person who originally copied that quote.
Okay, well, Sessions apparently said it, and one of his aides had it in his notes too, which I think you had, but that's become record. He wasn't pleased. He probably wasn't pleased with the special counsel, and particularly you, because of your outstanding reputation.
Correct.
Prior to your appointment, the Attorney General recused himself from the investigation because of his role in the 2016 campaign. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Recusal means the Attorney General could not be involved in the investigation. Is that correct?
That's the effect of recusal, yes.
And so instead, another Trump appointee, as you know Mr. Sessions was, Mr. Rosenstein became in charge of it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Wasn't Attorney General Sessions following the rules and professional advice of the Department of Justice ethics folks when he recused himself from the investigation?
Yes.
And yet the president repeatedly expressed his displeasure at Sessions' decision to follow those ethics rules to recuse himself from oversight of that investigation. Is that not correct?
That's accurate based on what is written in the report.
And the president's reaction to the recusal, as noted in the report, Mr. Bannon recalled that the president was mad as Bannon had ever seen him, and he screamed at McGahn about how weak Sessions was. Do you recall that from the report?
That's in the report, yes.
Despite knowing that Attorney General Sessions was not supposed to be involved in the investigation, the president still tried to get the Attorney General to unrecuse himself after you were appointed special counsel. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, your investigation found that at some point after your appointment, quote, the president called Sessions at his home and asked if he would unrecuse himself. Is that not true?
It's true.
Now, that wasn't the first time the president had asked Sessions to unrecuse himself, was it?
I know there were at least 2 occasions.
And one of them was with Flynn, and one of them was when Sessions and McGahn flew to Mar-a-Lago to meet with the president. Sessions recalled that the president pulled him aside to speak alone and suggested he should do this unrecusal act. Correct?
Correct.
And then when Michael Flynn, a few days after Flynn entered a guilty plea for lying to federal agents and indicated his intent to cooperate with that investigation, Trump asked to speak to Sessions alone again in the Oval Office and again asked Sessions to unrecuse himself. True?
I refer you to the report for that.
Page 109, volume 2. Thank you, sir. Do you know of any point when the president personally expressed anger or frustrations at Sessions?
I'd have to pass on that.
Do you recall, and I think it's at page 78 of volume 2, the president told Sessions, you were supposed to protect me. You were supposed to protect me, or words to that effect.
Correct.
And is the Attorney General supposed to be the Attorney General of the United States of America or the consigliere for the president?
United States of America.
Thank you, sir. In fact, you wrote in your report that the president repeatedly sought to convince Sessions to unrecuse himself so Sessions could supervise the investigation in a way that would restrict its scope. Is that correct?
I rely on the report.
How could Sessions have restricted the scope of your investigation?
Well, I'm not going to speculate. If he, quite obviously, if he took over or was Attorney General, he would have greater latitude in his actions that would enable him to do things that otherwise he could not.
On page 113, you said the president believed that an unrecused Attorney General would play a protective role and could shield the president from the ongoing investigation. Regardless of all that, I want to thank you, Director Mueller, for your life of rectitude and service to our country. It's clear from your report and the evidence that the president wanted former Attorney General Sessions to violate the Justice Department ethics rules by taking over your investigation and improperly interfering with it to protect himself and his campaign. Your findings are so important because in America, nobody is above the law. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman for yielding back. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you. Director Mueller, my Democratic colleagues were very disappointed in your report. They were expecting you to say something along the lines of, here's why President Trump deserves to be impeached, much as Ken Starr did relative to President Clinton back about 20 years ago. Well, you didn't. So their strategy had to change. Now they allege that there's plenty of evidence in your report to impeach the president, but the American people just didn't read it. And this hearing today is their last best hope to build up some sort of groundswell across America to impeach President Trump. That's what this is really all about today. Now, a few questions. On page 103 of volume 2 of your report, when discussing the June 2016 Trump Tower meeting, you reference, quote, the firm that produced the Steele reporting, unquote. The name of that firm was Fusion GPS. Is that correct?
And you're on page 103?
103, that's correct, volume 2. When you talk about the firm that produced the Steele reporting, the name of the firm that produced that was Fusion GPS. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not familiar with that. And
let me just help you. It was. It's not a trick question. It was Fusion GPS. Now, Fusion GPS produced the opposition research document widely known as the Steele dossier, and the owner of Fusion GPA was someone named Glenn Simpson. Are you familiar with?
This is outside my purview.
Okay. Glenn Simpson was never mentioned in the 448-page Mueller report, was he?
Well, as I say, it's outside my purview, and it's being handled in the department by others.
Okay. Well, he was not. 448 pages. The owner of Fusion GPS that did the Steele dossier, that started all this, he's not mentioned in there. Let me move on. At the same time, Fusion GPS was working to collect opposition research on Donald Trump from foreign sources on behalf of the Clinton campaign and the Democratic National Committee. It also was representing a Russian-based company, Prevazon, which had been sanctioned by the U.S. government. Are you aware of that?
It's outside my purview.
Okay, thank you. One of the key players I'll go to something different. One of the key players in the June 2016 Trump Tower meeting was Natalia Wisniewska, who you described in your report as a Russian attorney who advocated for the repeal of the Magnitsky Act. Wisniewska had been working with none other than Glenn Simpson and Fusion GPS since at least early 2014. Are you aware of that?
Outside my purview.
Thank you. But you didn't mention that or her connections to Glenn Simpson and Fusion GPS in your report at all. Let me move on. Now, NBC News has reported the following. Quote, Russian lawyer Natalia Wisniewska says she first received the supposedly incriminating information she brought to Trump Tower describing alleged tax evasion and donation to Democrats from none other than Glenn Simpson, the Fusion GPS owner. You didn't include that in the report, and I assume you're saying that would be
a matter being handled by others at the Department of Justice.
Okay, thank you. Now, your report spends 14 pages discussing the June 9th, 2016 Trump Tower meeting. It would be fair to say, would it not, that you spent significant resources investigating that meeting?
Well, I refer you to the report.
Okay, and President Trump wasn't at the meeting?
No,
you're aware
he was not.
Thank you. Now, in stark contrast to the actions of the Trump campaign, we know that the Clinton campaign did pay Fusion GPS to gather dirt on the Trump campaign from persons associated with foreign governments. But your report doesn't mention a thing about Fusion GPS in it, and you didn't investigate Fusion GPS's connections to Russia. So let me just ask you this. Can you see that from neglecting to mention Glenn Simpson and Fusion GPS's involvement with the Clinton campaign, to focusing on a brief meeting at the Trump Tower that produced nothing, to ignoring the Clinton campaign's own ties to Fusion GPS, why some view your report as a pretty one-sided attack on the president?
Well, I tell you, this is still outside my purview.
All right. And I would just note finally that I guess it's just by chance, by coincidence, that the things left out of the report tended to be favorable to the president. My time's expired.
Thank you, Director Mueller. I'd like to get us back on track here. Your investigation found that President Trump directed White House counsel Don McGahn to fire you. Isn't that correct?
True.
And the president claimed that he wanted to fire you because you had supposed conflicts of interest. Isn't that correct?
True.
Now, you had no conflicts of interest that required your removal. Isn't that a fact?
That's correct.
And in fact, Don McGahn advised the president that the asserted conflicts were, in his words, silly and not real conflicts. Isn't that true?
I refer to the report on that episode.
Well, page 85 of Volume 2 speaks to that. And also, Director Mueller, DOJ ethics officials confirmed that you had no conflicts that would prevent you from serving as special counsel. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
But despite Don McGahn and the Department of Justice guidance, around May 23rd, 2017, the president, quote, prodded McGahn to complain to Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein about these supposed conflicts of interest, correct?
Correct.
And McGahn declined to call Rosenstein, telling the president that it would look like still trying to meddle in the investigation and knocking out Mueller would be another fact used to claim obstruction of justice. Isn't that correct?
Generally so, yes.
And in other words, Director Mueller, the White House counsel told the president that if he tried to remove you, that could be another basis to allege that the president was obstructing justice, correct?
That is generally correct, yes.
Now, I'd like to review what happened after the president was warned about obstructing justice. On Tuesday,
I'm sorry, Congressman, do you have a citation for the?
Yes, volume 2, page 81.
Thank you.
And 82. Now, I'd like to review what happened after the president was warned about obstructing justice. It's true that on Tuesday, June 13th, 2017, the president dictated a press statement stating he had, quote, no intention of firing you, correct?
Correct.
But the following day, June 14th, the media reported for the first time that you were investigating the president for obstructing of justice, correct?
Correct.
And then, after learning for the first time that he was under investigation, the very next day, the president, quote, issued a series of tweets acknowledging the existence of the obstruction investigation and criticizing it. Isn't that correct?
Generally so.
And then, on Saturday, June 17th, 2 days later, the president called Don McGahn at home from Camp David on a Saturday to talk about you. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
What was the significant about that first weekend phone call that Don McGahn took from President Trump?
Well, I'm going to ask you to rely on what we wrote about those.
Well, you wrote in your report that on at page 85, volume 2, that on Saturday, June 17, 2017, the president called McGahn at home to have the special counsel removed. Now, did the president call Don McGahn more than once that day?
Well, I gave.
I think it was 2 calls.
I'm sorry about that.
On page 85 of your report, you wrote, quote, on the first call, McGahn recalled that the president said something like, quote, you got to do this, you got to call Rod, correct?
Correct.
And your investigation and report found that Don McGahn was perturbed, to use your words, by the president's request to call Rod Rosenstein to fire him. Isn't that correct?
Well, there was a continuous colloquy. There was a continuous involvement of Don McGahn in responding to the president's entreaties.
And he did not want to put himself in the middle of that. He did not want to have a role in asking the Attorney General to fire the special counsel, correct?
Well, I would again refer you to the report and the way it is characterized in the report.
Thank you. At volume 2, page 85, it states that he didn't want to have the Attorney General, he didn't want to have a role in trying to fire the Attorney General. So at this point, I will yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mueller, well, first, let me ask a unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to submit this article, Robert Mueller Unmasked, for the record.
Without objection.
Now, Mr. Mueller, who wrote the 9-minute comments you read at your May 29th press conference?
I'm not going to get into that.
Okay, so that's what I thought. You didn't write it. A 2013 puff piece in the Washingtonian about Comey said basically when Comey called, you drop everything you were doing. It gave examples. You're having dinner with your wife and daughter. Comey calls, you drop everything and go. The article quoted Comey as saying, if a train were coming down the track, and I quote, at least Bob Mueller will be standing on the tracks with me. Yeah. You and James Comey have been good friends or were good friends for many years, correct?
No, we were business associates. We both started off in the Justice Department about this.
You were good friends. You can work together and not be friends, but you and Comey were friends.
We were friends.
That's my question. Thank you for getting to the answer. Now, before you were appointed as special counsel, had you talked to James Comey in the preceding 6 months?
No.
When you were appointed as special counsel, Was President Trump's firing of Comey something you anticipated investigating, potentially obstruction of justice?
I'm not going to get into that. That's internal deliberations in the Justice Department.
Actually, it goes to your credibility, and maybe you've been away from the courtroom for a while. Credibility is always relevant. It's always material, and that goes for you, too. You're a witness before us. Let me ask you, when you talked to President Trump the day before he appointed you, or you were appointed as special counsel, you were talking to him about the FBI director position again. Did he mention the firing of James Comey?
Not as a candidate. I was asked.
Did he mention the firing of James Comey in your discussion with him?
Cannot remember.
Pardon?
Cannot remember. Don't believe so, but I'm not going to be specific.
You don't remember. But if he did, you could have been a fact witness as to the president's comments and state of mind on firing James Comey.
I suppose that's possible.
Yeah. So most prosecutors want to make sure there's no appearance of impropriety, but in your case, you hired a bunch of people that did not like the president. Let me ask you, when did you first learn of Peter Strzok's animus toward Donald Trump?
In the summer of 2017.
You didn't know before he was hired?
I'm sorry? What did
you didn't know before he was hired for your team?
Know what?
Peter Strzok hated Trump.
Okay.
You didn't know that before he was made part of your team. Is that what you're saying?
I did not know that.
All right. When did you first learn?
When we did find out, I acted swiftly to have him reassigned elsewhere in the FBI.
Well, there's some discussion about how swift that was. But when did you learn of the ongoing affair he was having with Lisa Page?
About the same time I learned from Strzok.
Did you ever order anybody to investigate the deletion of all of their texts off of their government phones?
Once we found that Peter Strzok was an author of...
Did you ever order... Well, you're not answering my question. Did you order an investigation into deletion and reformatting of their government phones?
No, there was an IG investigation ongoing.
Well, listen, regarding collusion or conspiracy, you didn't find evidence of any agreement, I'm quoting you, among the Trump campaign officials and any Russia-linked individuals to interfere with our U.S. election, correct?
Correct.
So you also note in the report that an element of any of those obstructions you referenced requires a corrupt state of mind, correct?
Corrupt intent, correct.
Right. And if somebody knows they did not conspire with anybody from Russia to affect the election, and they see the big Justice Department with people that hate that person coming after them, and then a special counsel appointed who hires dozen or more people that hate that person, and he knows he's innocent. He's not corruptly acting in order to see that justice is done. What he's doing is not obstructing justice. He is pursuing justice. And the fact that you ran it out 2 years means you perpetuated injustice.
I take your question.
Gentleman's time has expired. The witness may answer the question.
I take your question.
The gentleman from Florida.
Director Mueller, I'd like to get back to your findings covering June of 2017. There was a bombshell article that reported that the President of the United States was personally under investigation for obstruction of justice. And you said in your report on page 90, volume 2, and I quote, "News of the obstruction investigation prompted the President to call McGahn and seek to have the special counsel removed," close quote. And then in your report, you wrote about multiple calls from the President to White House counsel Don McGahn. And regarding the second call, you wrote, and I quote, "McGahn recalled that the President was more direct, saying something like, 'Call Rod. Tell Rod that Mueller has conflicts and can't be the special counsel.' McGahn recalled the President telling him, 'Mueller has to go, and call me back when you do it.'" Director Mueller, did McGahn understand what the President was ordering him to do?
I direct you to what we've written in the report in terms of characterizing his feelings.
And in the report, it says, quote, McGahn understood the president to be saying that the special counsel had to be removed. You also said on page 86 that, quote, McGahn considered the president's request to be an inflection point, and he wanted to hit the brakes, and he felt trapped, and McGahn decided he had to resign. McGahn took action to prepare to resign. Isn't that correct?
I direct you again to the report.
And in fact, that very day he went to the White House, and quoting your report, you said, quote, he then drove to the office to pack his belongings and submit his resignation letter, close quote.
That is directly from the report.
It is. And before he resigned, however, he called the president's chief of staff, Reince Priebus, and he called the president's senior advisor, Steve Bannon. Do you recall what McGahn told them?
Whatever he was said will appear in the report.
It is. And it says on page 87, quote, Priebus recalled that McGahn said that the president asked him to do crazy expletive. In other words, crazy stuff. The White House counsel thought that the president's request was completely out of bounds. He said the president asked him to do something crazy. It was wrong. And he was prepared to resign over it. Now, these are extraordinarily troubling events, but you found White House counsel McGahn to be a credible witness. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Director Mueller, the most important question I have for you today is why? Director Mueller, why did the President of the United States want you fired?
I can't answer that question.
Well, on page 89 in your report on volume 2, you said, and I quote, substantial evidence indicates that the president's attempts to remove the special counsel were linked to the special counsel's oversight of investigations that involve the president's conduct, and most immediately, to reports that the president was being investigated for potential obstruction of justice, close quote. Director Mueller, you found evidence, as you lay out in your report, that the president wanted to fire you because you were investigating him for obstruction of justice. Isn't that correct?
That's what it says in the report, yes. And I stand behind the report.
Director Mueller, that shouldn't happen in America. No president should be able to escape investigation by abusing his power. But that's what you testified to in your report. The president ordered you fired. The White House counsel knew it was wrong. The president knew it was wrong. In your report, it says there's also evidence the president knew he should not have made those calls to McGahn. But the president did it anyway. He did it anyway. Anyone else who blatantly interfered with a criminal investigation like yours would be arrested and indicted on charges of obstruction of justice. Director Mueller, you determined that you were barred from indicting a sitting president. We've already talked about that today. That is exactly why this committee must hold the president accountable. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Alabama.
Director Mueller, you just said in response to two different lines of questionings that you would refer, as it relates to this firing discussion, that I would refer you to the report and the way it was characterized in the report. Importantly, the president never said fire Mueller or in the investigation, and one doesn't necessitate the other. And McGahn, in fact, did not resign. He stuck around for a year and a half. On March 24th, Attorney General Barr informed the committee that he had received the special counsel's report, and it was not until April 18th that the Attorney General released the report to Congress and the public. When you submitted your report to the Attorney General, did you deliver a redacted version of the report so that he would be able to release it to Congress and the public without delay, pursuant to his announcement of his intention to do so during his confirmation hearing?
I'm not going to engage in discussion about what happened after the production of our report.
Had the Attorney General asked you to provide a redacted version of the report?
We worked on the redacted versions together.
Did he ask you for a version where the grand jury material was separated?
Not going to get into details.
Is it your belief that an unredacted version of the report could be released to Congress or the public?
That's not within my purview.
Rule 6E material. Why did you not take a similar action so Congress could view this material?
We had a process that we were operating on with the Attorney General's office.
Are you aware of any Attorney General going to court to receive similar permission to unredact 6E material?
I'm not aware of that being done.
The Attorney General released the special counsel's report with minimal redactions to the public and an even lesser redacted version to Congress. Did you write the report with the expectation that it would be released publicly?
No, we did not have an expectation. We wrote the report understanding that it was demanded by the statute and would go to the Attorney General for further review.
And pursuant to the special counsel regulations, who is the only party that must receive the charging decision resulting from the special counsel's investigation?
With regard to the president or generally?
No, generally.
Attorney General?
At Attorney General Barr's confirmation hearing, he made it clear that he intended to release your report to the public. Do you remember how much of your report had been written at that point?
Do not.
Were there significant changes in tone or substance of the report made after the announcement that the report would be made available to Congress and the public?
I can't get into that.
During the Senate testimony of Attorney General William Barr, Senator Kamala Harris asked Mr. Barr if he had looked at all the underlying evidence that the special counsel's team had gathered. He stated that he had not. So I'm going to ask you, did you personally review all of the underlying evidence gathered in your investigation?
Well, to the extent that it came through the special counsel's office, yes.
Did any single member of your team review all the underlying evidence gathered during the course of your investigation?
As has been recited here today, a substantial amount of work was done, whether it be search warrants or
My point is there was no one member of the team that looked at everything.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay. It's fair to say that in an investigation as comprehensive as yours, it's normal that different members of the team would have reviewed different sets of documents, and few, if anyone, would have reviewed all of the underlying.
Thank you, yes.
How many of the approximately 500 interviews conducted by the special conference did you attend personally?
Very few.
On March 27, 2019, you wrote a letter to the Attorney General essentially complaining about the media coverage of your report. You wrote, and I quote, "The summary letter the department sent to Congress and released to the public late in the afternoon of March 24 did not fully capture the context, nature, and substance of this office work and conclusions. We communicated that concern to the department on the morning of March 25th. There is now public confusion about critical aspects of the result of our investigation." Who wrote that March 27th letter?
Well, I can't get into who wrote it, the internal deliberation.
But you signed it.
What I will say is the letter stands for itself.
Okay. Why did you write a formal letter since you had already called the Attorney General to express those concerns?
I can't get into that, internal deliberations.
Did you authorize the letter's release to the media, or was it leaked?
I have no knowledge on either.
Well, you went nearly 2 years without a leak. Why was this letter leaked?
I can't get into it.
Was this letter written and leaked for the express purpose of attempting to change the narrative about the conclusions of your report? And was anything in Attorney General Barr's letter referred to as principal conclusions inaccurate?
The time of the gentlelady has expired.
Can you answer the question, please?
And the question is?
Yes, you may answer the question.
Was anything in Attorney General Barr's letter referred to as the principal conclusions letter dated March 24th inaccurate?
Well, I am not going to get into that.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. The gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Mueller, as you know, we are focusing on 5 obstruction episodes today. I would like to ask you about the second of those 5 obstruction episodes. It is in the section of your report, beginning on page 113 of Volume 2, entitled, quote, "The President orders McGahn to deny that the President tried to fire the special counsel," end quote. On January 25th, 2018, the New York Times reported that, quote, "The President had ordered McGahn to have the Department of Justice fire you." Is that correct?
Correct.
And that story related to the events you already testified about here today, the President's calls to McGahn to have you removed, correct?
Correct.
After the news broke, did the President go on TV and deny the story?
Do not know.
In fact, the President said, quote, "Fake news, folks, fake news, a typical New York Times fake story," end quote, correct?
Correct.
But your investigation actually found substantial evidence that McGahn was ordered by the President to fire you, correct?
Yes.
Did the President's personal lawyer do something the following day in response to that news report?
I'd refer you to the coverage of this in the report.
On page 114, quote, "On January 26, 2018, the President's personal counsel called McGahn's attorney and said that the President wanted McGahn to put out a statement denying that he had been asked to fire the special counsel," end quote. Did McGahn do what the President asked?
I refer you to the report.
Communicating through his personal attorney, McGahn refused because he said, quote, that the Times story was accurate in reporting that the President wanted the special counsel removed. Isn't that right?
I believe it is, but I refer you again to the report.
Okay, so Mr. McGahn, through his personal attorney, told the President that he was not going to lie. Is that right?
True.
Did the President drop the issue?
I refer to the write-up of this in the report.
Okay, next, the President told the White House staff secretary, Rob Porter, to try to pressure McGahn to make a false denial. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What did he actually direct Porter to do?
And I would send you back to the report.
Okay, well, on page 113, it says, quote, "The President then directed Porter to tell McGahn to create a record to make it clear that the President never directed McGahn to fire you," end quote. Is that correct?
That is, as it's stated in the report.
And you found, quote, "The President said he wanted McGahn to write a letter to the file for our records," correct?
Correct.
And to be clear, the President is asking his White House counsel, Don McGahn, to create a record that McGahn believed to be untrue while you were in the midst of investigating the President for obstruction of justice, correct?
Generally correct.
And Mr. McGahn was an important witness in that investigation, wasn't he?
I'd have to say yes.
Did the President tell Porter to threaten McGahn if he didn't create the written denial?
I refer you to the write-up of it in the report.
In fact, didn't the President say, quote, and this is on page 116, "If he doesn't write a letter, then maybe I'll have to get rid of him," end quote?
Yes.
Did Porter deliver that threat?
I again refer you to the discussion that's found on page 115.
Okay, but the President still didn't give up, did he? So the President told McGahn directly to deny that the President told him to have you fired. Can you tell me exactly what happened?
I can't beyond what's in the report.
Well, on page 116, it says the President met him in the Oval Office. Quote, "The President began the Oval Office meeting by telling McGahn that the New York Times story didn't look good and McGahn needed to correct it." Is that correct?
It's correct. So, as it's written in the report, yes.
The President asked McGahn whether he would do a correction, and McGahn said no. Correct?
That's accurate.
Well, Mr. Mueller, thank you for your investigation uncovering this very disturbing evidence. My friend, Mr. Richmond, will have additional questions on the subject. However, it is clear to me if anyone else had ordered a witness to create a false record and cover up acts that are subject of a law enforcement investigation, that person would be facing criminal charges. I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Ohio.
Director, the FBI interviewed Joseph Mifsud on February 10th, 2017. In that interview, Mr. Mifsud lied. You point this out on page 193, volume 1. Mifsud denied. Mifsud also falsely stated. In addition, Mifsud omitted. 3 times he lied to the FBI, yet you didn't charge him with the crime.
Excuse me, did you say one? I'm sorry, did you say 193?
Volume 1, 193. He lied 3 times. You pointed out in the report. Why didn't you charge him with the crime?
I can't get into internal deliberations with regard who would or would not be.
Charge a lot of other people for making false statements. Let's remember this. Let's remember this. In 2016, the FBI did something they probably haven't done before. They spied on 2 American citizens associated with a presidential campaign, George Papadopoulos and Carter Page. With Carter Page, they went to the FISA court. They used the now famous dossier as part of the reason they were able to get the warrant and spy on Carter Page for a better part of a year. With Mr. Papadopoulos, they didn't go to the court. They used human sources. All kinds of, from about the moment Papadopoulos joins the Trump campaign, you got all these people all around the world starting to swirl around him. Names like Halper, Downer, Mifsud, Thompson, meeting in Rome, London, all kinds of places. The FBI even sent a lady posing as somebody else, went by the name Azra Turk, even dispatched her to London to spy on Mr. Papadopoulos. In one of these meetings, Mr. Papadopoulos is talking to a foreign diplomat, and he tells the diplomat, Russians have dirt on Clinton. That diplomat then contacts the FBI, and the FBI opens an investigation based on that fact. You point this out on page 1 of the report. July 31st, 2016, they open the investigation based on that piece of information. Diplomat tells Papadopoulos, Russians have dirt, Papadopoulos tells a diplomat, Russians have dirt on Clinton. Diplomat tells the FBI. What I'm wondering is, who told Papadopoulos? How'd he find out?
I can't get into the evidentiary finding.
Yes, you can, because you wrote about it. You gave us the answer. Page 192 of the report, you tell us who told him. Joseph Mifsud. Joseph Mifsud's a guy who told Papadopoulos. The mysterious professor who lives in Rome and London, teaches in 2 different universities. This is the guy who told Papadopoulos. He's the guy who starts it all. And when the FBI interviews him, he lies 3 times, and yet you don't charge him with a crime. You charge Rick Gates for false statements. You charge Paul Manafort for false statements. You charge Michael Cohen with false statements. You charge Michael Flynn, a 3-star general, with false statements. But the guy who puts the country through this whole saga, starts it all for 3 years we've lived this now, he lies, and you guys don't charge him. And I'm curious as to why.
Well, we can't get into it, and it's obvious, I think, that we can't get into charging decisions.
When the FBI interviewed him in February, FBI interviews him in February, when the special counsel's office interviewed Mifsud, did he lie to you guys too?
Can't get into that.
Did you interview Mifsud?
Can't get into that.
Is Mifsud Western intelligence or Russian intelligence?
Can't get into that.
A lot of things you can't get into. What's interesting, you can charge 13 Russians no one's ever heard of, no one's ever seen, no one's ever going to hear of them, no one's ever going to see them. You can charge them. You can charge all kinds of people who are around the president with false statements. But the guy who launches the guy who puts this whole story in motion, you can't charge him. I think that's amazing.
I'm not certain I agree with your characterizations.
Well, I'm reading from your report. Mifsud told Papadopoulos. Papadopoulos tells the diplomat tells the FBI opens the investigation July 31st, 2016, and here we are 3 years later, July of 2019, the country's been put through this, and the central figure who launches it all lies to us, and you guys don't hunt him down and interview him again, and you don't charge him with a crime. Now, here's the good news. Here's the good news. The president was falsely accused of conspiracy. The FBI does a 10-month investigation, and James Comey, when we deposed him a year ago, told us at that point they had nothing. You do a 22-month investigation. At the end of that 22 months, you find no conspiracy. And what's the Democrats want to do? They want to keep investigating. They want to keep going. Maybe a better course of action is to figure out how the false accusation started. Maybe it's to go back and actually figure out why Joseph Mifsud was lying to the FBI. And here's the good news. Here's the good news. That's exactly what Bill Barr is doing. And thank goodness for that. That's exactly what the Attorney General and John Durham are doing. They're going to find out why we went through this three-year saga and get to the bottom of it.
Time of the gentleman has expired. In a moment, we will take a very brief 5-minute break. First, I ask everyone in the room to please remain seated and quiet while the witness exits the room. I also want to announce to those in the audience that you may not be guaranteed your seat if you leave the hearing room at this time.
Well, we've now just witnessed over an hour of members of the House Judiciary Committee questioning or shouting and sometimes making their point of views in an attempt to get the special counsel Robert Mueller to explain more of what was in this report. Major, your take? So
there are two central questions at the heart of all of this. Did the president conspire to influence an election with a hostile foreign power? It's clear, no. The Mueller report is clear on that. Did that investigation into that underlying question start on illegitimate means? Republicans are trying to use this hearing to inject, if not evidentiary proof of that, at least some doubt in the public minds. Democrats are spending all of their time going meticulously through the report on the obstruction of justice charge. Mueller is backing them up on things they've read from the report. But that doesn't solve the underlying question, which is, what are House Democrats going to do with what they say is clear evidence of possible obstruction? There's only one answer to that question. Yes or no. Do you impanel an impeachment proceeding or do you not? After this hearing, they may come to more clarity about this, but in terms of revelations, what we heard is the report read out loud. That's not a revelation. It may prove politically helpful to Democrats, but they're going to have to do more, it seems to me, to move them off of their position of structural reluctance to go down the road of impeachment.
Legal expert Jonathan Turley joins us as well. We knew going into this that Robert Mueller was a reluctant witness. He was subpoenaed to testify. He wanted the report to be his statement. He did not want to take questions on this. The Justice Department also weighed in with a letter, prescribed what he could say. What should we make of Robert Mueller's very short, monosyllabic answers, in many ways not even elaborating at all at what's in this report?
Well, I think he's sticking to what we thought would happen. He is the reluctant witness. Some of what he says is, I have to say, somewhat confusing. He's refusing to talk about things that Bill Barr has already talked about, things that are not privileged. Things like Barr raised this issue of why Mueller did not identify Rule 60 information or grand jury information. Barr basically said it was Mueller that delayed the release of the report. All of that was previously testified to, and Mueller said, I really can't speak to that. I don't know the legal basis for that. But the Democrats did get some good stuff out of Mueller. You know, Mueller said that when he spoke with the president after the firing of Comey, he did not speak to him about the possibility of replacing Comey. Now, that's a direct contradiction to Trump. And of course, the hearing began with what may be the home run hit for the Democrats, which is when Mueller simply said, it is simply not true what the president has said, that he would be exonerated. Now, for all of that, the Republicans did score a few points themselves, and some of it they ended up getting sort of caught up in their own gears. But one point they raised is it said, look, your mandate was to explain your prosecutorial decisions or your decision not to indict. And they said, that's a shall duty. You have to do that. And yet you said, I don't have enough information to exonerate him. And the Republicans scored some points to say, well, where's that duty come from? Where's this policy that you can say, we didn't find evidence of a crime, but we didn't exonerate him? That's not the standard of the Department of Justice, and they're right. Prosecutors don't say that as a general. And I thought that the Mueller points looked a little bit befuddled on those issues. I don't think he did as well on those issues.
And this last exchange with Representative Jim Jordan, Republican of Ohio, about Joseph Nifsud and this person who told George Papadopoulos about this information, which he then conveyed to a foreign diplomat, which then went to the FBI.
The dirt on the Clinton campaign.
Right. Robert Mueller would not describe any part of their decisions about that underlying set of facts. His reluctance to engage on that, which may fit within the requirements of his office creates an opening for Republicans, because for this process, for Republicans and those who support President Trump, any set of questions or lack of answers they get from Robert Mueller on these underlying questions of the fairness or any potential bias in this investigation give them something to hold on to politically. Why to stick with the president, which they've had a very good.
And are those attempts to distract from what are the major findings of the report, which is that the Russians' systemic effort to influence our elections, and two, that there were at least 10 instances of potential obstruction of justice by the President of the United States, with his own staff?
They would not call them distractions. They would call them part of this record. But they do create this other space for which people who are sympathetic to the president can land on. Mm-hmm. And in any encounter where law and politics are involved, or even in straight law, juries need a place to land.
Right.
Where do you help land the jury? Republicans are trying to land Republicans, sympathizers to the president, on this place. There's something fishy about how all this got started.
Well, I think that part of the dynamic here is everyone's trying to outrage everyone else to get on evening news. And so this is sort of the theater of the macabre. But
I noticed that, too.
But I actually thought another score for the Democrats was that Mueller said, they said, look, isn't it true that Trump was doing these things because you were investigating him for obstruction of justice? And Mueller answered that question and said, yes. Mm-hmm. Now, that is a very significant
And that's what the Attorney General Barr has said, that a lot of these actions were because the president was frustrated.
Right. And so that went to the heart that there's non-criminal motivations here. And so this gets back to Major's point, which is you do have this sort of two separate hearings going on. If you listen only to the Democrats, only to the Republicans, you'd be surprised they're talking about the same person, same report. Mm-hmm. But with the Democrats, you are left with this issue of they're saying, look, this is powerful evidence of obstruction. And yet saying, oh, okay, well, you're the Judiciary Committee. You have the ability to impeach him.
Right.
What are you going to do? Yeah.
I want to bring in Paula Reed, who is standing by at the White House and, of course, has been covering this investigation from the very beginning. Describe the nuance in those questions about obstruction.
It's all about the questions, Nora. If you only expect to get a yes, no, I refer you to page 106. You can see that these lawmakers have carefully crafted these questions to try to get in any facts that they want to highlight. And we should be clear that on obstruction, Mueller didn't say that he didn't have sufficient evidence. He was clear. He said he could not exonerate the president, but under the Justice Department's guidelines, he did not feel he could actually charge the president with a crime because he couldn't be put on trial. He couldn't just accuse someone of something and then not give him the opportunity in any way to clear his name if he was innocent. And he suggested that the proper channel for that, of course, would be Congress. And that's something the Democrats were really hammering him on. And right out of the gate, they got Mueller to confirm that, in fact, the president could potentially be charged with obstruction crimes after he leaves office. Now, Republicans are likely disappointed that Mueller does not want to really delve into any questions about the origins of the investigation. But as you saw right there with Representative Jordan, he was able to pack a lot in his questions. Sort of every salacious accusation about George Papadopoulos, put it all in your question. He didn't even need Mueller to respond. He was able to communicate his concerns about any political motivations at the outset of this investigation in his questions alone.
And we noticed, Paula, that according to a CBS News count, that Robert Mueller gave 41 one-word answers, either a yes or a no. We knew that he was not going to be verbose or loquacious during these particular hearings and would frequently refer to what is already in that report. Did you find anything else unusual about his answers?
Well, I'd say the yes-no answers, that's just good lawyering, Nora. I would advise him to do the same. But this appearance is certainly a contrast to his previous appearances before Congress. He does seem a little bit different here, a little unsure of himself. He frequently asked them to repeat questions, and he did have trouble in a few instances properly recalling names or terms or aspects of his report and investigation that we would have expected to come to him a little bit sooner.
All right, Paula Reed, there outside the White House. And Paula mentioned this key point, which I think is worth drilling down on. It was talked about in the hearing. It's also right here what Mueller said about the OLC opinion, the Office of Legal Counsel, about whether you can charge a president of the United States with obstruction of justice. And what Mueller tries to make clear, and actually he said this in his May 29 statement at the Justice Department, is that the OLC opinion says that the Constitution requires a process other than the criminal justice system to formally accuse a sitting president of wrongdoing. Why, he says? Because it would be unfair to potentially accuse someone of a crime when there can be no court resolution of the actual charge. Right. Do you understand? So what he's saying is it would have been completely unfair to even say that he could have done this because there's no other remedy other than Congress. That is their job according to the Constitution. Fair? Do you agree with that?
I don't agree with it, and a lot of people don't with the OLC opinions. Those opinions are well known. I testified on that in the Clinton impeachment when one of those opinions was just coming out. Nothing in the OLC opinion memos say anything about accusing a president. They say you can't indict a president. And I think this is going to be coming up in this next round of questions, I assume, because the big question for Mueller, this is a weak point for him, is, look, a lot of people disagree with you on the OLC memos, that there's nothing in there that says you can't allege a crime. It says you can't indict a sitting president. So the big question is, if you weren't going to reach this conclusion, why didn't you tell someone? Why didn't you go to OLC? That's what they do. When you have a question about policy, you go to OLC and say, is this what you meant?
Right. But because originally, though, this investigation, the special counsel, was about the Russian interference. It wasn't initially about the president's behavior. The president's behavior came about because of this investigation in many instances.
Looks like we're getting ready to reconvene.
Yes.
But we'll continue the conversation until Chairman Nadler reconvenes the committee formally. The underlying question for Robert Mueller and his whole team, and since he's the only witness, he has to come around to answer this. If you were not going to allege, why did you investigate? Now, he said, look, you should investigate, but Republicans are saying that doesn't fit within the parameters of your mandate. And if you weren't going to allege or indict, then why all this time to look into the president's behavior? Well, there's an argument for that, because the president's behavior is a legitimate place of inquiry. And whether or not it fits within our level of comfort for the chief executive, the highest political officer in the land, is separate from a whole legal determination about whether that's indictable or not. I think he ought to be able to say that.
Can I make one other point, too? The president repeatedly, when news organizations reported instances, for instance, that he had directed Don McGahn, his White House counsel, to fire the special counsel. Those were press reports at the time. The president derided those as fake news and not true. It turns out the president was lying.
Yes. Now, they've said today, and the president has said, I never used the word fire. And he ultimately wasn't fired. Phraseology matters, but intent is clear here. The intent of the president was to try to end this and to get his White House counsel to lean on the Deputy Attorney General to end or circumscribe this investigation. Why?
All right, questioning resumes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mueller, Congressman Deutsch addressed Trump's request to McGahn to fire you. Representative Bass talked about the president's request of McGahn to deny the fact that the president made that request. So I want to pick up where they left off, and I want to pick up with the president's personal lawyer. In fact, there was evidence that the president's personal lawyer was alarmed at the prospect of the president meeting with Mr. McGahn to discuss Mr. McGahn's refusal to deny the New York Times report about the president trying to fire you, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the president's counsel was so alarmed by the prospect of the president's meeting with McGahn that he called Mr. McGahn's counsel and said that McGahn could not resign no matter what happened in the Oval Office that day, correct?
Correct.
So it's accurate to say that the president knew that he was asking McGahn to deny facts that McGahn, quote, had repeatedly said were accurate, unquote. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Your investigation also found, quote, by the time of the Oval Office meeting with the president was aware, one, that McGahn did not think the story was false, two, did not want to issue a statement or create a written record denying facts that McGahn believed to be true. The president nevertheless persisted and asked McGahn to repudiate facts that McGahn had repeatedly said were accurate. Isn't that correct?
Generally true.
I believe that's on page 119. Thank you. In other words, the president was trying to force McGahn to say something that McGahn did not believe to be true.
That's accurate.
I want to reference you to a slide, and it's on page 120. And it says, substantial evidence indicates that in repeatedly urging McGahn to dispute that he was ordered to have the special counsel terminated, the president acted for the purpose of influencing McGahn's account in order to deflect or prevent further scrutiny of the president's conduct towards the investigation.
It's accurate.
Can you explain what you meant there?
I'm just going to believe it and as it appears in the report.
So it's fair to say the president tried to protect himself by asking staff to falsify records relevant to an ongoing investigation.
I would say that's generally a summary.
Would you say that that action, the president tried to hamper the investigation by asking staff to falsify records relevant to your investigation?
I'm just going to refer you to the report, if I could, for review of that episode.
Thank you. Also, the president's attempt to get McGahn to create a false written record were related to Mr. Trump's concerns about your obstruction of justice inquiry, correct?
I believe that to be true.
In fact, at that same Oval Office meeting, did the president also ask McGahn why he had told, quote, why he had told special counsel's office investigators that the president told him to have you removed, unquote?
And what was the question, sir, if I might?
Let me go to the next one. The president, quote, criticized McGahn for telling your office about the June 17, 2017 events when he told McGahn to have you removed, correct?
Correct.
In other words, the president was criticizing his White House counsel for telling law enforcement officials what he believed to be the truth.
I again go back to the text of the report.
Well, let me go a little bit further. Would it have been a crime if Mr. McGahn had lied to you about the president ordering him to fire you?
I don't want to speculate.
Okay. Is it true that you charged multiple people associated with the president for lying to you during your investigation?
That is accurate.
The president also complained that his staff were taking notes during the meeting about firing McGahn. Is that correct?
That's what the report says. Yeah, the report.
But in fact, it's completely appropriate for the president's staff, especially his counsels, to take notes during a meeting, correct?
Well, I rely on the wording of the report.
Well, thank you, Director Mueller, for your investigation into whether the president attempted to obstruct justice by ordering his White House counsel, Don McGahn, to lie to protect the president and then to create a false record about it. It is clear that any other person who engaged in such conduct would be charged with a crime. We will continue our investigation and we will hold the president accountable because no one is above the law.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Florida.
Director Mueller, can you state with confidence that the Steele dossier was not part of Russia's disinformation campaign?
No, as I said in my opening statement, that part of the building of the case predated me, and by at least 10 months.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Manafort's alleged crimes regarding tax evasion predated you. You had no problem charging them. And matter of fact, this Steele dossier predated the Attorney General, and he didn't have any problem answering the question. When Senator Cornyn asked the Attorney General the exact question I asked you, Director, the Attorney General said, and I'm quoting, "No, I can't state that with confidence." And that's one of the areas I'm reviewing. I'm concerned about it, and I don't think it's entirely speculative. Now, if something is not entirely speculative, then it must have some factual basis, but you identify no factual basis regarding the dossier or the possibility that it was part of the Russia disinformation campaign. Now, Christopher Steele's reporting is referenced in your report. Steele reported to the FBI that senior Russian foreign ministry figures, along with other Russians, told him that there was, and I'm quoting from the Steele dossier, extensive evidence of conspiracy between the Trump campaign team and the Kremlin. So here's my question. Did Russians really tell that to Christopher Steele, or did he just make it all up and was he lying to the FBI?
Let me back up a second, if I could, and say, as I said earlier, with regard to Steele, that's beyond my purview.
No, it is exactly your purview, Director Mueller, and here's why. Only one of two things is possible, right? Either Steele made this whole thing up and there were never any Russians telling him of this vast criminal conspiracy that you didn't find, or Russians lied to Steele. Now, if Russians were lying to Steele to undermine our confidence in our duly elected president, that would seem to be precisely your purview, because you stated in your opening that the organizing principle was to fully and thoroughly investigate Russia's interference. But you weren't interested in whether or not Russians were interfering through Christopher Steele. And if Steele was lying, then you should have charged him with lying like you charged a variety of other people, but you say nothing about this in your report.
Well,
Meanwhile, Director, you're quite loquacious on other topics. You write 3,500 words about the June 9 meeting between the Trump campaign and Russian lawyer Veselnitskaya. You write on page 103 of your report that the president's legal team suggested, and I'm quoting from your report, that the meeting might have been a setup by individuals working with the firm that produced the Steele reporting. So I'm going to ask you a very easy question, Director Mueller. On the week of June 9, who did Russian lawyer Veselnitskaya meet with more frequently? The Trump campaign or Glenn Simpson, who was functionally acting as an operative for the Democratic National Committee?
Well, what I think is missing here is the fact that this is under investigation elsewhere in the Justice Department. And if I can finish, sir, and consequently, it's not within my purview. Department of Justice and FBI should be responsive to questions on this particular issue.
It is absurd to suggest that a operative for the Democrats was meeting with this Russian lawyer the day before and the day after the Trump Tower meeting, and yet that's not something you referenced. Now, Glenn Simpson testified under oath. He had dinner with Veselnitskaya the day before and the day after this meeting with the Trump team. Do you have any basis, as you sit here today, to believe that Steele was lying?
As I said before, and I'll say again, it's not my purview. Others are investigating what you
So it's not your purview to look into whether or not Steele's lying. It's not your purview to look into whether or not anti-Trump Russians are lying to Steele. And it's not your purview to look at whether or not Glenn Simpson was meeting with the Russians the day before and the day after you write 3,500 words about the Trump campaign meeting. So I'm wondering how these decisions are guided. I look at the Inspector General's report. I'm citing from page 404 of the Inspector General's report. It states, Page stated, Trump's not ever going to be president, right? Right. Strzok replied, no, he's not. We'll stop it. Also in the Inspector General's report, there's someone identified as Attorney Number 2. Attorney Number 2, this is page 419, replied, hell no, and then added, viva la resistance. Attorney Number 2 in the Inspector General's report and Strzok both worked on your team, didn't they?
Pardon me? Can you ask?
They both worked on your team, didn't they?
I know. I heard Strzok. Who else were you talking about?
Attorney Number 2 identified in the Inspector General's report.
Okay. And the question was?
Did he work for you? The guy who said viva la resistance.
Peter Strzok worked for me for a period of time, yes.
Yeah, but so did the other guy that said viva la resistance. And here's what I'm kind of noticing, Director Mueller. When people associated with Trump lied, you threw the book at him. When Christopher Steele lied, nothing. And so it seems to be that when Glenn Simpson met with Russians, nothing. When the Trump campaign met with Russians, 3,500 words. And maybe the reason why there are this discrepancies in what you focused on is because the team was so biased.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Pledged to stop Trump.
Jeffries of New York is recognized.
Mr. Mueller, obstruction of justice is a serious crime that strikes at the core of an investigator's effort to find the truth, correct?
Correct.
The crime of obstruction of justice has 3 elements, true?
True.
The first element is an obstructive act, correct?
Correct.
An obstructive act could include taking an action that would delay or interfere with an ongoing investigation as set forth in Volume 2, page 87 and 88 of your report, true?
I'm sorry, could you again repeat the question?
An obstructive act could include taking an action that would delay or interfere with an ongoing investigation.
That's true.
Your investigation found evidence that President Trump took steps to terminate the special counsel, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Mueller, does ordering the termination of the head of a criminal investigation constitute an obstructive act?
That would be.
Let me refer you
to the report.
Let me refer you to page 87 and 88 of Volume 2. where you conclude the attempt to remove the special counsel would qualify as an obstructive act if it would naturally obstruct the investigation and any grand jury proceedings that might flow from the inquiry, correct?
Yes, I've got that now. Thank you.
Thank you. The second element of obstruction of justice is the presence of an obstructive act in connection with an official proceeding. True?
True.
Does the special counsel's criminal investigation into the potential wrongdoing of Donald Trump constitute an official proceeding?
And that's an area which I cannot get into.
Okay. President Trump tweeted on June 16th, 2017, quote, "I am being investigated for firing the FBI director by the man who told me to fire the FBI director. Witch hunt." The June 16th tweet just read was cited on page 89 in Volume 2, constitutes a public acknowledgement by President Trump that he was under criminal investigation, correct?
I think generally correct.
One day later, on Saturday, June 17th, President Trump called White House counsel Don McGahn at home and directed him to fire the special counsel. True?
I believe it to be true. I think I may have stated in response to questions some.
That is correct. President Trump told Don McGahn, quote, "Mueller has to go," close quote. Correct?
Correct.
Your report found on page 89, volume 2, that substantial evidence indicates that by June 17th, the president knew his conduct was under investigation by a federal prosecutor who could present any evidence of federal crimes to a grand jury. True?
True.
The third element, second element having just been satisfied, the third element of the crime of obstruction of justice is corrupt intent. True?
True.
Corrupt intent exists if the president acted to obstruct an official proceeding for the improper purpose of protecting his own interests, correct?
That's generally correct.
Thank you.
The only thing I would say is we are going through the three elements of the proof of the obstruction of justice charges. When the fact of the matter is, we got. Excuse me, just 1 second.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mueller. Let me move on in the interest of time. Upon learning about the appointment of the special counsel, your investigation found that Donald Trump stated to the then Attorney General, quote, "Oh my God, this is terrible. This is the end of my presidency. I'm effed." Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that Donald Trump viewed the special counsel's investigation into his conduct as adverse to his own interests?
I think that generally is true.
The investigation found evidence, quote, that the president knew that he should not have directed Don McGahn to fire the special counsel, correct?
And where do you have that quote?
Page 90, volume 2. There's evidence that the president knew he should not have made those calls to McGahn, close quote.
I see that, yes, that's accurate.
The investigation also found substantial evidence that President Trump repeatedly urged McGahn to dispute that he was ordered to have the special counsel terminated, correct?
Correct.
The investigation found substantial evidence that when the president ordered Don McGahn to fire the special counsel and then lie about it, Donald Trump, 1, committed an obstructive act, 2, connected to an official proceeding, 3, did so with corrupt intent. Those are the elements of obstruction of justice. This is the United States of America. No one is above the law. No one. The president must be held accountable one way or the other.
Let me just say, if I might, I don't subscribe necessarily to your the way you analyze that. I'm not saying it's out of the ballpark, but I'm not supportive of that analytical charge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mueller over here.
Hi.
Hi. I want to start by thanking you for your service. You joined the Marines and led a rifle platoon in Vietnam, where you earned a Bronze Star, Purple Heart, and other commendations. You served as an assistant United States attorney leading the homicide unit here in D.C., U.S. attorney for the District of Massachusetts and later Northern District of California, assistant attorney general for DOJ's criminal division, and the FBI director. So thank you. I appreciate that. But having reviewed your biography, it puzzles me why you handled your duties in this case the way you did. The report contradicts what you taught young attorneys at the Department of Justice, including to ensure that every defendant is treated fairly, or as Justice Sutherland said in the Berger case, a prosecutor is not the representative of an ordinary party to a controversy, but of a sovereignty, whose interest in a criminal prosecution is not that it shall win a case, but that justice shall be done, and that the prosecutor may strike hard blows, but he is not at liberty to strike foul ones. By listing the 10 factual situations and not reaching a conclusion about the merits of the case, you unfairly shifted the burden of proof to the president, forcing him to prove his innocence while denying him a legal forum to do so. And I've never heard of a prosecutor declining a case and then holding a press conference to talk about the defendant. You noted 8 times in your report that you had a legal duty under the regulations to either prosecute or decline charges. Despite this, you disregarded that duty. As a former prosecutor, I'm also troubled with your legal analysis. You discussed 10 separate factual patterns involving alleged obstruction, and then you failed to separately apply the elements of the applicable statutes. I looked at the 10 factual situations, and I read the case law. And I have to tell you, just looking at the Flynn matter, for example, the 4 statutes that you cited for possible obstruction, 1503, 1505, 1512b3, and 1512c2, when I look at those concerning the Flynn matter, 1503 is inapplicable because there wasn't a grand jury or trial jury impaneled, and Director Comey was not an officer of the court as defined by the statute. Section 1505 criminalizes acts that would obstruct or impede administrative proceedings, as those before Congress or an administrative agency. The Department of Justice Criminal Resource Manual states that the FBI investigation is not a pending proceeding. 1512b3 talks about intimidation, threats of force to tamper with a witness. General Flynn at the time was not a witness, and certainly Director Comey was not a witness. And 1512c2 talks about tampering with a record, and as Joe Biden described the statute as being debated on the Senate floor, he called this a statute criminalizing document shredding, and there's nothing in your report that alleges that the president destroyed any evidence. So what I have to ask you, and what I think people are working around in this hearing is, let me lay a little foundation for it. The ethical rules require that a prosecutor have a reasonable probability of conviction to bring a charge. Is that correct?
Sounds generally accurate.
Okay. And the regulations concerning your job as special counsel state that your job is to provide the Attorney General with a confidential report explaining the prosecution or declination decisions reached by your office. You recommended declining prosecution of President Trump and anyone associated with his campaign because there was insufficient evidence to convict for a charge of conspiracy with Russian interference in the 2016 election. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Was there sufficient evidence to convict President Trump or anyone else with obstruction of justice?
We did not make that calculation.
How could you not have made the calculation with the regulation?
The OLC opinion, Office of Legal Counsel, indicates that we cannot indict a sitting president. So one of the tools that a prosecutor would use is not there.
Okay, but let me just stop. You made the decision on the Russian interference. You couldn't have indicted the president on that, and you made the decision on that. But when it came to obstruction, you threw a bunch of stuff up against the wall to see what would stick.
Well,
and that is fundamentally unfair.
I would not agree to that characterization at all. What we did is provide to the Attorney General in the form of a confidential memorandum our understanding of the case. Those cases that were brought, those cases were declined, and that one case where the president cannot be charged with a crime.
Okay, but could you charge the president with a crime after he left office?
Yes.
You believe that you could charge the president of the United States with obstruction of justice after he left office?
Yes.
Ethically, under the ethical standards?
Well, I'm not certain because I haven't looked at the ethical standards, but the OLC opinion says that the prosecutor, while he cannot bring a charge against a sitting president, nonetheless can continue the investigation to see if there are any other persons who might be drawn into the conspiracy.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from Rhode Island.
Director,
Director, as you know, we are specifically focusing on 5 separate obstruction episodes here today. I'd like to ask you about the third episode. It's the section of your report entitled "The President's Efforts to Curtail the Special Counsel Investigation," beginning at page 90. And by curtail, you mean limit, correct?
Correct.
My colleagues have walked through how the President tried to have you fired through the White House counsel, and because Mr. McGahn refused the order, the President asked others to help limit your investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And was Corey Lewandowski one such individual?
And again, can you remind me what character?
Well, Corey Lewandowski is the President's former campaign manager, correct?
Correct.
Did he have any official position in the Trump administration?
I don't believe so.
Your report describes an incident in the Oval Office involving Mr. Lewandowski on June 19, 2017, at volume 2, page 91. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what's the citation, sir?
Page 91.
Of the second volume?
Yes.
And
a meeting in the Oval Office between Mr. Lewandowski and the President.
Okay.
And that was just 2 days after the President called Don McGahn at home and ordered him to fire you. Is that correct?
Apparently so.
So right after his White House counsel, Mr. McGahn, refused to follow the President's order to fire you, the President came up with a new plan, and that was to go around all of his senior advisors and government aides to have a private citizen try to limit your investigation. What did the President tell Mr. Lewandowski to do? Do you recall he dictated a message to Mr. Lewandowski for Attorney General Sessions and asked him to write it down? Is that correct?
True.
And did you and your team see this handwritten message?
I'm not going to get into what we may or may not have included in our investigation.
Okay, the message directed Sessions to give, and I'm quoting from your report, to give a public speech saying that he planned to meet with the special prosecutor to explain this is very unfair and let the special prosecutor move forward with investigating election meddling for future elections. That's at page 91. Is that correct?
Yes, I see that. Thank you. Yes, it is.
In other words, Mr. Lewandowski, a private citizen, was instructed by the President of the United States to deliver a message from the President to the Attorney General that directed him to limit your investigation, correct?
Correct.
And at this time, Mr. Sessions was still recused from oversight of your investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, could you restate?
The Attorney General was recused from oversight.
Yes.
So the Attorney General would have had to violate his own department's rules in order to comply with the President's order, correct?
Well, I'm not going to get into the subsidiary details. Okay. I just refer you again to page 91, 92 of the report.
And if the Attorney General had followed through with the President's request, Mr. Mueller, it would have effectively ended your investigation into the President and his campaign, as you note on page 97, correct?
Could you?
At page 97, you write, and I quote, "Taken together, the President's directives indicate that Sessions was being instructed to tell the special counsel to end the existing investigation into the President and his campaign, with the special counsel being permitted to move forward with investigating election meddling for future elections." Is that correct?
Generally true. Yes, sir.
And it's an unsuccessful attempt to obstruct justice is still a crime. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Lewandowski tried to meet with the Attorney General. Is that right?
True.
And he meet with them in his office so he would be certain there wasn't a public log of the visit.
According to what we gathered for the report.
And the meeting never happened, and the President raised the issue again with Mr. Lewandowski, and this time he said, and I quote, "If Sessions does not meet with you, Lewandowski should tell Sessions he was fired." Correct?
Correct.
So immediately following the meeting with the President, Lewandowski then asked Mr. Dearborn to deliver the message, who's the former Chief of Staff to Mr. Sessions, and Mr. Dearborn refuses to deliver it because he doesn't feel comfortable. Isn't that correct?
Generally correct, yes.
So just so we're clear, Mr. Mueller, 2 days after the White House counsel, Don McGahn, refused to carry out the President's order to fire you, the President directed a private citizen to tell the Attorney General of the United States, who was recused at the time, to limit your investigation to future elections, effectively ending your investigation into the 2016 Trump campaign. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not going to adopt your characterization. I'll say that the facts as laid out in the report are accurate.
Well, Mr. Mueller, in your report, you in fact write at page 97, substantial evidence indicates that the President's effort to have Sessions limit the scope of the special counsel's investigation to future elections interference was intended to prevent further investigative scrutiny of the President and his campaign conduct. Is that correct?
Generally.
And so, Mr. Mueller, you have seen a letter where 1,000 former Republican and Democratic federal prosecutors have read your report and said anyone but the president who committed those acts would be charged with obstruction of justice. Do you agree with those former colleagues, 1,000 prosecutors who came to that conclusion?
Those prosecutors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over here. Thanks. Mr. Mueller, you guys, your team wrote in the report, quote, this is the top of page 2, volume 1, also on page 173, by the way. You said that you'd come to the conclusion that, quote, the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities, close quote. That's an accurate statement, right?
That's accurate.
And I'm curious, when did you personally come to that conclusion?
Can you remind me which paragraph you're adverting to?
Top of page 2.
On 2?
Volume 1.
Okay. And exactly which paragraph are you looking at on 2?
The investigation did not establish.
Of course. I see it. Yes.
See it?
What was your question?
My question now is, when did you personally reach that conclusion?
Well, we were ongoing for 2 years.
Right, you were ongoing, you wrote it at some point during that 2-year period, but at some point you had to come to a conclusion that that I don't think there's not a conspiracy going on here. There was no conspiracy between this president. I'm not talking about the rest of the president's team. I'm talking about this president and the Russians.
As you understand, in developing a criminal case, you get pieces of information, witnesses, and the like, as you make your case.
Right.
And when you make a decision on a particular case depends on a number of factors.
Right, I understand.
So I cannot say specifically that we reached a decision on a particular defendant at a particular point in time.
But it was some time well before you wrote the report. Fair enough? I mean, you wrote the report dealing with a whole myriad of issues. Certainly at some time prior to that report is when you reached the decision that, okay, with regard to the president himself, I don't find anything here. Fair enough?
Well, I'm not certain I do agree with that.
So you waited until the last minute when you were actually writing the report and say, oh, okay. Well,
no, but there are various aspects of the development of
Sure, and that's my point. There are various aspects that happen, but somewhere along the pike, you will come to a conclusion. There's no there for this defendant. Isn't that right? So apparently,
I can't speak.
You can't say when. Fair enough. So you know, I'm not. No, I'm asking the sworn witness. Mr. Mueller, evidence suggests that on May 10th, 2017, at approximately 7:45 a.m., 6 days before the DAG Deputy Attorney General appointed you special counsel, Mr. Rosenstein called you and mentioned the appointment of a special counsel. Not necessarily that you'd be appointed, but that you had a discussion of that. Is that true? May 10th, 2017.
I don't have any. I don't have any knowledge of that occurring.
You don't have any knowledge, or you don't recall?
I don't have any knowledge.
Evidence also suggests
given that what I saw you do, are you questioning that?
Well, I just find it intriguing. Let me just tell you that there's evidence that suggests that phone call took place and that's what was said. So let's move to the next question. Evidence suggests that also on May 12, 2017, 5 days before the DAG appointed you special counsel, you met with Mr. Rosenstein in person. Did you discuss the appointment of a special counsel then? Not necessarily that you, but that there would be a special counsel.
I've gone into waters that don't allow me to give you an answer to that particular question. It relates to the internal discussions he would have in terms of indicting an individual.
It has nothing to do with indictment. It has to do with special counsel and whether you discussed that with Mr. Rosenstein. Evidence also suggests that on May 13th, 4 days before you were appointed special counsel, you met with former Attorney General Sessions and Rosenstein, and you spoke about special counsel. Do you remember that?
Not offhand, no.
Okay. And on May 16th, the day before you were appointed special counsel, you met with the president and Rod Rosenstein. Do you remember having that meeting?
Yes.
And the discussion of the position of FBI director took place. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And did you discuss at any time in that meeting Mr. Comey's termination?
No.
Did you discuss at any time in that meeting the potential appointment of a special counsel? Not necessarily you, but just in general terms.
I can't get into the discussions on that.
How many times did you speak to Mr. Rosenstein before May 17th, which is the day you got appointed, regarding the appointment of special counsel. How many times prior to that did you discuss?
I can't tell you how many times.
Is that because you don't recall, or are you just?
I do not recall.
Okay, thank you. How many times did you speak with Mr. Comey about any investigations pertaining to Russia prior to May 17, 2017? Did you have any?
Not at all.
Zero?
Zero.
Okay. Now, my time has expired. So,
time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from California.
Director Mueller, going back to the president's obstruction via Corey Lewandowski, it was referenced that 1,000 former prosecutors who served under Republican and Democratic administrations with 12,000 years of federal service wrote a letter regarding the president's conduct. Are you familiar with that letter?
I've read about that letter, yes.
And some of the individuals who signed that letter, the statement of former prosecutors, are people you worked with. Is that right?
Quite probably, yes.
People that you respect?
Quite probably, yes.
And in that letter, they said all of this conduct, trying to control and impede the investigation against the president by leveraging his authority over others, is similar to conduct we have seen charged against other public officials and people in powerful positions. Are they wrong?
They have a different case.
Do you want to sign that letter, Director Mueller?
They have a different case.
Director Mueller, thank you for your service, going all the way back to the 60s when you courageously served in Vietnam. Because I have a seat on the Intelligence Committee, I'll have questions later. And because of our limited time, I will ask to enter this letter into the record under unanimous consent. That yield to my colleague from California, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Director Mueller, for your long history of service to our country, including your service as a Marine, where you earned a Bronze Star with a V device. I'd like to now turn to the elements of obstruction of justice as applied to the president's attempts to curtail your investigation. The first element of obstruction of justice requires an obstructive act, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'd like to direct you to page 97 of volume 2 of your report. And you wrote there on page 97, quote, Sessions was being instructed to tell the special counsel to end the existing investigation into the president and his campaign, unquote. That's in the report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That would be evidence of an obstructive act because it would naturally obstruct their investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's turn now to the second element of the crime of obstruction of justice, which requires a nexus to an official proceeding. Again, I'm going to direct you to page 97, the same page of volume 2. And you wrote, quote, by the time of the president's initial one-on-one meeting with Lewandowski on June 19, 2017, the existence of a grand jury investigation supervised by the special counsel was public knowledge. That's in the report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That would constitute evidence of a nexus to an official proceeding because a grand jury investigation is an official proceeding, correct?
Well, yes.
Okay. I'd like to now turn to the final element of the crime of obstruction of justice. On that same page, page 97, do you see where there's the intent section on that page?
I do see
Part
that.
C. All right. Would you be willing to read the first sentence?
And that was starting with?
Substantial evidence.
Indicates that the president's?
Yeah, if you could read that first sentence, would you be willing to do that?
I'm happy to have you read it.
Okay, I will read it then. You wrote, quote, substantial evidence indicates that the president's effort to have Sessions limit the scope of the special counsel's investigation to future election interference was intended to prevent further investigative scrutiny of the president's and his campaign's conduct, unquote. That's in the report, correct?
That is in the report, and I rely what's in the report to indicate what's happened in the paragraphs that we've been discussing.
Thank you. So to recap what we've heard, we have heard today that the president ordered former White House counsel Don McGahn to fire you. The president ordered Don McGahn to then cover that up and create a false paper trail. And now we've heard the president ordered Corey Lewandowski to tell Jeff Sessions to limit your investigation so that you stop investigating the president. I believe a reasonable person looking at these facts could conclude that all three elements of the crime of obstruction of justice have been met. And I'd like to ask you, the reason, again, that you did not indict Donald Trump is because of OLC opinion stating that you cannot indict a sitting president, correct?
That is correct.
The fact that their orders by the president were not carried out. That is not a defense to obstruction of justice because the statute itself is quite broad. It says that as long as you endeavor or attempt to obstruct justice, that would also constitute a crime.
I'm not going to get into that at this juncture.
Okay, thank you. And based on the evidence that we have heard today, I believe a reasonable person could conclude that at least 3 crimes of obstruction of justice by the president occurred. We're going to hear about 2 additional crimes. That would be the witness tamperings of Michael Cohen and Paul Manafort.
Well, the only thing I want to add is that I'm going through the elements with you does not mean that I subscribe to what you're trying to prove through those elements.
The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentlelady from Arizona. I'm sorry, gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mueller, over here. Thanks for joining us today. You had 3 discussions with Rod Rosenstein about your appointment as special counsel, May 10th, May 12th, and May 13th, correct?
If you say so, I have no reason to dispute that.
Then you met with the president on the 16th with Rod Rosenstein present, and then on the 17th you were formally appointed as special counsel. Were you meeting with the president on the 16th with knowledge that you were under consideration for appointment to special counsel?
I did not believe I was under consideration for counsel. I had served 2 terms as FBI director.
So the answer is no.
And the answer is no.
Greg Jarrett describes your office as the team of partisans. And as additional information is coming to light, there's a growing concern that political bias caused important facts to be omitted from your report in order to cast the president unfairly in a negative light. For example, John Dowd, the president's lawyer, leaves a message with Michael Flynn's lawyer on November 17th of 2017. November 2017. The edited version in your report makes it appear that he was improperly asking for confidential information, and that's all we know from your report, except that the judge in the Flynn case ordered the entire transcript released, in which Dowd makes it crystal clear that's not what he was suggesting. So my question is, why did you edit the transcript to hide the exculpatory part of the message?
Well, I'm not certain I would agree with your characterization as we did anything to hide.
Well, you omitted it. You quoted the part where he says we need some kind of heads up just for the sake of protecting all of our interests if we can, but you omitted the portion where he says without giving up any confidential information.
Well, I'm not going to go further in terms of discussing the...
well, let's go on. You extensively discussed Konstantin Kilimnik's activities with Paul Manafort. You describe him as, quote, a Russian-Ukrainian political consultant and longtime employee of Paul Manafort, assessed by the FBI to have ties to Russian intelligence. And again, that's all we know from your report, except we've since learned from news articles that Kilimnik was actually a U.S. State Department intelligence source, yet nowhere in your report is he so identified. Why was that fact?
I don't necessarily credit what you're saying occurred.
Were you aware that Kilimnik was
I'm not going to go into the ins and outs. I'm not going to go in the ins and outs of what we had in the course of our investigation.
Did you interview Konstantin Kilimnik?
Pardon?
Did you interview Konstantin Kilimnik?
I can't go into the discussion of our investigative moves.
And yet that is the basis of your report. Again, the problem we're having is we have to rely on your report for an accurate reflection of the evidence, and we're starting to find out that's not true. For example, your report famously links Russian internet troll farms with the Russian government. Yet at a hearing on May 28th in the Concord Management IRA prosecution that you initiated, the judge excoriated both you and Mr. Barr for producing no evidence to support this claim. Why did you suggest Russia was responsible for the troll farms when in court you've been unable to produce any evidence to support it?
Well, I'm not going to get into that any further than I already have.
But you have left the clear impression throughout the country through your report that it was the Russian government behind the troll farms, and yet when you're called upon to provide actual evidence in court, you fail to do so.
Well, I would again dispute your characterization of what occurred in that proceeding.
In fact, the judge, considered holding prosecutors in criminal contempt. She backed off only after your hastily called press conference the next day in which you retroactively made the distinction between the Russian government and the Russia troll farms. Did your press conference of May 29th have anything to do with the threat to hold your prosecutors in contempt the previous day for publicly misrepresenting the evidence?
What was the question?
The question is, did your May 29th press conference have anything to do with the fact that the previous day the judge threatened to hold your prosecutors in contempt for misrepresenting evidence?
No.
You know, the fundamental problem is, as I said, we've got to take your word. Your team faithfully, accurately, impartially, and completely described all of the underlying evidence in the Mueller report, and we're finding more and more instances where this just isn't the case. And it's starting to look like, having desperately tried and failed to make a legal case against the president, you made a political case instead. You put it in a paper sack, lit it on fire, dropped it on our porch, rang the doorbell, and ran.
I don't think you reviewed a report that is as thorough, as fair, as consistent as the report that we have in front of us.
Then why is contradictory
The time of the gentleman
information
has expired. The
continuing to come out?
gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Director Mueller, let's go to a fourth episode of obstruction of justice in the form of witness tampering, which is urging witnesses not to cooperate with law enforcement, either by persuading them or intimidating them. Witness tampering is a felony punishable by 20 years in prison. You found evidence that the president engaged in efforts, and I quote, to encourage witnesses not to cooperate with the investigation. Is that right?
That's correct. Do you have a citation?
I'm page 7 on volume 2.
Thank you.
Now, one of these witnesses was Michael Cohen, the president's personal lawyer, who ultimately pled guilty to campaign violations based on secret hush money payments to two women the president knew, and also to lying to Congress about the hoped-for $1 billion Trump Tower deal. After the FBI searched Cohen's home, the president called him up personally, he said, to check in and told him to, quote, hang in there and stay strong. Is that right? Do you remember finding that?
If it's in the report as stated, yes, it is right.
Yes. Also in the report, actually, are a series of calls made by other friends of the president. One reached out to say he was with the boss in Mar-a-Lago, and the president said, he loves you. His name is redacted. Another redacted friend called to say, the boss loves you. And a third redacted friend called to say, everyone knows the boss has your back. Do you remember finding that sequence of calls?
Generally, yes.
When the news, and in fact, Cohen said that following the receipt of these messages, I'm quoting here, page 147, volume 2, he believed he had the support of the White House if he continued to toe the party line, and he determined to stay on message and be part of the team. That's at page 147. Do you remember generally finding that?
Generally, yes.
Well, and Robert Costello, a lawyer close to the president's legal team, emailed Cohen to say, quote, you are loved, they are in our corner, sleep well tonight, and you have friends in high places. And that's up on the screen, page 147. You remember reporting that. Okay. Now, when the news first broke that Cohen had arranged payoffs to Stormy Daniels, Cohen faithfully stuck to this party line. He said that publicly that neither the Trump Organization nor the Trump campaign was a party to the transaction, and neither reimbursed him. Trump's personal attorney at that point quickly texted Cohen to say, quote, client says thank you for what you do. Mr. Mueller, who is the capital C client thanking Cohen for what he does?
I can't speak to that.
Okay, the assumption in the context suggests very strongly it's President Trump.
I can't speak to that.
Okay. Cohen later broke and pled guilty to campaign finance offenses and admitted fully they were made, quote, at the direction of candidate Trump. Do you remember that?
Yes.
After Cohen's guilty plea, the president suddenly changed his tune towards Mr. Cohen, didn't he?
I would say I rely on what's in the report.
Well, he made the suggestion that Cohen family members had committed crimes. He targeted, for example, Cohen's father-in-law and repeatedly suggested that he was guilty of committing crimes, right?
Generally accurate.
Okay. On page 154, you give a powerful summary of these changing dynamics. And you said, I'm happy to have you read it, but I'm happy to do it if not.
I have it in front of me. Thank you.
Would you like to read it?
I would.
Can you read it out loud to everybody?
I would be happy to have you read it out.
Okay, fair. We'll read it at the same time. The evidence concerning this sequence of events could support an inference that the president used inducements in the form of positive messages in an effort to get Cohen not to cooperate, and then turn to attacks and intimidation to deter the provision of information or to undermine Cohen's credibility once Cohen began cooperating.
I believe that's accurate.
Okay, and in my view, if anyone else in America engaged in these actions, they would have been charged with witness tampering. We must enforce the principle in Congress that you emphasize so well in the very last sentence of your report, which is that in America, no person is so high as to be above the law. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just recently, Mr. Mueller, you said Mr. Liu was asking you questions. And Mr. Liu's question, I quote, "The reason you didn't indict the president is because of the OLC opinion." And you answered, "That is correct." But that is not what you said in the report, and it's not what you told Attorney General Barr. And in fact, in a joint statement that you released with DOJ on May 29th, after your press conference, your office issued a joint statement with the Department of Justice that said, "The Attorney General has previously stated that the special counsel repeatedly affirmed that he was not saying that but for the OLC opinion, he would have found the president obstructed justice. The special counsel's report and his statement today made clear that the office concluded it would not reach a determination one way or the other whether the president committed a crime. There is no conflict between these statements." So, Mr. Miller, do you stand by your joint statement with DOJ that you issued on May 29th as you sit here today?
I would have to look at it more closely before I said I agree with it.
Well, my conclusion is that what you told Mr. Liu really contradicts what you said in the report, and specifically what you said apparently repeatedly to Attorney General Barr, and then you issued a joint statement on May 29th saying that the Attorney General has previously stated that the special counsel repeatedly affirmed that he was not saying but for the OLC report that we would have found the president obstructed justice. So I just say there's a conflict. I do have some more questions. Mr. Mueller, there's been a lot of talk today about firing the special counsel and curtailing the investigation. Were you ever fired, Mr. Mueller? From special? Were you ever fired as special counsel, Mr. Mueller?
No.
No. Were you allowed to complete your investigation unencumbered?
Yes.
And in fact, you resigned as special counsel when you closed up the office in late May 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Mueller, on April 18th, the Attorney General held a press conference in conjunction with the public release of your report. Did Attorney General Barr say anything inaccurate either in his press conference or his March 24th letter to Congress summarizing the principal conclusions of your report?
Well, what you are not mentioning is a letter we sent on March 27th to Mr. Barr that raised some issues, and that letter speaks for itself.
But then I don't see how you that could be, since AG Barr's letter detailed the principal conclusions of your report, and you have said before that there wasn't anything inaccurate. In fact, you had this joint statement. But let me go on to another question. Mr. Mueller, rather than purely relying on the evidence provided by witnesses and documents, I think you relied a lot on media. I'd like to know how many times you cited the Washington Post in your report.
How many times I what?
Cited the Washington Post in your report.
I do not have knowledge of that figure, but that's it. I don't have knowledge of that figure.
I counted about 60 times. How many times did you cite the New York Times? I counted.
Again, I have no idea.
I counted about 75 times. How many times did you cite Fox News?
As with the other two, I have no idea.
About 25 times. I've got to say, it looks like Volume 2 is mostly regurgitated press stories. Honestly, there's almost nothing in Volume 2 that I couldn't already hear or know simply by having a $50 cable news subscription. However, your investigation cost the American taxpayers $25 million. Mr. Mueller, you cited media reports nearly 200 times in your report. Then in a footnote, a small footnote, number 7, page 15 of volume 2 of your report, you wrote, I quote, "This section summarizes and cites various news stories not for the truth of the information contained in the stories, but rather to place candidate Trump's response to those stories in context. Since nobody but lawyers reads footnotes, are you concerned that the American public took the embedded news stories and..."
Time of the gentlelady has expired. The gentlelady from Washington.
Can Mr. Mueller answer the question?
No, we're running short on time. I said the gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you. Director Mueller, let's turn to the 5th of the obstruction episodes in your report, and that is the evidence of whether President Trump engaged in witness tampering with Trump campaign chairman Paul Manafort, whose foreign ties were critical to your investigation into Russia's interference in our elections. And this starts at volume 2, page 123. Your office got indictments against Manafort and Trump deputy campaign manager Rick Gates in 2 different jurisdictions, correct?
Correct.
And your office found that after a grand jury indicted them, Manafort told Gates not to plead guilty to any charges because, quote, he had talked to the president's personal counsel and they were going to take care of us. Is that correct?
That's accurate.
And according to your report, one day after Manafort's conviction on 8 felony charges, quote, the president said that flipping was not fair and almost ought to be outlawed. Is that correct?
I'm aware of that.
In this context, Director Mueller, what does it mean to flip?
Have somebody cooperate in a criminal investigation.
And how essential is that cooperation to any efforts to combat crime?
Well, I'm not going to go beyond that, characterizing that
Thank
effort.
you. In your report, you concluded that President Trump and his personal counsel, Rudy Giuliani, quote, made repeated statements suggesting that a pardon was a possibility for Manafort, while also making it clear that the president did not want Manafort to flip and cooperate with the government, end quote. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as you stated earlier, witness tampering can be shown where someone with an improper motive encourages another person not to cooperate with law enforcement. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, on page 123 of volume 2, you also discuss the president's motive, and you say that as court proceedings moved forward against Manafort, President Trump, quote, discussed with aides whether and in what way Manafort might be cooperating and whether Manafort knew any information that would be harmful to the president, end quote. Is that correct?
And that was a quote from?
From page 123, volume 2.
I have it. Thank you. Yes.
And when someone tries to stop another person from working with law enforcement and they do it because they're worried about what that person will say, it seems clear from what you wrote that this is a classic definition of witness tampering. Now, Mr. Manafort did eventually decide to cooperate with your office, and he entered into a plea agreement, but then he broke that agreement. Can you describe what he did that caused you to tell the court that the agreement was off?
Now, I'd refer you to the court proceedings on that issue.
So on page 127 of volume 2, you told the court that Mr. Manafort lied about a number of matters that were material to the investigation, and you said that the Manafort's lawyers also, quote, regularly briefed the president's lawyers on topics discussed and the information that Manafort had provided in interviews with the special counsel's office. Does that sound right?
And the source of that is?
That's page 127, volume 2. That's a direct quote.
If it's from the report, yes, I'd support it.
And 2 days after you told the court that Manafort broke his plea agreement by lying repeatedly, did President Trump tell the press that Mr. Manafort was, quote, very brave because he did not flip? This is page 128 of volume 2.
If it's in the report, I support it as it is set forth.
Thank you. Director Mueller, in your report, you make a very serious conclusion about the evidence regarding the president's involvement with the Manafort criminal proceedings. Let me read to you from your report. Evidence concerning the president's conduct toward Manafort indicates that the president intended to encourage Manafort to not cooperate with the government. It is clear that the president, both publicly and privately, discouraged Mr. Manafort's cooperation or flipping, while also dangling the promise of a pardon if he stayed loyal and did not share what he knew about the president. Anyone else who did these things would be prosecuted for them. We must ensure that no one is above the law. And I thank you for being here, Director Mueller. Yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mueller, I'm over here. I'm sorry. Mr. Mueller, are you familiar with the now expired independent counsel statute? It's the statute under which Ken Starr was appointed.
Ken Starr did what? I'm sorry.
Are you familiar with the independent counsel statute?
Are you talking about the one that we're operating under now or a previous?
No, under which Ken Starr was appointed?
I am not that familiar with that, but I'd be happy to take your question.
Well, the Clinton administration allowed the independent counsel statute to expire after Ken Starr's investigation. The final report requirement was a major reason why the statute was allowed to expire. Even President Clinton's AG, Janet Reno, expressed concerns about the final report requirement. And I'll quote AG Reno. She said, "On one hand, the American people have an interest in knowing the outcome of an investigation of their highest officials. On the other hand, the report requirement cuts against many of the most basic traditions and practices of American law enforcement. Under our system, we presume innocence and we value privacy. We believe that information obtained during a criminal investigation should, in most cases, be made public only if there is an indictment and prosecution, not in a lengthy and detailed report filed after a decision has been made not to prosecute. The final report provides a forum for unfairly airing a target's dirty laundry, and it also creates yet another incentive for an independent counsel to over-investigate in order to justify his or her tenure and to avoid criticism that the independent counsel may have left a stone unturned." Again, Mr. Mueller, those are AG Reno's words. Didn't you do exactly what AG Reno feared? Didn't you publish a lengthy report unfairly airing the target's dirty laundry without recommending charges?
I disagree with that.
Okay. Did any of your witnesses have the chance to be cross-examined?
Can I just finish my answer on that?
Quickly.
I operate under the current statute, not the original statute, so I am most familiar with the current statute, not the older statute.
Did any of the witnesses have a chance to be cross-examined?
Did any of the witnesses in our investigation?
Yes.
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay. Did you allow the people mentioned in your report to challenge how they were characterized?
I'm not going to get into that.
Given that AG Barr stated multiple times during his confirmation hearing that he would make as much of your report public as possible, did you write your report knowing that it would likely be shared with the public?
No.
Did knowing that the report could and likely would be made public, did that alter the contents which you included?
I can't speak to that.
Despite the expectations that your report would be released to the public, you left out significant exculpatory evidence. In other words, evidence favorable to the president, correct?
Well, I actually would disagree with you. I think we strove to put into the report exculpatory evidence as well.
I'm pretty sure Tom got into that with you, where you said there was evidence you left out.
Well, you make a choice as to what goes into
Isn't it true, Mr. Mueller, isn't it true that on page 1 of volume 2, you state, when you're quoting the statute, that you had an obligation to either prosecute or not prosecute?
Well, generally that is the case.
Right.
Although most cases are not done in the context of the president.
And in this case, you made a decision not to prosecute, correct?
No, we made a decision not to decide whether to prosecute or not.
So essentially what your report did was everything that AG Reno warned against.
I can't agree with that characterization.
Okay. Well, what you did is you compiled nearly 450 pages of the very worst information you gathered against the target of your investigation, who happens to be the President of the United States. And you did this knowing that you were not going to recommend charges and that the report would be made public.
Not true.
Mr. Mueller, as a former officer in the United States JAG Corps, I prosecuted nearly 100 terrorists in a Baghdad courtroom. I cross-examined the butcher of Fallujah in defense of our Navy SEALs. As a civilian, I was elected a magisterial district judge in Pennsylvania, so I'm very well versed in the American legal system. The drafting and the publication of some of the information in this report without an indictment, without prosecution, frankly flies in the face of American justice. And I find those facts in this entire process un-American. I yield the remainder of my time to my colleague, Jim Jordan.
Director Mueller, the third FISA renewal happens a month after you're named special counsel. What role did your office play in the third FISA renewal of Carter Page?
I'm not going to talk to that.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentlelady from Florida.
Director Mueller, a couple of my colleagues right here wanted to talk to you or ask you about lies. So let's talk about lies. According to your report, page 9, volume 1, witnesses lied to your office and to Congress. Those lies materially impaired the investigation of Russia interference, according to your report. Other than the individuals who pled guilty to crimes based on their lying to you and your team, did other witnesses lie to you?
I think there are probably a spectrum of witnesses in terms of those who are not telling the full truth, and those are outright liars.
Thank you very much. Outright liars. It is fair to say then that there were limits on what evidence was available to your investigation of both Russia election interference and obstruction of justice.
That's true, and it's usually the case.
And that lies by Trump campaign officials and administration officials impeded your investigation.
I would generally agree with that.
Thank you so much, Director Mueller. You will be hearing more from me in the next hearing, so I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Correa. Thank you.
Mr. Mueller, first of all, let me welcome you. Thank you for your service to our country. You're a hero, Vietnam War vet, wounded war vet. We won't forget your service to our country.
Thank you, sir.
I may begin. Because of time limits, we have gone in depth on only 5 possible episodes of obstruction. There's so much more. And I want to focus on another section of obstruction, which is the president's conduct concerning Michael Flynn, the president's national security advisor. In early 2017, the White House counsel and the president were informed that Mr. Flynn had lied to government authorities about his communications with the Russian ambassador during the Trump campaign and transition. Is this correct?
Correct.
If a hostile nation knows that a U.S. official has lied publicly, that can be used to blackmail that government official, correct?
I'm not going to speak to that. I don't disagree with it necessarily, but I'm not going to speak to any more to that issue.
Thank you very much, sir. Flynn resigned on February 13, 2016. And the very next day, when the president was having lunch with New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, did the president say, open quotes, "Now that we fired Flynn, the Russia thing is over," close quote. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is it true that Christie responded by saying, open quotes, "No way, and this Russia thing is far from over," close quote?
That's the way we have it in the report.
Thank you. And after the president met with Christie, later that same day, the president arranged to meet with then FBI Director James Comey, alone in the Oval Office, correct?
Correct, particularly if you have the citation to the report.
Page 3940, Volume 2.
Thank you very much.
And according to Comey, the president told him, "I hope," open quote, "I hope you can see your way to letting this thing go, to letting Flynn go. He's a good guy, and I hope you can let it go," close quote. Page 40, Volume 2.
Accurate.
What did Comey understand the president to be asking?
I'm not going to get into what was in Mr. Comey's mind.
Comey understood this to be a direction because of the president's position and the circumstances of the one-to-one meeting. Page 40, Volume 2.
Well, I understand it's in the report, and I support it as being in the report.
Thank you, sir. Even though the president publicly denied telling Comey to drop the investigation, you found, open quote, substantial evidence corroborating Comey's account over the president's. Is this correct?
That's correct.
The president fired Comey on May 9th. Is that correct, sir?
I believe that's the accurate date.
That's page 77, volume 2. You found substantial evidence that the catalyst for the president's firing of Comey was Comey's, open quote, unwillingness to publicly state that the president was not personally under investigation.
I'm not going to delve more into the details of what happened. If it's in the report, then I'm supportive because it's already been reviewed and appropriately appears in the report.
And that's page 75, volume 2.
Thank you.
Thank you. And in fact, the very next day, the president told the Russian foreign minister, open quote, I just fired the head of the FBI. He was crazy, a real nut job. I faced great pressure because of Russia. That's taken off. I'm not under investigation, close quote. Is that correct?
That's right. And that's what was written in the report, yes.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mueller, we've heard a lot about what you're not going to talk about today, so let's talk about something that you should be able to talk about, the law itself, the underlying obstruction statute, and your creative legal analysis of the statutes in Volume 2, particularly your interpretation of 18 U.S.C. 1512C. Section 1512C is an obstruction of justice statute created as part of auditing and financial regulations for public companies, and as you write on page 164 of Volume 2, this provision was added as a floor amendment in the Senate and explained as closing a certain loophole with respect to document shredding. And to read the statute, whoever corruptly alters, destroys, mutilates, or conceals a record, document, or other object, or attempts to do so with the intent to impair the object's integrity or availability for use in an official proceeding, or otherwise obstructs, influences, or impedes any official proceeding or attempts to do so, shall be fined under the statute or imprisoned not more than 20 years or both. Your analysis and application of the statute proposes to give Clause C2 a much broader interpretation than commonly used. First, your analysis proposes to read Clause C2 in isolation, reading it as a freestanding, all-encompassing provision prohibiting any act influencing a proceeding if done with an improper motive. And second, your analysis of the statute to apply this proposes to apply this sweeping prohibition to lawful acts taken by public officials exercising their discretionary powers if those acts influence a proceeding. So, Mr. Mueller, I'd ask you, in analyzing the obstruction, you state that you recognize that the Department of Justice and the courts have not definitively resolved these issues, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree that not everyone in the Justice Department agreed with your legal theory of the obstruction of justice statutes, correct?
I'm not going to be involved in the discussion on that at this juncture.
In fact, the Attorney General himself disagrees with your interpretation of the law, correct?
I leave that to the Attorney General to identify.
And you would agree that prosecutors sometimes incorrectly apply the law, correct?
I would have to agree with that one. Yes.
And members of your legal team, in fact, have had convictions overturned because they were based on an incorrect legal theory, correct?
Well, I don't know to what you advert. We've all who spent time in the trenches trying cases have not won every one of those cases.
Well, let me ask you about one in particular. One of your top prosecutors, Andrew Weissman, obtained a conviction against auditing firm Arthur Andersen, lower court, which was subsequently overturned in a unanimous Supreme Court decision that rejected the legal theory advanced by Weissman, correct?
Well, I'm not going to delve into that.
Let me read from that. Maybe it'll
May I just finish? May I just finish my answer to say that I'm not going to get involved in a discussion on that. I will refer you to that citation that you gave me at the outset for the lengthy discussion on just what you're talking about, and to the extent that I have anything to say about it, it is what we've already put into the report on that
issue.
I
am reading from your report when discussing this section, and I'll read from the decision of the Supreme Court unanimously reversing Mr. Weissman when he said, indeed, it's striking how little culpability the instructions required. For example, the jury was told that even if petitioner honestly and sincerely believed his conduct was lawful, the jury could convict. The instructions also diluted the meaning of corruptly such that it covered innocent conduct.
Well, let me just say, put a word for
Let me move on. I have limited time. Your report takes the broadest possible reading of this provision and applying it to the president's official acts, and I'm concerned about the implications of your theory for over-criminalizing conduct by public officials and private citizens alike. So to emphasize how broad your theory of liability is, I want to ask you about a few examples. On October 11th, 2015, during the FBI investigation into Hillary Clinton's use of a private email server, President Obama said, "I don't think it posed a national security problem." And he later said, "I can tell you that this is not a situation in which America's national security was endangered." Assuming for a moment that his comments did influence the investigation, couldn't President Obama be charged under your interpretation with obstruction of justice?
Well, again, I refer you to the report, but let me say with Andrew Weissman, who is one of the more talented attorneys that we have and have on board.
Okay, well, I'll take that
over a period of time. He has run a number of units.
I have very limited time. In August 2015, a very senior DOJ official called FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, expressing concern that FBI agents were still openly pursuing the Clinton Foundation probe. The DOJ official was apparently very pissed off, quote unquote. McCabe questioned this official, asking, "Are you telling me I need to shut down a validly predicated investigation?" To which the official replied, "Of course not." This seems to be a clear example of somebody within the executive branch attempting to influence an FBI investigation. So under your theory, couldn't that person be charged with obstruction as long as a prosecutor could come up with a potentially corrupt motive?
I refer you to our lengthy dissertation on exactly those issues that appears at the end of the report.
Mr. Mueller, I'd argue that it says above the Supreme Court, equal justice under law.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Not stretched.
Our intent was to conclude this hearing in 3 hours. Given the break, that would bring us to approximately 11:40. With Director Mueller's indulgence, we will be asking our remaining Democratic members to voluntarily limit their time below the 5 minutes so that we can complete our work as close to that time frame as possible. And I recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Director Mueller. I want to ask you some questions about the President's statements regarding advanced knowledge of the WikiLeaks dumps. So the President refused to sit down with your investigators for an in-person interview, correct?
Correct.
So the only answers we have to questions from the President are contained in Appendix C to your report.
That's correct.
Okay, so looking at Appendix C on page 5, you asked the President over a dozen questions about whether he had knowledge that WikiLeaks possessed or might possess the emails that were stolen by the Russians.
I apologize.
Sure.
Can you start it again?
Okay, sure. So we're looking at Appendix C.
Right.
And at Appendix C, page 5, you asked the President about a dozen questions about whether he had knowledge that WikiLeaks possessed the stolen emails that might be released in a way helpful to his campaign or harmful to the Clinton campaign. Is that correct? You asked those questions? Okay. In February of this year, Mr. Trump's personal attorney, Michael Cohen, testified to Congress under oath that, quote, Mr. Trump knew from Roger Stone in advance about the WikiLeaks drop of emails, end quote. That's a matter of public record, isn't it?
Well, are you referring to the report or some other public record?
This was testimony before Congress by Mr. Cohen. Do you know if he told you?
I'm not familiar with it, explicitly familiar with what he testified to before Congress.
Okay. Let's look at an event described on page 18 of Volume 2 of your report. Now, and we're going to put it up in a slide, I think, according to Deputy Campaign Manager Rick Gates, in the summer of 2016, he and candidate Trump were on the way to an airport shortly after WikiLeaks released its first set of stolen emails. And Gates told your investigators that candidate Trump was on a phone call, and when the call ended, Trump told Gates that more releases of damaging information would be coming, end quote. Do you recall that from the report?
If it's in the report, I support it.
Okay, and that's on page 18 of Volume 2. Now, on page 77 of Volume 2, your report also stated, quote, in addition, some witnesses said that Trump privately sought information about future WikiLeaks releases, end quote. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in Appendix C, where the President did answer some written questions, he said, quote, I do not recall discussing WikiLeaks with him, nor do I recall being aware of Mr. Stone having discussed WikiLeaks with individuals associated with my campaign, end quote. Is that correct?
If it's from the report, it is correct.
Okay. So is it fair to say the President denied ever discussing WikiLeaks with Mr. Stone and denied being aware that anyone associated with his campaign discussed WikiLeaks with Stone?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one?
Is it fair then that the president denied knowledge of himself or anyone else discussing WikiLeaks dumps with Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Okay. And with that, I would yield back.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mueller, over here. Mr. Mueller, did you indeed interview for the FBI director job one day before you were appointed as special counsel?
My understanding, I was not applying for the job. I was asked to give my input on what it would take to do the job, which triggered the interview you're talking about.
So you don't recall on May 16, 2017, that you interviewed with the president regarding the FBI director job?
I interviewed with the president, and it was about the job and not about me applying for the job.
So your statement here today is that you didn't interview to apply for the FBI director job?
That's correct.
So did you tell the vice president that the FBI director position would be the one job that you would come back for?
Don't recall that one.
You don't recall that?
No.
Okay. Given your 22 months of investigation, tens of millions of dollars spent, and millions of documents reviewed, did you obtain any evidence at all that any American voter changed their vote as a result of Russians' election interference?
I'm not going to speak to that.
You can't speak to that? After 22 months of investigation, there's not any evidence in that document before us that any voter changed their vote because of their interference, and I'm asking you based on all the documents that you reviewed.
That was outside our purview.
Russian meddling was outside your purview?
But the impact of that meddling was undertaken by other agencies.
Okay. You stated in your opening statement that you would not get into the details of the Steele dossier. However, multiple times in Volume 2 on page 23, 27, and 28, you mentioned the unverified allegations. How long did it take you to reach the conclusion that it was unverified?
I'm not going to speak to that.
It's actually in your report multiple times that it's unverified, and you're telling me that you're not willing to tell us how you came to the conclusion that it was unverified.
True.
When did you become aware that the unverified Steele dossier was included in the FISA application to spy on Carter Page?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
When did you become aware that the unverified Steele dossier was included in the FISA application to spy on Carter Page?
I'm not going to speak to that.
Your team interviewed Christopher Steele, is that correct?
Not going to get into that.
You can't tell this committee as to whether or not you interviewed Christopher Steele in a 22-month investigation with 18 lawyers.
As I said at the outset, that is one of the investigations that is being handled by others in the Department of Justice.
Yeah, but you're here testifying about this investigation today, and I am asking you directly, did any members of your team or did you interview Christopher Steele in the course of your investigation?
And I am not going to answer that question, sir.
You had 2 years to investigate. Not once did you consider it worthy to investigate how an unverified document that was paid for by a political opponent was used to obtain a warrant to spy on the opposition political campaign. Did you do any investigation in that whatsoever?
I do not accept your characterization of what occurred.
What would be your characterization?
I'm not going to speak any more to it.
So you can't speak any more to it, but you're not going to agree with my characterization. Is that correct?
Yes.
The FISA application makes reference to Source One, who was Christopher Steele, the author of the Steele dossier. The FISA application says nothing Sources One's reason for conducting the research into Candidate One's ties to Russia, based on Sources One previous reporting history with FBI, whereby Source One provided reliable information to the FBI. The FBI believes Source One's reporting herein to be credible. Do you believe the FBI's representation that Source One's reporting was credible to be accurate?
I'm not going to answer that.
So you're not going to respond to any of the questions regarding Christopher Steele or your interviews with them?
Well, as I said at the outset this morning, that was one of the investigations that I could not speak to.
Well, I don't understand how, if you interviewed an individual on the purview of this investigation that you're testifying to us today, that you've closed that investigation, how that's not within your purview to tell us about that investigation and who you interviewed.
I have nothing to add.
Okay, well, I can guarantee you that the American people want to know, and I'm very hopeful and glad that AG Barr is looking into this and the Inspector General is looking into this, because you're unwilling to answer the questions of the American people as it relates to the very basis of this investigation into the president and the very basis of this individual who you did interview. You're just refusing to answer those questions. Can Can't the president fire the FBI director at any time without reason under Article 1 of the Constitution?
Yes.
Article 2?
Yes.
That's correct. Can't he also fire you as special counsel at any time without any reason?
I believe that to be the case.
Under Article 2?
Hold on just a second. You said without any reason. I know that special counsel can be fired, but I'm not certain it extends to for whatever reason is given.
Well, and you've testified that you weren't fired. You were able to complete your investigation in full. Is that correct?
I'm not going to add to what I've stated before.
My time has expired.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania. From Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Mueller, for being with us close to the afternoon now. Director Mueller, now I would like to ask you about the president's answers relating to Roger Stone. Roger Stone was indicted for multiple federal crimes, and the indictment alleges that Mr. Stone discussed future WikiLeaks email releases with the Trump campaign. Understanding there's a gag order on the Stone case, I will keep my questions restricted to publicly available information. Mr. Stone's indictment...
Let me just say at the outset, I don't mean to disrupt you, but I'm not... I would like some demarcation of that which is applicable to this, but also in such a way that it does not hinder the other prosecution that is taking place in D.C.
I understand that. I'm only going to be talking about the questions that you asked in writing to the president.
Thank you, ma'am.
That relate to Mr. Stone. Mr. Stone's indictment states, among other things, the following, quote, Stone was contacted by senior Trump officials to inquire about future releases of Organization One being WikiLeaks. The indictment continues, quote, Stone thereafter told the Trump campaign about potential future releases of damaging material by WikiLeaks. So in short, the indictment alleges that Stone was asked by the Trump campaign to get information about more WikiLeaks releases, and that Stone, in fact, did tell the Trump campaign about potential future releases, correct?
Yes, ma'am, but I see you're quoting from the indictment, and even though the indictment is a public document, I feel uncomfortable discussing anything having to do with the Stone prosecution.
Right. The indictment is of record, and we pulled it off of the. I'm reading straight from it. Well, turning back to the president's answers to your questions, then, on this very subject, the president denied ever discussing future WikiLeaks releases with Stone, and denied knowing whether anyone else on his campaign had those discussions with Stone. If you had learned that other witnesses, putting aside the president, if other witnesses had lied to you investigators in response to Pacific's questions, whether in writing or in an interview, could they be charged with false statement crimes?
Well, I'm not going to speculate. I think you're asking for me to speculate, given a set of circumstances.
Well, let's put it more specific. What if I had made a false statement to an investigator on your team? Could I go to jail for up to 5 years?
Yes.
Yes.
Although it's Congress, so.
Well, that's the point, though, isn't it? That no one is above the law.
That's true.
Not you, not the Congress, and certainly not the president. And I think it's just troubling to have to hear some of these things. And that's why the American people deserve to learn the full facts of the misconduct described in your report, for which any other person would have been charged with crimes. So thank you for being here. And again, the point has been underscored many times, but I'll repeat it. No one is above the law. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized.
Mr. Mueller, how many people did you fire? How many people on your staff did you fire during the course of the investigation?
How many people
did you fire?
I'm not going to discuss that.
You fired, according to the Inspector General's report, attorney number 2 was let go, and we know Peter Strzok was let go, correct?
Yes, and there may have been other persons on other issues that have been either transferred or fired.
Peter Strzok testified before this committee on July 12, 2018, that he was fired because you were concerned about preserving the appearance of independence. Do you agree with this testimony?
Say that again, if you could.
He said he was fired at least partially because you were worried about concerned about preserving the appearance of independence with the special counsel's investigation. Do you agree with that statement?
The statement was by whom?
Peter Strzok at this hearing.
And I am not familiar with that.
Did you fire him because you were worried about the appearance of independence of the investigation?
No, he was transferred as a result of instances involving texts.
Do you agree that your office did not only have an obligation to operate with independence, but to operate with the appearance of independence as well?
Absolutely. We strove to do that over the 2 years.
Andrew Weissman?
Part of that was making certain that.
Andrew Weissman's one of your top attorneys?
Yes.
Did Weissman have a role in selecting other members of your team?
He had some role, but not a major role.
Andrew Weissman attended Hillary Clinton's election night party. Did you know that before or after he came onto the team?
Don't know when I found that out.
Okay. On January 30th, 2017, Weissman wrote an email to Deputy Attorney General Yates stating, "I am so proud and in awe," regarding her disobeying a direct order from the president. Did Weissman disclose that email to you before he joined the team?
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that.
Is that not a conflict of interest?
I'm not going to talk about that.
Are you aware that Ms. Jeannie Rhee represented Hillary Clinton in litigation regarding personal emails originating from Clinton's time as Secretary of State?
Yes.
Did you know that before she came on the team?
No.
Aaron Zelbley, the guy sitting next to you, represented Justin Cooper, a Clinton aide who destroyed one of Clinton's mobile devices. And you must be aware by now that 6 of your lawyers donated $12,000 directly to Hillary Clinton. I'm not even talking about the $49,000 they donated to other Democrats, just the donations to the opponent who was the target of your investigation.
Can I speak for a second to the hiring practices?
Sure.
We strove to hire those individuals that could do the job. I've been in this business for almost 25 years, and in those 25 years, I have not had occasion once to ask somebody about their political affiliation. It is not done. What I care about is the capability of the individual to do the job and do the job quickly and seriously and with integrity.
But that's what I'm saying, Mr. Mueller. This isn't just about you being able to vouch for your team. This is about knowing that the day you accepted this role, you had to be aware no matter what this report concluded, half of the country was going to be skeptical of your team's findings. And that's why we have recusal laws that define bias and perceive bias for this very reason. 28 United States Code 528 specifically lists not just political conflict of interest, but the appearance of political conflict of interest. It's just simply not enough that you vouch for your team. The interested justice demand that no perceived bias exists. I can't imagine a single prosecutor or judge that I have ever appeared in front of would be comfortable with these circumstances where over half of the prosecutorial team had a direct relationship to the opponent of the person being investigated.
Well, let me one other fact that I put on the table, and that is we hired 19 lawyers over the period of time. Of those 19 lawyers, 14 of them were transferred from elsewhere in the Department of Justice. Only 5 came from outside.
And so half of them had a direct relationship, political or personal, with the opponent of the person you were investigating. And that's my point. I wonder if not a single word in this entire report was changed, but rather the only difference was we switched Hillary Clinton and President Trump. If Peter Strzok had texted those terrible things about Hillary Clinton instead of President Trump, if a team of lawyers worked for, donated thousands of dollars to, and went to Trump's parties instead of Clinton's, I don't think we'd be here trying to prop up an obstruction allegation. My colleagues would have spent the last 4 months accusing your team of being bought and paid for by the Trump campaign, and we couldn't trust a single word of this report. They would still be accusing the president of conspiracy with Russia, and they would be accusing your team of aiding and abetting in that, with that conspiracy. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Colorado.
Director Mueller, thank you for your service to our country. I'd like to talk to you about one of the other incidents of obstruction, and that's the evidence in your report showing the president directing his son and his communications director to issue a false public statement in June of 2017 about a meeting between his campaign and Russian individuals at Trump Tower in June of 2016. According to your report, Mr. Trump Jr. was the only Trump associate who participated in that meeting and who declined to be voluntarily interviewed by your office. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Trump Jr. or his counsel ever communicate to your office any intent to invoke his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination?
I'm not going to answer that.
You did pose written questions to the president about his knowledge of the Trump Tower meeting. You also asked him about whether or not he had directed a false press statement. The president did not answer at all that question, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. I take your word.
I can represent to you that Appendix C, specifically C13, states as much. According to page 100 of Volume 2 of your report, your investigation found that Hope Hicks, the President's communications director, in June of 2017 was shown emails that set up the Trump Tower meeting, and she told your office that she was, quote, shocked by the emails because they looked, quote, really bad. True?
Do you have the citation?
Sure. It's page 100 of Volume 2. While you're flipping to that page, Director Mueller, I will also tell you that according to page 99 of Volume 2, those emails in question stated, according to your report, that the Crown Prosecutor of Russia had offered to provide the Trump campaign with some official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary and her dealings with Russia as part of Russia and its government's support for Mr. Trump. Trump Jr. responded, "If it's what you say, I love it." And he, Kushner, and Manafort met with the Russian attorneys and several other Russian individuals at Trump Tower on June 9th, 2016, end quote, correct?
Generally accurate.
Isn't it true that Ms. Hicks told your office that she went multiple times to the president to, quote, urge him that they should be fully transparent about the June 9th meeting, end quote, but the president each time said no, correct?
Accurate.
And the reason was because of those emails, which the president, quote, believed would not leak, correct?
Well, I'm not certain how it's characterized, but generally correct.
Did the president direct Ms. Hicks to say, quote, only that Trump Jr. took a brief meeting and it was about Russian adoption, end quote, because Trump Jr.'s statement to the New York Times, quote, said too much, according to page 102 of Volume 2?
Okay.
Correct?
Let me just check one thing. Yes.
And according to Ms. Hicks, the president still directed her to say the meeting was only about Russian adoption, correct?
Yes.
Despite knowing that to be untrue. Thank you, Director Mueller. I yield back the balance of my own time.
Mr. Mueller, you've been asked over here on the far right, sir. You've been asked a lot of questions here today, and to be frank, you performed as most of us expected. You've stuck closely to your report, and you have declined to answer many of our questions on both sides. As the closer for the Republican side, I know you're glad to get to the close, I want to summarize the highlights of what we have heard and what we know. You spent 2 years and nearly $30 million taxpayer dollars and unlimited resources to prepare a nearly 450-page report, which you described today as very thorough. Millions of Americans today maintain genuine concerns about your work, in large part because of the infamous and widely publicized bias of your investigating team members, which we now know included 14 Democrats and 0 Republicans. Campaign finance reports later showed that team, excuse me, it's my time, that team of Democrat investigators you hired donated more than $60,000 to the Hillary Clinton campaign and other Democratic candidates. Your team also included Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, which have been discussed today, and they had the lurid text messages that confirmed they openly mocked and hated Donald Trump and his supporters, and they vowed to take him out. Mr. Ratcliffe asked you earlier this morning, quote, can you give me an example other than Donald Trump where the Justice Department determined that an investigated person was not exonerated because their innocence was not conclusively determined, unquote? You answered, I cannot. Sir, that is unprecedented. The president believed from the very beginning that you and your special counsel team had serious conflicts. This is stated in the report and acknowledged by everybody. And yet, President Trump cooperated fully with the investigation. He knew he had done nothing wrong, and he encouraged all witnesses to cooperate with the investigation and produced more than 1.4 million pages of information and allowed over 40 witnesses who were directly affiliated with the White House or his campaign. Your report acknowledges on page 61, volume 2, that a volume of evidence exists of the president telling many people privately, quote, the president was concerned about the impact of the Russian investigation on his ability to govern and to address important foreign relations issues and even matters of national security. And on page 174, volume 2, your report also acknowledges that the Supreme Court has held, quote, the president's removal powers are at their zenith with respect to principal officers, that is, officers who must be appointed by the president and who report to him directly. The president's exclusive and illimitable power of removal of those principal officers furthers the president's ability to ensure that the laws are faithfully executed, unquote. And that would even include the Attorney General. Look, in spite of all of that, Nothing ever happened to stop or impede your special counsel's investigation. Nobody was fired by the president, nothing was curtailed, and the investigation continued unencumbered for 22 long months. As you finally concluded in Volume 1, the evidence, quote, did not establish that the president was involved in an underlying crime related to Russian election interference, unquote. And the evidence, quote, did not establish that the president or those close to him were involved in any Russian conspiracies or had an unlawful relationship with any Russian official, unquote. Over those 22 long months that your investigation dragged along, the president became increasingly frustrated, as many of the American people did, with its effects on our country and his ability to govern. He vented about this to his lawyer and his close associates, and he even shared his frustrations, as we all know, on Twitter. But while the president's social media accounts might have influenced some in the media or the opinion of some of the American people, none of those audiences were targets or witnesses in your investigation. The president never affected anybody's testimony. He never demanded to end the investigation or demanded that you be terminated, and he never misled Congress, the DOJ, or the special counsel. Those, sir, are undisputed facts. There will be a lot of discussion, I predict today, and great frustration throughout the country about the fact that you wouldn't answer any questions here about the origins of this whole charade, which was the infamous Christopher Steele dossier, now proven to be totally bogus, even though it is listed and specifically referenced in your report. But as our hearing is concluding, we apparently will get no comment on that from you. Mr. Mueller, there's one primary reason why you were called here today and by the Democrat majority of our committee. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle just want political cover. They desperately wanted you today to tell them they should impeach the president. But the one thing you have said very clearly today is that your report is complete and thorough, and you completely agree with and stand by its recommendations and all of its content. Is that right?
True.
Mr. Mueller, one last important question. Your report does not recommend impeachment, does it?
I'm not going to talk about recommendations.
It does not conclude that impeachment would be appropriate here, right?
I'm not going to talk about that issue.
That's one of the many things you wouldn't talk about today, but I think we can all draw our own conclusions. I do thank you for your service to the country, and I'm glad this charade will come to an end soon, and we can get back to the important business of this committee with its broad jurisdiction of so many important issues for the country. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I want to announce that our intent was to conclude this hearing at around 11:45. All of the Republican members have now asked their questions, but we have a few remaining Democratic members. They will be limiting their questions, so with Director Mueller's indulgence, we expect to finish within 15 minutes. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Mueller. Your investigations of the Russian attack on our democracy and of obstruction of justice were extraordinarily productive. In under 2 years, you charged at least 37 people or entities with crimes. You convicted 7 individuals, 5 of whom were top Trump campaign or White House aides. Charges remain pending against more than 24 Russian persons or entities and against others. Now, let me start with those 5 Trump campaign or administration aides that you convicted. Would you agree with me that they are Paul Manafort, President Trump's campaign manager, Rick Gates, President Trump's deputy campaign manager, Michael Flynn, President Trump's former national security advisor, Michael Cohen, the president's personal attorney, George Papadopoulos, President Trump's former campaign foreign policy advisor, correct?
Correct.
And the 6th Trump associate will face trial later this year, correct? And that person would be Roger Stone, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not certain what you said by Stone, but he is in another court system, as I indicated before.
Exactly. He's still under investigation.
I want to discuss.
Correct. Thank you. And there are many other charges as well, correct?
Correct.
So, sir, I just want to thank you so much in my limited time today for your team, the work that you did and your dedication. In less than 2 years, your team was able to uncover an incredible amount of information related to Russia's attack on our elections and to obstruction of justice. And there's still more that we have to learn. Despite facing unfair attacks by the president, and even here today, your work has been substantive and fair. The work has laid the critical foundation for our investigation, and for that, I thank you. I thank you. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Director Mueller. I'm disappointed that some have questioned your motives throughout this process, and I want to take a moment to remind the American people of who you are and your exemplary service to our country. You are a Marine, You served in Vietnam and earned a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart, correct?
Correct.
Which president appointed you to become the United States Attorney for Massachusetts?
Which senator?
Which president?
Oh, which president? I think that was President Bush.
According to my notes, it was President Ronald Reagan had the honor to do so. Under whose
My mistake.
Under whose administration did you serve as the Assistant Attorney General in charge of the DOJ's Criminal Division?
Under which president?
Yep.
That would be George Bush 1.
That is correct, President George H.W. Bush. After that, you took a job at a prestigious law firm, and after only a couple years, you did something extraordinary. You left that lucrative position to re-enter public service, prosecuting homicides here in Washington, D.C. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you were named director of the FBI, which president first appointed you?
Bush.
And the Senate confirmed you with a vote of 98-0, correct?
Surprising.
And you were sworn in as director just 1 week before the September 11th attacks.
True.
You helped to protect this nation against another attack. You did such an outstanding job that when your 10-year term expired, the Senate unanimously voted to extend your term for another 2 years, correct?
True.
When you were asked in 2017 to take the job as special counsel, the president had just fired FBI Director James Comey. The Justice Department and the FBI were in turmoil. You must have known there would be an extraordinary challenge. Why did you accept?
I'm not going to get into that's a little bit off track. It was a challenge, period.
Some people have attacked the political motivations of your team, even suggested your investigation was a witch hunt. When you considered people to join your team, did you ever even once ask about their political affiliation?
Never once.
In your entire career as a law enforcement official, have you ever made a hiring decision based upon a person's political affiliation?
No.
I'm not surprised.
If I might just interject, the capabilities that we have shown in the report that's been discussed here today was a result of a team of agents and lawyers who were absolutely exemplary and were hired because of the value they could contribute to getting the job done and getting it done expeditiously.
Sir, you're a patriot, and clear to me in reading your report and listening to your testimony today, you acted fairly and with restraint. There were circumstances where you could have filed charges against other people, mentioned the report, but you declined. Not every prosecutor does that, certainly no one on a witch hunt. The attacks made against you and your team intensified because your report is damning, and I believe you did uncover substantial evidence of high crimes and misdemeanors. Let me also say something else that you are right about. The only remedy for this situation is for Congress to take action. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Good morning, Director Mueller. Madeleine Dean.
Gotcha, sorry.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about public confusion connected with Attorney General Barr's release of your report. I will be quoting your March 27th letter. Sir, in that letter and at several other times, did you convey to the Attorney General that the, quote, introductions and executive summaries of our 2-volume report accurately summarize this office's work and conclusions, end quote?
And I have to say that the letter itself speaks for itself.
And those were your words in that letter. Continuing with your letter, you wrote to the Attorney General that, quote, the summary letter that the department sent to Congress and released to the public late in the afternoon of March 24th did not fully capture the context, nature, and substance of this office's work and conclusions, end quote. Is that correct?
Again, I rely on the letter itself for its terms.
Thank you. What was it about the report's context, nature, substance that the Attorney General's letter did not capture?
I think we captured that in the March 27th responsive letter.
And this is from the 27th letter. What were some of the specifics that you thought?
I direct you to the letter itself.
Okay. You finished that letter by saying there is now public confusion about critical aspects as a result of our investigation. Could you tell us specifically some of the public confusion you identified?
Not generally. Again, I go back to the letter, and the letter speaks for itself.
And could Attorney General Barr have avoided public confusion if he had released your summaries and executive introduction and summaries?
And I don't feel comfortable speculating on that.
Shifting to May 30th, the Attorney General, in an interview with CBS News, said that you could have reached, quote, you could have reached a decision as to whether it was criminal activity, end quote, on the part of the president. Did the Attorney General or his staff ever tell you that he thought you should make a decision on whether the president engaged in criminal activity?
I'm not going to speak to what the Attorney General was thinking or saying.
If the Attorney General had directed you or ordered you to make a decision on whether the president engaged in criminal activity, would you have so done?
I can't answer that question in the vacuum.
Director Mueller, again, I thank you for being here. I agree with your March 27th letter. There was public confusion, and the president took full advantage of that confusion by falsely claiming your report found no obstruction. Let us be clear, your report did not exonerate the president. Instead, it provided substantial evidence of obstruction of justice, leaving Congress to do its duty. We shall not shrink from that duty. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of inquiry over on your left.
Gentleman will state his point of inquiry.
Was the point of this hearing to get Mr. Mueller to recommend impeachment?
That is not a fair point of inquiry. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, wait.
Director Mueller,
Mr. Chairman.
to your
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
for coming here. You're a patriot. I want to refer you now to Volume 2, page 158. You wrote that, quote, the president's efforts to influence the investigation were mostly unsuccessful, but that is largely because the persons who surrounded the president declined to carry out orders or accede to his requests. Is that right?
That is accurate, and that is what we found.
And you're basically referring to senior advisors who disobeyed the president's orders, like White House counsel Don McGahn, former Trump campaign manager Corey Lewandowski. Is that right?
Well, we have not specified the persons mentioned.
Well, in page 158, White House counsel Don McGahn, quote, did not tell the acting attorney general that the special counsel must be removed, but was instead prepared to resign over the president's orders. You also explained that an attempt to obstruct justice does not have to succeed to be a crime, right?
True.
Simply attempting to obstruct justice can be a crime, correct?
Yes.
So even though the president's aides refused to carry out his orders to interfere with your investigation, that is not a defense to obstruction of justice by this president, is it?
I'm not going to speculate.
So to reiterate, simply trying to obstruct justice can be a crime, correct?
Yes.
And you say that the president's efforts to influence the investigation were, quote, mostly unsuccessful. And that's because not all of his efforts were unsuccessful, right?
You're reading into what we've written in the report.
I was going to ask you if you could just tell me which ones you had in mind as successful when you wrote that sentence.
I'm going to pass on that.
Yeah. Director Mueller, today we've talked a lot about the separate acts by this president, but you also wrote in your report that, quote, the overall pattern of the president's conduct towards the investigations can shed light on the nature of the president's acts, and the inferences can be drawn about his intent, correct?
Accurate recitation from the report.
Right. And on page 158, again, I think it's important for everyone to note that the president's conduct had a significant change when he realized that the investigations were conducted to investigate his obstruction acts. So in other words, when the American people are deciding whether the president committed obstruction of justice, they need to look at all of the president's conduct and overall pattern of behavior. Is that correct?
I don't disagree.
Thank you. Dr. Mueller, Director Mueller, doctor also, I'll designate that too. I have certainly made up my mind about whether what we have reviewed today meets the elements of obstruction, including whether there was corrupt intent. And what is clear is that anyone else including some members of Congress, would have been charged with crimes for these acts. We would not have allowed this behavior from any of the previous 44 presidents. We should not allow it now or for the future to protect our democracy. And yes, we will continue to investigate because, as you clearly state at the end of your report, no one is above the law. I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Texas.
Director Mueller, you wrote in your report that you, quote, determined not to make a traditional prosecutorial judgment, end quote. Was that in part because of an opinion by the Department of Justice, Office of Legal Counsel, that a sitting president can't be charged with a crime?
Yes.
Director Mueller, at your May 29th, 2019 press conference, you explained that, quote, the opinion says that the Constitution requires a process other than the criminal justice system to formally accuse a sitting president of wrongdoing, end quote. That process other than the criminal justice system for accusing a president of wrongdoing, is that impeachment?
I'm not going to comment on that.
In your report, you also wrote that you did not want to, quote, potentially preempt constitutional processes for addressing presidential misconduct, end quote. For the non-lawyers in the room, what did you mean by, quote, potentially preempt constitutional processes?
I'm not going to try to explain that.
That actually is coming from page 1 of volume 2. In the footnote is the reference to this. What are those constitutional processes?
I think I heard you mention at least one.
Impeachment, correct?
I'm not going to comment.
Okay. That is one of the constitutional processes listed in the report in the footnote in volume 2. Your report documents the many ways the president sought to interfere with your investigation. And you state in your report on page 10, volume 2, that interfering with a congressional inquiry or investigation with corrupt intent can also constitute obstruction of justice.
True.
Well, the president has told us that he intends to fight all the subpoenas. His continued efforts to interfere with investigations of his potential misconduct certainly reinforce the importance of the process the Constitution requires to, quote, formally accuse a sitting president of wrongdoing, as you cited in the report. And this hearing has been very helpful to this committee as it exercises its constitutional duty to determine whether to recommend articles of impeachment against the president. I agree with you, Director Mueller, that we all have a vital role in holding this president accountable for his actions. More than that, I believe we in Congress have a duty to demand accountability and safeguard one of our nation's highest principles, that no one is above the law. From everything that I have heard you say here today, it's clear that anyone else would have been prosecuted based on the evidence available in your report. It now falls on us to hold President Trump accountable. Thank you for being here. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back.
Just a point of privilege, you and I agree.
Point of personal privilege.
I just want to thank the chairman. We did get in our time after this was first developed to us. We did both get in time. Our side got our 5 minutes in. Also, Mr. Mueller, thank you for being here. And I join the chairman and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Director Mueller, we thank you for attending today's hearing. Before we conclude, I ask everyone to please remain seated and quiet while the witness exits the room.
Well, a historic hearing this morning, 3.5 hours, all 41 members of the House Judiciary Committee asking questions. CBS News, we counted 110 one-word answers by the special counsel. The Democrats did begin this hearing by getting the special counsel to say out loud what he has written in his report, that he did not exonerate President Trump. Now, that contradicts what the president has said repeatedly. And here's that part from Chairman Jerry Nadler.
And your investigation actually found, quote, multiple acts by the president that were capable of exerting undue influence over law enforcement investigations, including the Russian interference and obstruction investigations. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Director Mueller, can you explain in plain terms what that finding means so the American people can understand it?
Well, the finding indicates that the president was not exculpated for the acts that he allegedly committed.
That's one of the headlines from this morning's hearings. With me now, our CBS News chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett, CBS News legal analyst Jonathan Turley, and a law professor. Just look at this picture real quick. We just want to show you outside the White House. There's no Marine standing there, and that is because the president is not in the Oval Office, which means that the president is likely in his residence watching this coverage this morning, and we've essentially heard as much from our White House reporter, Ben Tracy, there. I was introducing everybody. Major Garrett, thank you. Jonathan Turley rejoins us, and Kim Whaley, also a law professor and former federal prosecutor. Good to have each of you here. An extraordinary morning.
Sure.
The Democrats wrote a script. They each took their part and laid out all of the instances of potential obstruction of justice against the president. They wanted this to be a movie. What role did Robert Mueller play?
So think about it this way. The Mueller report is the book. How many Americans have read the book? How many members of Congress have read the book? A lot of Americans don't read books, but they go to movies. The Democrats wanted this hearing to be the movie version of the Mueller report. Did Robert Mueller, the special counsel, act as the matinee idol or the central galvanizing figure of that drama? No, he did not. Even when asked to read things from his own report, he refused. No, you read the report. I'm not going to do that. When he was asked to either come close to or do any interpretive analysis of his own report, no interpretation. Would he use the word impeachment? No. Would he say that that's what he's egging them on to do, or even implying that there's something there that they should consider? No. He constantly stayed with the report and, if not backed away from it, just asserted it as the only relevant document, that he, in effect, was less relevant than the report itself.
And was that intentional, for him to be less relevant?
Yeah, well, he certainly succeeded. It was like watching a passionate conversation with an answering machine. Everyone was saying, is this what you're saying? And he would give monosyllabic responses. The most newsy thing that came out was that Representative Lesko apparently can get cable for $50 a month. Other than that, it was just basically recitations of the report and Mueller either refusing to answer or barely answering. But I have to tell you, I considered Mueller's position to be confusing. I didn't understand where he was drawing this line. He would refuse to answer questions about things like the elements, and then another representative would ask him, and he'd answer that question. But a lot of the stuff he refused to answer, he was allowed to answer. Bill Barr testified to much of that stuff. So it was a little confusing as to on what basis he was declining to answer. I know he didn't want to answer, but a lot of that stuff was not privileged.
Kim, let me ask you, as has been pointed out, this report, he did not ever subpoena President Trump, did not insist on his questioning. He did not charge the President of the United States with obstruction of justice. And yet the Republicans today berated the special counsel. What did you make of their questioning?
Well, I think they were trying to make this about the special counsel versus about Mr. Trump, and they probably succeeded in doing that to some extent. But I do think a few things were established that was important. One, the integrity of the investigation itself. I think he came back off as humble, and he backed up his team, and his opening remarks were, this is a neutral rule of law investigation. Two is the elements of obstruction of justice, and he made clear that he did not exonerate the president, and that the president could be charged after he finishes office if it's only 4 years. And I think that's important because the statute of limitations will not have run if he does not get a second term. So it makes 2010 very, very important.
2020.
2020, excuse me.
Yeah, 2020, very important, yeah.
And there was a tactic in the questioning from Republicans that was reminiscent for those of us who covered the Clinton impeachment, which is Not the evidence, but who gathered it. And I remember Republicans back at that time being deeply frustrated with Democrats constantly raising questions about the fact gatherers, not the facts themselves. Role reversal completely. And in both cases, what matters and what ought to matter is the underlying evidence. And what I found fascinating in this morning's proceeding is you did not see any concerted Republican attempt to undermine the assertion that these behaviors and this pattern of behavior from the president, if not criminally indictable as obstruction, certainly sounds obstructive. They did not try to attack that assertion at all.
And did Paul? I want to bring in Paula Reed, who is at the White House, and Paula, do you agree with that? Essentially, that there wasn't an effort. There was an effort by the Republicans, essentially, to challenge the integrity of some of the investigators, but not some of the charges that were made in this report.
Exactly. They're trying not to draw attention to the fact that 6 of the president's associates have been charged, 5 of them convicted. But it was interesting to see how Mueller handled Republicans. Largely, he let them share some of these unsubstantiated claims about the origins of the investigation, about the Steele dossier, about George Papadopoulos, without being challenged, no pushback. But it was so interesting. What he would not allow was criticism directly of his investigators. It was one of the strongest moments in the hearing. He shot back when he started fielding questions about whether he should have vetted people for who they supported in the last campaign, or if he should have seen this politically charged investigation as obviously being something that would anger half the country. He said, quote, "I've been in this business for almost 25 years, and in those 25 years, I have not had occasion once to ask somebody about their political affiliation. It is not done." It was a significant moment because it was really one of the times you saw him push back forcefully against Republicans and their narrative.
Do you think that's because he was, as Kim sort of mentioned, really trying to make sure to protect the integrity of this investigation? That was my sense, is his limited answers, the yes and the no. It's in the report. The report speaks for itself. I'm not going to read from the report. He wanted to be humble, respect the integrity of the report, not add anything extra that would distract from it.
Exactly. He wants people to focus on his report. And I think there is a little bit of frustration among some of the folks who worked on his team that there is so much focus on this question of obstruction and not on Russian interference. Even that first day, Nora, when we first got the report and we were flipping through it, I remember staffers motioning to us, like, go to volume 1. And I think he's expressing a little of that frustration today, having to field questions about his own integrity, the integrity of this investigation, and the integrity of his investigators when he believes they have done incredibly important work about a foreign adversary who tried to meddle in our democracy.
Which may come up in the Intelligence Committee
Yes, exactly. We've got more to come, everybody. You can stay with us, because there is going to be 2 more hours of this, essentially, before the Intel Committee.
And if there's a topic for that committee to really delve into, and I think the special counsel does collectively have a frustration about this, that the Russian meddling thing was real, substantial, and carried out at a level of effectiveness and pervasiveness that the Russians had never achieved before. We should understand some of those fundamentals and understand, therefore, how to remedy them or guard ourselves against them in the future. He would hope in this environment, difficult though that may be, to be a nonpartisan or certainly bipartisan concern.
Yeah, I guess I would be a little less charitable, maybe a dissenting view on that, and that, let's not forget, Mueller had stuff he needed to answer. There are serious questions raised about the decisions that he made. One of the most important being his failure to identify grand jury material, which led to the delay in the release of the report. The Attorney General himself leveled that allegation. By refusing to answer those questions, Mueller avoided what could have been a very difficult position. There's nothing classified, nothing privileged in answering that question. So I'm not willing to say that he did this entirely because he was a humble public servant.
What would be the counter-argument?
Well, it seems like the issue really here is twofold. If we cannot investigate and prosecute a president through the Department of Justice and the judicial system, it has to happen in Congress. Not even just with respect to Mr. Trump, with respect to the office of the presidency. That's what's at stake in this moment. Is there a part of government that is charged legitimately with oversight of the presidency? So the question really has to be at this moment, not so much the details of what Mr. Mueller did or didn't do, but what's in the report. Does that give a basis for the next steps for this particular Congress? Because if the Congress doesn't take steps, no president essentially theoretically would be subject to serious investigation for potential wrongdoing. And as you mentioned, the three elements of obstruction: an obstructive act, a pending investigation, and intent. The Democrats carefully went through all three of those, and the Republicans did not answer that on the merits. And remember, for impeachment, you don't need to prove those. It's a lower bar.
For those of you that have not read the Mueller report in its entirety, there are versions that, but you pointed out, it is useful, to just actually look at, because you point out there is actually the obstructive act, the nexus to the proceeding, and then the intent, which is actually interesting to read this. I'm not a lawyer, but I still find this interesting as a journalist. Going to take care of some quick business real quick. Some of you will be leaving us now for local news from your CBS stations. For the rest of you, our coverage continues right here on CBS News. It's a historic day on Capitol Hill today as the former special counsel Robert Mueller testifying before two committees. He's already wrapped up before the House Judiciary Committee some 3.5 hours of questioning by 41 lawmakers. Later this afternoon, after a break, he will go before the House Intelligence Committee, which is expected to focus on what launched this investigation in the very beginning, which is Russian involvement and attempts to curb our democracy in the 2016 presidential elections, which all intelligence officials say continues to this day and up until the next election. That's why I want to bring in our Chief Justice and Homeland Security correspondent, Jeff Pegues. He's with us here in Washington. Jeff, I want to go over one of the exchanges that happened earlier this morning. It was between Republican Representative Louis Gohmert and Rob Mueller. Let's take a look.
When did you first learn of Peter Strzok's animus toward Donald Trump?
In the summer of 2017.
You didn't know before he was hired?
I'm sorry? What did
you didn't know before he was hired for your team?
Know what?
Peter Strzok hated Trump.
Okay.
You didn't know that before he was made part of your team. Is that what you're saying?
I did not know that.
All right. When did you first learn?
When he did find out, I acted swiftly to have him reassigned elsewhere in the FBI.
Well, there's some discussion about how swift that was. But when did you learn of the ongoing affair he was having with Lisa Page?
About the same time I learned from Strzok.
Did you ever?
And just to remind everybody, Peter Strzok was one of the FBI agents involved, later fired, moved off that. Explain to everybody, Jeff, why this was a focus for Republicans.
Well, because, and you said it moments ago, Mueller's tried and has over the last couple of years to maintain the integrity of the investigation. And almost from the beginning of the investigation in 2017, he was hit with this news that Peter Strzok and Lisa Page had this affair, and they were exchanging hundreds of texts, many of which were showing a bias toward then-candidate Trump at the time in 2016 when they were being exchanged. And so this is what Mueller has had to deal with almost from the beginning. And the Republicans have used it as a hammer to poke holes in the investigation. And you heard that over and over and over again during their line of questioning.
Mm-hmm. Jeff brings up that point that I think we've laid out, that the Republicans largely tried to attack the investigators today, whether if they have made political contributions in the past, whether this one particular FBI agent, there were many FBI agents involved, had an affair and engaged in unprofessional conduct on multiple levels, which was why he was ultimately removed from the FBI.
Right, and we should note that there is, and Robert Mueller, as a testifying witness, made reference to this, ongoing Inspector General investigation to this. Michael Horowitz is the name of the investigator, the Inspector General of the Justice Department. And look, the Justice Department has not emerged unscathed in this process. He's already, Michael Horowitz, the Inspector General, published reports that condemn certain actions, that say that there are appearances of bias, that protocol was not followed in all respects. This is not a situation where the Justice Department and certain elements of the FBI come out of this with their reputations perfectly enhanced. They don't. Right. There are some issues here that are relevant. Are they as relevant as the conduct of a president of the United States? That's for the public to decide. But it's not an immaterial issue It is on the margins, I think it's fair to say, but it is part of this conversation.
Let me bring in Nancy Cordes, who is there on Capitol Hill, because Nancy's not only following what happened this morning, but also the hearing that is coming up later this afternoon. Set the scene for us.
Well, Nora, the hearing that you were just watching was held by the House Judiciary Committee. This is the committee that is looking into obstruction of justice, and so a lot of the questions were along those lines. This afternoon, it's going to be the House Intelligence Committee. That is the committee that has been looking for the past 2 years at Russian interference in the U.S. elections. So the questions are going to be very different. You're going to hear questions about all the ways that the Trump campaign welcomed and encouraged and benefited from Russian interference in the 2016 elections. And that could mean questions about Don Trump Jr.'s meeting at Trump Tower with a Russian lawyer, questions about all the contacts that Mueller detailed in his report between Trump associates, Trump campaign officials, and various Russians. And expect Republicans to focus on the fact that at the end of the day, Mueller's report did not lay out evidence of any kind of a conspiracy between the Trump campaign and the Russians. And so Republicans will argue that this is a lot of smoke, but no fire.
All right, Nancy Cordes there doing a terrific job on Capitol Hill. Want to bring in now Paula Reed from the White House to hear what she's hearing from the White House, but also just to follow up on what Nancy was talking about, this upcoming hearing that will, I think, center more on that Russian interference and what Bob Mueller said earlier today, which is, over the course of my career, I've seen a number of challenges to our democracy. The Russian government's effort to interfere in our election is among the most serious. And that should be the red buzzing light that everyone should be concerned about: foreign interference in our elections.
That's right. And Nora, just last week, a senior White House official confirmed that Russia continues to meddle in the upcoming election, specifically on social media, trying to get people riled up over controversial issues like guns and race, trying to divide people and sow discord here in the U.S. So it continues. We'll see how lawmakers shape their questions, if they want to look back at the Trump Tower meeting, what happened in the campaign, or if they want to ask for his advice going forward, how to prevent this. But in terms of overall White House reaction to this hearing, so far the White House has not come out with a statement, but the president has weighed in sporadically on Twitter. He has quoted Fox News a few times, one quote about there being no obstruction, a claim which the former special counsel clearly refuted in this hearing. He also quoted Fox News attacking Mueller and his performance. But Nora, what's so interesting, the one time the president weighed in without quoting anyone else was on this issue that he's repeatedly raised. The president has alleged that special counsel Robert Mueller was conflicted because he was interviewed to replace James Comey as the FBI director, didn't get the job, and he was upset. But here in this hearing, we heard for the first time, Mueller denied this under oath. He said he did not interview for that job, which of course he had, even beyond the traditional 10-year term starting under Bush and Obama. Mueller testified that he actually came to the White House to talk to the president about what makes a good FBI director. But, of course, anyone who's ever spoken to the president knows sometimes a conversation starts in one place and ends up in another. That could account for the confusion here. But the president will likely be asked about this discrepancy around 4 p.m. when he's expected to speak to reporters.
All right, one other thing I wanted to dig in from this hearing is the special counsel ultimately works for the Department of Justice. When Mueller turned in his report, he turned it into the Attorney General at the time, Bob Barr. Mueller was asked multiple times today, I think, to draw some space between him and the current Attorney General. He seemed to avoid that entirely, even though there is a difference of opinion on some things, correct?
Absolutely, and Nora, this was significant because I anticipated that particularly Democrats would want to seize on the disagreements, the discrepancies between these two men and get Mueller to clarify. I think they were trying to paint the Attorney General as someone who is trying to help the president, who got out ahead of the release of the full report with this summary that was, in some people's eyes, very favorable to the president. But it's interesting, Mueller was not willing to weigh in on this. But we do have, of course, the letter that the special counsel sent to the Attorney General about how he handled that summary. In that letter, Mueller clearly says, he said, look, the way you've handled this summary that you've put out with these conclusions that say no obstruction, this has caused, quote, great confusion among the public. And he questions in that letter why Barr just didn't release the executive summaries. Now, the Attorney General, William Barr, he has been willing to criticize the special counsel in public, the way he's handled this. He's questioned why he didn't come to a conclusion on obstruction. He's questioned why he was not given a redacted copy of the report that he had asked for. But here, Mueller, he was not willing to exchange words with the Attorney General. He was not willing to criticize him or even reveal the contents of their conversations.
All right, Paula Reed at the White House. Let's dig into that further because, again, while there is some daylight between Robert Mueller and the current Attorney General, he didn't seem to want to make any news on that today.
Well, that was part of my frustration with the testimonies because he was refusing to answer purely legal questions. That he was asked, for example, what he meant by a particular statement that was ambiguous in the report. He refused to answer that. But the most serious problem occurred when he was confronted on the fact that the Attorney General believed he could reach a conclusion. Many of us hold that view, that there was nothing preventing Mueller from reaching that conclusion.
Meaning, this is what the Attorney General said to Jan Crawford, our own Jan Crawford, that he believed that Mueller could have said, yes, he obstructed justice, but no, it's not my role to charge him.
Right. Really, Mueller's position on this, in my view, is unintelligible. If he's correct, then the Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General violated DOJ policy by reaching a conclusion on obstruction. There's nothing in the OLC memo that says you cannot, especially as a special counsel where you're supposed to make these decisions, state whether you believe a crime has been committed. He reached a conclusion on the first part, but not the second part. And what's very strange about this, and I don't think Mueller wanted to talk about it because it would be difficult to explain, is if you really thought that your interpretation of the OLC memos were at odds with the Attorney General, who usually controls DOJ policy, why didn't you ask OLC? That's usually what happens. Okay. And the suspicion is he's a good enough litigator not to ask a question he doesn't know the answer to.
Okay. Can I offer a response?
Sure.
So the reason I think why he didn't actually reach a conclusion, and I'm not sure I agree with it or not, was that we don't, as a Department of Justice, charge someone, ping them, accuse them essentially of a crime if they can't defend themselves. It's a sort of a due process idea. Right. And if he can't defend himself because of the memo, that would be unfair. So it was really a nod.
But Liz, he does
say that actually.
But he does that,
on the 29th.
Right?
He did say that in his appearance, yeah.
But what does Mueller mean when he says, if I could exonerate you, I would? That sounds a lot like saying, I think you have evidence of a crime here.
Nancy Cordes is on Capitol Hill. She's with the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Doug Collins, Republican of Georgia. Nancy?
Thanks, Nora. And Doug Collins was the first Republican to ask questions of Mueller in this judiciary hearing. Thank you so much for joining me, Congressman. Republicans, yourself included, had a lot of questions about the credibility of this investigation, the people that Robert Mueller hired, the avenues that he chose to go down, the avenues that he ignored. What did you think of his answers?
Well, I think they were frustrating at times. I mean, this is what we had talked about before, that we want to know what he did, what he didn't do, and what he didn't say. I think what was very important, though, is what he did say. And I think that was in my line of question where he admitted that his report said that collusion and conspiracy were one and the same, and that was over, that was done away with. The president and his team were not basically clear to that. He confirmed that in his own report today and confirmed it in front of our hearing. What was really concerning, though, is also not concerning from our side, but another interesting point is every time the Democrats tried to walk through what was done with their obstruction claim, he would get to the end and he'd say, I disagree with your theory. And I think what's interesting there is that what they're trying to hinge this whole report on was that there was something that they missed, that something that the American people should know that Mueller had said. And what we found out today was no, it was all what the report said. And from our perspective, it was very frustrating that he wouldn't talk about very elements that were in the report, but then claimed he couldn't talk about the still interviews, the dossier, and those kind of things.
One of the things he said right off the bat in response to a question by the chair, Jerry Nadler, was that the president is wrong when he repeatedly says that he was exonerated by this report.
Well, the question is I have a question is when does a prosecutor exonerate anyway? What also Mr. Mueller didn't say was that he was guilty either. And I think we always focus on what he says we didn't exonerate, but also that means when you look at it, there was nothing there to say he was guilty, that he wouldn't bring a charge. This is the part of this is why this was important today. The Mueller report was an unquestioned document until today. Now today, when we were able to ask questions and bring forth ideas and bring forth it is now a questioned document. There is now actually to say this was instead of one person's opinion, now there's others to say, okay, well, what about this? And what was really this takeaway story, and I think the final chapter in what should be the Mueller report, is that today he confirmed confirm collusion and conspiracy, one and the same, and it's done with. And that obstruction, he disagrees with the Democrats' theory on their theory of obstruction. And as we move forward, the question now turns to the Inspector General's report on the FISA abuse and Mr. Durham's inspection on investigation on how this actually got started and what abuses may have taken place to American citizens.
Nora, you have a question?
Yeah, could you ask the congressman, why didn't the Republicans directly challenge any of the 10 instances of obstruction of justice, potential obstruction of justice laid out by the special counsel?
Congressman, Nora O'Donnell's question is, why didn't Republicans challenge any of the 10 instances of obstruction of justice that Mueller laid out in great detail in his report?
Well, I don't think we had to because Mr. Mueller did it himself. When he said, I disagree with your theory, they did that themselves.
He didn't disagree with Democrats for the most part about what happened and what took place and the fact that it was potentially obstruction of justice.
What's new about that? That has been in the report since April.
But does that concern you that the president potentially committed obstruction of justice?
No, because I think when you look at it from the perspective of what he said, that even when he got to it, he never also said he never did the analysis to find out where he could go because he had stopped that. But also when you look at this, when you actually say that and you talk about when he says, I disagree, when they put their charts up, did their cute little check marks, and then got to the point and he said, I disagree with your analysis on obstruction. That's the thing that you take away from this, and I think that's the important part as we go forward. There were a lot of things to ask about. Why go on to things that he disagreed with, and when we had actual questions on things that are actually moving on in a different format, moving forward on how this report got started, but also confirming what was already in the report. Today was a bad, if you thought this was going in and the Democrats put their money on impeachment, this was a bad day for you.
Congressman Doug Collins, Georgia, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nora?
All right, Nancy, thank you. And the congressman there, the ranking member on the Judiciary Committee. And when he leaves Congress, when he chooses to, he could be a cattle auctioneer. He is one of the fastest talkers ever of all time. I had trouble myself following everything that he said.
Sometimes not always to his benefit or the benefit of the witness. One of the things that the president's attorneys said right after the Mueller report came out, I had a conversation with Jay Sekulow and Rudy Giuliani. He said a couple of things. First of all, that Robert Mueller and his team have this, what they describe, these are their words, not mine, unique theory about obstruction, that you can have obstruction of justice by tweet, and you can have obstruction of justice by threat or by fulmination or by being angry. He said, they said their legal interpretation is none of those things are obstructive. They sound bad. They may not be something we're comfortable with in a president's conduct, but they are not criminally prosecutable. And if they could have been, there would have been something that the Mueller report would have suggested that they were. And that ultimately, the legal basis to bring that charge didn't exist, would never exist, and is, from their interpretation, a sidelight to all this. It was the central component of the Democrats' questioning, and the public is going to have to render a judgment about how comfortable they are with this conduct of the president, not necessarily whether it was criminally prosecutable.
Can we just dive down a little deeper on that issue? Because the president has used the word collusion, which is not a legal term. And so Congressman Collins tried to point this out. Again, he speaks very quickly, so I'm going to do it a little bit slower, but it's on page 180 for those of you following at home, where they say in this report that, to the contrary, even as defined in legal dictionaries, collusion is largely synonymous with conspiracy as the crime that is set forth in the general federal conspiracy statute. Did the special counsel charge the president or associates with conspiracy?
No, and that is very, very clear. No conspiracy requires a meeting of the mind. It's in a statute. If you have the checks and the various elements, you can prosecute that. Someone can go to jail. Collusion is a common term. You can have a view of collusion. I can have a view of collusion. There's a dictionary definition of collusion. That is something that could go, in theory, to an impeachment process and produce the next step, even if something is not worth convicting before an actual jury. So those are two different terms. Collusion's not a legal concept.
Should we turn now, because we're just about, I'm being told, we're about 6 minutes away from this next hearing beginning. So everybody had a quick break on Bob Mueller's team to get a snack, a cup of coffee, what it may be, and then they're going back for another 2 hours. This part, we're told, is going to focus on what is known as Volume 2, the report on the investigation into Russian interference.
Volume 1.
Excuse me, Volume 1. Thank you. Volume 1 of Russian interference into the presidential election. Some of the key things that will be talked about here. Go through it if you can quickly. Yeah.
So what the Russians have long done is what they call countermeasures, effective countermeasures and effective active measures to create within the United States or any adversary political confusion, political discord, and a sense that the politics in that country, that enemy of Russia, is not as legitimate as they believed it was. They've never been more effective at doing that in 2016. One of the takeaways in their methodology is also that we as Americans, because of our partisan differences, gave them a field where that was more effective than it ever has been. That we're willing to believe in ways we hadn't been before the worst about each other. And they use all sorts of electronic, social media, and other means to pit ourselves against one another, advantaging themselves through our partisan differences. And I think that's one of the things that we should all reflect on, is that, yes, they had ill intent. Yes, they used means and in a pervasive way they'd never used before. But we also, our own politics and our own sense of divisions made that more successful than it had been before.
The special counsel's report not only found that the Russian government interfered in a sweeping and systemic fashion, but they did so to benefit the presidency or future presidency of Donald Trump.
Right. I think that's very clear. And actually, Mueller said that in the morning, that this was clearly designed to help Trump. So there'll be two different issues here, right? One is the Russian interference with the election, which is well established. And then the second one is going to be, was there a conspiracy linked to that effort? And on that, Volume 1 helps the president, right? It does not find a criminal case of conspiracy. But since Mueller has already mapped out that he's not going to talk about how this investigation began, the sources that were used, what the Republicans say were false statements made early on that were not prosecuted, you're likely to see much of the same. And so this is one of those cases where people are likely to leave the party with whoever they came with, right? I mean, you're going to get from this a lot that reinforces your views. But Mueller, I think, is going to be pushed again by the Republicans, saying, look, you say in the report that various statements made early on were false, and some of those were key players in raising this issue. Why didn't you charge them? Why doesn't this undermine the original purpose? And Mueller, we'll see if Mueller's a little more flexible in answering those.
I just want to, because I do think this is an opportunity to learn about what's happened in our past election and what foreign governments are doing. And so quickly, what happened? There was a social media campaign. They used that. There was the hacking operation into the Democratic emails and the emails of Hillary Clinton and members of her campaign. There were Russian contacts with the campaigns, including those members of the Trump campaign, which we're going to hear a lot about. This was a multi-pronged effort by the Russian government. And so in its scope and in its entirety, that's why we've heard Robert Mueller say that is one of the most troubling things he's ever investigated in his entire career in government. And that should send a chill down your back, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat or an independent.
Absolutely. It goes to we the people. Our government is, in theory, by us. We get to decide who our elected officials are. We go to the ballot box. We cast our ballot based on our own decision, accurate information. The idea here is that the Russians distorted that process and it basically co-opted to some degree that fundamental right that's central to our democracy. This is why it is so important and bipartisan.
Jeff Pegues is our Justice Department correspondent and has been covering this so closely for a long period of time. Jeff, walk us through all that you know about this.
Well, yeah, according to Mueller, this was a Russian operation through social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, that may have reached as many as 130 million Americans through 2016 and through 2017. And so just think of that, the scope of this. You know, this was a new wave of Russian influence operations, and it combined all the things that you discussed there, Nora, the hacking of the information from the DNC, and then releasing that information. And the goal was, according to law enforcement, according to intelligence agencies, to influence how Americans think. And they did that in a myriad of ways, including setting up Facebook accounts that weren't fake because there were real people behind them, but these were Russian operatives trying to sow division in communities across the country based on wedge issues like race, immigration, gun control. And so they kept tweaking, hitting at these very controversial topics to divide Americans, not to bring Americans together around the topics, but to divide Americans and then take those divisions to the polls.
And this is where we're going to learn some very interesting details, just what happened during the 2016 campaign. One of the questions that Democrats are likely going to ask today, because we do know there were contacts between Russian officials and members of the Trump campaign. One of the questions will be, did the Trump campaign report any of these Russian contacts to the FBI? And the question is going to be no. So as former federal prosecutors, is a campaign required by law to report any contacts with a foreign government to the FBI?
So it depends what the contacts are. You are expected to. The FBI director actually said that he believes that Donald Trump Jr. should have immediately reported to the FBI before the meeting occurred that he had this contact. What's notable is that President Trump later stood in direct contradiction with his own FBI director and said he wasn't sure that he would have made that call. And it was a real shocking moment for many people in Washington, because the understanding is there's some give at the elbow here, and when you are required to call, generally it's not a crime not to call when someone has contacted you. But the overwhelming view of the FBI, the CIA, the NSA is you need to call us when you have that type of contact.
One other key thing will have to do with that Trump Tower meeting that occurred with Russian officials, and later was then, once it was reported and questions raised about what was discussed, the president himself editing a statement, directing others to change a public statement about what was said in that Trump Tower meeting.
Two issues there. One, that was a statement to the New York Times. The Trump administration and its lawyers have always said there's no crime in lying to the New York Times or anyone else. Point two, that was not Russian officials. It was a lawyer who said she was working on behalf of people with interest in the Russian government. It's a key distinction. One of the things that also came out this morning is that that same lawyer then met with Glenn Simpson, Fusion GPS, after that Trump Tower meeting. Republicans would say, why didn't you include that? That would at least be contextually relevant or possibly interesting to who she's meeting with both sides. Was this something that should be part of the public record? I think it's a fair question.
It is a fair question.
Yeah. Well, we'll just show you now. These are actually, we're waiting now for the former special counsel Robert Mueller, the former FBI director, to come through this door to appear before these members of the House Intel Committee, which have been, of course, investigating this whole thing for a couple of years themselves, in addition to the special counsel.
I just want to highlight a word that Mr. Mueller used multiple times, and that is the word integrity. So there are two questions here. One is is action going to produce an indictment and put someone in jail? That's the criminal line. The other question is, do we want our public servants to act with integrity? These are norms. They're not enforceable. These are ways of conduct. We teach our children. We act in our own lives. And I think that, in addition to whether or not there's a question of whether that was illegal to not call the FBI, do we want someone in a position of power to take that step rather than say, hey, this is good for me, even though the Russians are bad guys, so I'm going to keep this quiet? That's a question of integrity.
But I think you're going to see the Republicans pressing one point very hard. And they're going to say, look, in the Steele dossier, they received information allegedly from foreign intelligence, including the Russians. And you had a lot of information that was going to Steele or to the so-called Clinton side. You didn't investigate any of that. So you said you wanted to look at the influence of Russians on the investigation, and yet it only seemed to be on one side. Mueller refused to answer that, and he had a good reason for that, because he said, look, that will be part of the other investigation going forward.
Well, he suggested that the Department of Justice is looking at it right now.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so I think he's going to maintain that. The Republicans are also going to jump on the fact that in the Mueller report, it does not find that Trump knew about the meeting in advance.
Correct.
And that was a key moment for the Republicans.
Now, Robert Mueller, I just want to point out, just before we start this, has brought in some reinforcements today. His top aide, former chief of staff when he was FBI director, the man who helped run a lot of the special counsel operations, Aaron Zebley, is going to be sworn in today. So I want to bring in Nancy Cordes to explain what that means for what we're going to see for this second hearing. Nancy?
Nora, Aaron Zebley was Mueller's chief of staff. He was responsible for the day-to-day operations of this investigation over the course of 2 years. And so Mueller made an unusual last-minute request of these two committees that Zebley be able to not just advise him at the witness stand, but be sworn in himself, so that if there were very specific questions that Mueller couldn't answer, that Zebley would be able to pick that up. Well, the first committee, the Judiciary Committee, declined. They said it was a last-minute curveball, that they wanted to hear from Mueller and only from Mueller. And so Zebly was there in the hearing room, but he himself didn't testify. This next hearing is different. He will be sworn in, and that's potentially because there are so many questions that are going to be really getting into the nitty-gritty of Russian interference. And these members of Congress believe that in some cases Zebly might be the person who is better equipped to answer questions about specific interviews with individuals, whether they're foreign nationals or Americans. And so he will be able to speak. Not everyone is happy about this. I've spoken to several Republicans who said, look, we've been preparing for weeks. We were preparing to question Robert Mueller, not Aaron Zebly. But this is going to happen in the House Intelligence Committee. The president himself, one of the people who is railing against this decision. He says it's unfair. He's calling Zebly a never-Trumper, someone who was against him from the start, though we should point out that there is no evidence that Zebly has any particular bias against this president.
Got it. And that level of detail, I think, is why Aaron Zebly is being brought into this. If people were frustrated by Robert Mueller that he did not answer many of the questions in the first hearing, in fact, we counted some 110 monosyllabic yes or no answers. This is an attempt, I think, to provide more context to this very important issue. And as you see now, that's why the director taking his seat there, along with Aaron Zebly, also a noted prosecutor, also a former partner at WilmerHale as well.
And you can expect Zebly is going to have a harder time here. He was already attacked once in the earlier hearing because he had a connection to the IT controversy involving the Clintons. Here, I think since he'll be under oath, the Republicans could very well go after him as one of the figures that they have been suggesting might be biased.
Worth pointing out, no conspiracy with the 2016 campaign, the Trump campaign. Numerous contacts that were ritualistically denied until they were forced out into the public record. And no evidence that the Trump campaign at any level discouraged Russians from talking to them. Is America comfortable with those three sets of facts? That's the relevant set of questions.
And now we are going to hear from Adam Schiff, a former prosecutor himself, who is the chairman of this committee.
We will come to order. At the outset, and on behalf of my colleagues, I want to thank you, Special Counsel Mueller, for a lifetime of service to the country. Your report, for those who have taken the time to study it, is methodical and it is devastating. For it tells the story of a foreign adversary's sweeping and systematic intervention in a close U.S. presidential election. That should be enough to deserve the attention of every American, as you well point out. But your report tells another story as well. The story of the 2016 election is also a story about disloyalty to country, about greed, and about lies. Your investigation determined that the Trump campaign, including Donald Trump himself, knew that a foreign power was intervening in our election and welcomed it, built Russian meddling into their strategy, and used it. Disloyalty to country. Those are strong words, but how else are we to describe a presidential campaign which did not inform the authorities of a foreign offer of dirt on their opponent, which did not publicly shun it or turn it away, but which instead invited it, encouraged it, and made full use of it? That disloyalty may not have been criminal, constrained by uncooperative witnesses, the destruction of documents, and the use of encrypted communications. Your team was not able to establish each of the elements of the crime of conspiracy beyond a reasonable doubt. So not a provable crime in any event. But I think maybe something worse. A crime is the violation of law written by Congress. But disloyalty to country violates the very oath of citizenship, our devotion to a core principle on which our nation was founded, that we, the people, and not some foreign power that wishes us ill, we decide who governs us. This is also a story about money. about greed and corruption, about the leadership of a campaign willing to compromise the nation's interest not only to win, but to make money at the same time. About a campaign chairman indebted to pro-Russian interests who tried to use his position to clear his debts and make millions. About a national security advisor using his position to make money from still other foreign interests. And about a candidate trying to make more money than all of them put together through a real estate project that to him was worth a fortune, hundreds of millions of dollars, and the realization of a lifelong ambition, a Trump Tower in the heart of Moscow. A candidate who, in fact, viewed his whole campaign as the greatest infomercial in history. Donald Trump and his senior staff were not alone in their desire to use the election to make money. For Russia, too, there was a powerful financial motive. Putin wanted relief from U.S. economic sanctions imposed in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and over human rights violations. The secret Trump Tower meeting between the Russians and senior campaign officials was about sanctions. The secret conversations between Flynn and the Russian ambassador were about sanctions. Trump and his team wanted more money for themselves, and the Russians wanted more money for themselves and for their oligarchs. But the story doesn't end here either. For your report also tells a story about lies. Lots of lies. Lies about a gleaming tower in Moscow and lies about talks with the Kremlin. Lies about the firing of FBI Director James Comey and lies about efforts to fire you, Director Mueller, and lies to cover it up. Lies about secret negotiations with the Russians over sanctions and lies about WikiLeaks. Lies about polling data and lies about hush money payments. Lies about meetings in the Seychelles to set up secret back channels and lies about a secret meeting in New York Trump Tower. Lies to the FBI, lies to your staff, and lies to this committee. Lies to obstruct an investigation into the most serious attack on our democracy by a foreign power in our history. That is where your report ends, Director Mueller, with a scheme to cover up, obstruct, and deceive every bit as systematic and pervasive as the Russian disinformation campaign itself, but far more pernicious since this rot came from within. Even now, after 448 pages and 2 volumes, the deception continues. The president and his acolytes say your report found no collusion, though your report explicitly declined to address that question, since collusion can involve both criminal and non-criminal conduct. Your report laid out multiple offers of Russian help to the Trump campaign, the campaign's acceptance of that help, and overt acts in furtherance of Russian help. To most Americans, that is the very definition of collusion, whether it is a crime or not. They say your report found no evidence of obstruction, though you outline numerous actions by the president intended to obstruct the investigation. They say the president has been fully exonerated, though you specifically declare you could not exonerate him. In fact, they say your whole investigation was nothing more than a witch hunt, that the Russians didn't interfere in our election, that it's all a terrible hoax. The real crime, they say, is not that the Russians intervened to help Donald Trump, but that the FBI had the temerity to investigate it when they did. But worst of all, worse than all the lies and the greed, is the disloyalty to country. For that too continues. When asked if the Russians intervene again, will you take their help, Mr. President? Why not? Was the essence of his answer. Everyone does it. No, Mr. President, they don't. Not in the America envisioned by Jefferson, Madison, and Hamilton. Not for those who believe in the idea that Lincoln labored until his dying day to preserve, the idea animating our great national experiment, so unique then, so precious still, that our government is chosen by our people through our franchise and not by some hostile foreign power. This is what is at stake. Our next election and the one after that, for generations to come, our democracy. This is why your work matters, Director Mueller. This is why our investigation matters, to bring these dangers to light. Ranking Member Nunes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, everyone, to the last gasp of the Russia collusion conspiracy theory. As Democrats continue to foist this spectacle on the American people, as well as you, Mr. Mueller, the American people may recall the media first began spreading this conspiracy theory in the spring of 2016, when Fusion GPS, funded by the DNC and the Hillary Clinton campaign, started developing the Steele dossier, a collection of outlandish accusations that Trump and his associates were Russian agents. Fusion GPS, Steele, and other Confederates fed these absurdities to naive or partisan reporters and to top officials in numerous government agencies, including the FBI, the Department of Justice, and the State Department. Among other things, the FBI used dossier allegations to obtain a warrant to spy on the Trump campaign. Despite acknowledging dossier allegations as being salacious and unverified, former FBI Director James Comey briefed those allegations to President Obama and President-elect Trump. Those briefings conveniently leaked to the press, resulting in the publication of the dossier and launching thousands of false press stories based on the word of a foreign ex-spy, one who admitted he was desperate that Trump lose the election and who was eventually fired as an FBI source for leaking to the press. After Comey himself was fired, by his own admission, he leaked derogatory information on President Trump to the press for the specific purpose, and successfully so, of engineering the appointment of a special counsel who sits here before us today. The FBI investigation was marred by further corruption and bizarre abuses. Top DOJ official Bruce Orr, whose own wife worked on Fusion GPS's anti-Trump operation, fed Steele's information to the FBI even after the FBI fired Steele. The top FBI investigator and his lover, another top FBI official, constantly texted about how much they hated Trump and wanted to stop him from being elected. And the entire investigation was opened based not on Five Eyes intelligence, but on a tip from a foreign politician about a conversation involving Joseph Mifsud. He's a Maltese diplomat who's widely portrayed as a Russian agent, but seems to have far more connections with Western governments, including our own FBI and our own State Department, than with Russia. Brazenly ignoring all these red flags, as well as the transparent absurdity of the claims they are making, the Democrats have argued for nearly 3 years that evidence of collusion is hidden just around the corner. Like the Loch Ness Monster, they insist it's there, even if no one can find it. Consider this. In March 2017, Democrats on this committee said they had more than circumstantial evidence of collusion, but they couldn't reveal it yet. Mr. Mueller was soon appointed, and they said he would find the collusion. Then when no collusion was found in Mr. Mueller's indictments, the Democrats said we'd find it in his final report. Then when there was no collusion in the report, we were told Attorney General Barr was hiding it. Then when it was clear Barr wasn't hiding anything, we were told it will be revealed through a hearing with Mr. Mueller himself. And now that Mr. Mueller is here, they are claiming that the collusion has actually been in his report all along, hidden in plain sight. And they're right. There is collusion in plain sight. Collusion between Russia and the Democratic Party. The Democrats colluded with Russian sources to develop the Steele dossier, and Russian lawyer Natalia Vesnitskaya colluded with the dossier's key architect, Fusion GPS head Glenn Simpson. The Democrats have already admitted, both in interviews and through their usual anonymous statements to reporters, that today's hearing is not about getting information at all. They said they want to, quote, bring the Mueller report to life and create a television moment through ploys like having Mr. Mueller recite passages from his own report. In other words, this hearing is political theater. It's a Hail Mary attempt to convince the American people that collusion is real and that it's concealed in the report. Granted, that's a strange argument to make about a report that is public. It's almost like the Democrats prepared arguments accusing Mr. Barr of hiding the report and didn't bother to update their claims once he published the entire thing. Among congressional Democrats, the Russia investigation was never about finding the truth. It's always been a simple media operation. By their own accounts, this operation continues in this room today. Once again, numerous pressing issues this committee needs to address are put on hold to indulge the political fantasies of people who believed it was their destiny to serve Hillary Clinton's administration. It's time for the curtain to close on the Russia hoax. The conspiracy theory is dead. At some point, I would argue, we're going to have to get back to work. Until then, I yield back the balance of my time.
To ensure fairness and make sure that our hearing is prompt, I know we got a late start, Director Mueller. The hearing will be structured as follows. Each member of the committee will be afforded 5 minutes to ask questions, beginning with the chair and ranking member. As chair, I will recognize thereafter in alternating fashion and descending order of seniority members of the majority and minority. After each member has asked his or her questions, the ranking member will be afforded an additional 5 minutes to ask questions, followed by the chair, who will have additional 5 minutes for questions. The ranking member and the chair will not be permitted to delegate or yield our final round of questions to any other member. After 6 members of the majority and 6 members of the minority have concluded their 5-minute rounds of questions, we'll take a 5 or 10-minute break that we understand you've requested before resuming the hearing with Congressman Swalwell starting his round of questions. Special Counsel Mueller is accompanied today by Aaron Zebley, who served as Deputy Special Counsel from May 2017 until May 2019 and had day-to-day oversight of the Special Counsel's investigation. Mr. Mueller and Mr. Zebley resigned from the Department of Justice at the end of May 2019 when the Special Counsel's office was closed. Both Mr. Mueller and Mr. Zebley will be available to answer questions today and will be sworn in consistent with the rules of the House and the committee. Mr. Mueller and Mr. Zebley's appearance today before the committee is in keeping with the committee's longstanding practice of receiving testimony from current or former Department of Justice and FBI personnel regarding open and closed investigative matters. As this hearing is under oath and before we begin your testimony, Mr. Mueller and Zebley, would you please rise and raise your right hands to be sworn? Let me swear them in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give at this hearing is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. The record will reflect that the witnesses have been duly sworn. Ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify that this is highly unusual for Mr. Zebley to be sworn in. We're here to ask Director Mueller questions. He's here as counsel. Our side is not going to be directing any questions to Mr. Zebley, and we have concerns about his prior representation of the Hillary Clinton campaign aide. So I just want to voice that concern that we do have, and we will not be addressing any questions to Mr. Zebley today.
I thank the ranking member. I realize, as you probably do, Mr. Zebley, that there is an angry man down the street who's not happy about your being here today. But it is up to this committee and not anyone else who will be allowed to be sworn in and testify, and you are welcome as a private citizen to testify, and members may direct their questions to whoever they choose. With that, Director Mueller, you are recognized for any opening remarks you'd like to make.
Good afternoon, Chairman Schiff, Ranking Member Nunes, and members of the committee. I testified this morning before the House Judiciary Committee. I ask that the opening statement I made before that committee be incorporated into the record here.
Without objection, Director.
I understand that this committee has a unique jurisdiction and that you are interested in further understanding the counterintelligence implications of our investigation. So let me say a word about how we handled the potential impact of our investigation on counterintelligence matters. As we explained in our report, the special counsel regulations effectively gave me the role of United States Attorney. As a result, we structured our investigation around evidence for possible use in prosecution of federal crimes. We did not reach what you would call counterintelligence conclusions. We did, however, set up processes in the office to identify and pass counterintelligence information onto the FBI. Members of our office periodically briefed the FBI about counterintelligence information. In addition, there were agents and analysts from the FBI who were not on our team, but whose job it was to identify counterintelligence information in our files and to disseminate that information to the FBI. For these reasons, questions about what the FBI has done with the counterintelligence information obtained from our investigation should be directed to the FBI. I also want to reiterate a few points that I made this morning. I am not making any judgments or offering opinions about the guilt or innocence in any pending case. It is unusual for a prosecutor to testify about a criminal investigation, and given my role as a prosecutor, there are reasons why my testimony will necessarily be limited. First, public testimony could affect several ongoing matters. In some of these matters, court rules or judicial orders limit the disclosure of information to protect the fairness of the proceedings. And consistent with longstanding Justice Department policy, it would be inappropriate for me to comment in any way that could affect an ongoing matter. Second, the Justice Department has asserted privileges concerning investigative information and decisions, ongoing matters within the Justice Department, and deliberations within our office. These are Justice Department privileges that I will respect. The Department has released a letter discussing the restrictions on my testimony. But I therefore will not be able to answer questions about certain areas that I know are of public interest. For example, I am unable to address questions about the opening of the FBI's Russia investigation, which occurred months before my appointment, or matters related to the so-called Steele dossier. These matters are the subject of ongoing review by the Department. Any questions on these topics should therefore be directed to the FBI or the Justice Department. Third, as I explained this morning, it is important for me to adhere to what we wrote in our report. The report contains our findings and analysis and the reasons for the decisions we made. We stated the results of our investigation with precision. I do not intend to summarize or describe the results of our work in a different way in the course of my testimony today. And as I stated in May, I also will not comment on the actions of the Attorney General or of Congress. I was appointed as a prosecutor, and I intend to adhere to that role and to the Department standards that govern. Finally, as I said this morning, over the course of my career, I have seen a number of challenges to our democracy. The Russian government's efforts to interfere in our election is among the most serious, and I am sure that the committee agrees. Now, before we go to questions, I want to add one correction to my testimony this morning. I want to go back to one thing that was said this morning by Mr. Liu, who said, and I quote, "You didn't charge the president because of the OLC opinion." That is not the correct way to say it. As we say in the report, and as I said at the opening, we did not reach a determination as to whether the president committed a crime. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to answer questions.
Thank you, Director Mueller. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Director Mueller, your report describes a sweeping and systematic effort by Russia to influence our presidential election. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And during the course of this Russian interference in the election, the Russians made outreach to the Trump campaign, did they not?
That occurred over the course of, that occurred.
It's also clear from your report that during that Russian outreach to the Trump campaign, no one associated with the Trump campaign ever called the FBI to report it. Am Am I right?
Don't know that for sure.
In fact, the campaign welcomed the Russian help, did they not?
I think we report in the report indications that occurred. Yes.
The president's son said when he was approached about dirt on Hillary Clinton that the Trump campaign would love it.
That is generally what was said. Yes.
The president himself called on the Russians to hack Hillary's emails.
There was a statement by the president in those general lines.
And numerous times during the campaign, the president praised the releases of the Russian-hacked emails through WikiLeaks.
That did occur.
Your report found that the Trump campaign planned, quote, a press strategy, communications campaign, and messaging, unquote, based on that Russian assistance.
I am not familiar with that.
That language comes from Volume 1, page 54. Apart from the Russians wanting to help Trump win, several individuals associated with the Trump campaign were also trying to make money during the campaign and transition. Is that correct?
That is true.
Paul Manafort was trying to make money or achieve debt forgiveness from a Russian oligarch?
Generally, that is accurate.
Michael Flynn was trying to make money from Turkey?
True.
Donald Trump was trying to make millions from a real estate deal in Moscow?
To the extent you're talking about the hotel in Moscow?
Yes.
Yes.
When your investigation looked into these matters, numerous Trump associates lied to your team, the grand jury, and to Congress?
A number of persons that we interviewed in our investigation, it turns out, did lie.
Mike Flynn lied?
He was convicted of lying, yes.
George Papadopoulos was convicted of lying?
True.
Paul Manafort was convicted of lying?
True.
Paul Manafort was, in fact, went so far as to encourage other people to lie?
That is accurate.
Manafort's deputy, Rick Gates, lied?
That is accurate.
Michael Cohen, the president's lawyer, was indicted for lying?
True.
He lied to stay on message with the president?
Allegedly by him.
And when Donald Trump called your investigation a witch hunt, that was also false, was it not?
I'd like to think so, yes.
Well, your investigation is not a witch hunt, is it?
It is not a witch hunt.
When the president said the Russian interference was a hoax, that was false, wasn't it?
True.
When he said it publicly, it was false?
He did say publicly that it was false, yes.
And when he told it to Putin, that was false too, wasn't it?
That I'm not familiar with.
When the president said he had no business dealings with Russia, that was false, wasn't it?
I'm not going to go into the details of the report that along those lines.
But when the president said he had no business dealings with Russia, in fact, he was seeking to build a Trump Tower in Moscow, was he not?
I think there is some question about when this was accomplished.
Well, you would consider a billion-dollar deal to build a tower in Moscow to be business dealings, wouldn't you, Director Mueller?
Yeah, absolutely.
In short, your investigation found evidence that Russia wanted to help Trump win the election, right?
I think generally that would be accurate.
Russia informed campaign officials of that?
I'm not certain to what conversations you're referring to.
Well, through an intermediary, they informed Papadopoulos that they could help with the anonymous release of stolen emails?
Accurate.
Russia committed federal crimes in order to help Donald Trump?
When you're talking about the computer crimes charged in our case, absolutely.
The Trump campaign officials built their strategy, their messaging strategy around those stolen documents?
Generally, that's true.
And then they lied to cover it up?
Generally, that's true.
Thank you, Mr. Nunes.
Thank you. Welcome, Director. As a former FBI director, you'd agree that the FBI is the world's most capable law enforcement agency.
I would say yes.
The FBI claims the counterintelligence investigation of the Trump campaign began on July 31st, 2016. But in fact, it began before that. In June 2016, before the investigation officially opened, Trump campaign associates Carter Page and Stephen Miller, a current Trump advisor, were invited to attend a symposium at Cambridge University in July 2016. Your office, however, did not investigate who was responsible for inviting these Trump associates to this symposium. Your investigators also failed to interview Stephen Schrage, an American citizen who helped organize the event and invited Carter Page to it. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Whether or not you interviewed Stephen Schrage, who organized the Cambridge.
Okay, in those areas, I am going to stay away from.
Okay. The first Trump associate to be investigated was General Flynn. Many of the allegations against him stem from false media reports that he had an affair with a Cambridge academic, Svetlana Lokova, and that Lokova was a Russian spy. Some of these allegations were made public in a 2017 article written by British intelligence historian Christopher Andrew. Your report fails to reveal how or why Andrew and his collaborator, Richard Dearlove, former head of Britain's MI6, spread these allegations. And you failed to interview Svetlana Lokova about these matters. Is that correct?
I'm not going to get into those matters to which you refer.
You had a team of 19 lawyers, 40 agents, and an unlimited budget, correct, Mr. Mueller?
I would not say we had an unlimited budget.
Let's continue with the opening of the investigation, supposedly on July 31st, 2016. The investigation was not opened based on an official product from Five Eyes Intelligence, but based on a rumor conveyed by Alexander Downer. On Volume 1, page 89, your report describes him blandly as a representative of a foreign government. But he was actually a long-time Australian politician, not a military or intelligence official, who had previously arranged a $25 million donation to the Clinton Foundation and has previous ties to Dearlove. So Downer conveys a rumor he supposedly heard about a conversation between Papadopoulos and Joseph Mifsud. James Comey has publicly called Mifsud a Russian agent, yet your report does not refer to Mifsud as a Russian agent. Mifsud has extensive contacts with Western governments and the FBI. For example, there is a recent photo of him standing next to Boris Johnson, the new Prime Minister of Great Britain. What we're trying to figure out here, Mr. Mueller, is if our NATO allies or Boris Johnson have been compromised. So we're trying to figure out, Comey says Mifsud is a Russian agent, you do not. So do you stand by what's in the report?
I'd stand by that which is in the report and not so necessarily with that which is not in the report.
I want to return to Mr. Downer. He denies that Papadopoulos mentioned anything to him about Hillary Clinton's emails. And in fact, Mifsud denies mentioning to them that to Papadopoulos. He denies that Papadopoulos mentioned anything to him about Hillary Clinton's emails. And in fact, Mifsud denies mentioning them to Papadopoulos in the first place. So how does the FBI know to continually ask Papadopoulos about Clinton's emails for the rest of 2016? Even more strangely, your sentencing memo on Papadopoulos blames him for hindering the FBI's ability to potentially detain or arrest Mifsud. But the truth is, Mifsud waltzed in and out of the United States in December 2016. The U.S. media could find him, the Italian press found him, and he's a supposed Russian agent at the epicenter of the purported collusion conspiracy. He's the guy who knows about Hillary Clinton's emails and that the Russians have them. But the FBI failed to question him for a half a year after officially opening the investigation. And then, according to Volume 1, page 193 of your report, once Mifsud finally was questioned, he made false statements to the FBI. But you declined to charge him. Is that correct? You did not indict Mr. Mifsud?
I'm not going to speak to the series of happenings as you articulated them.
But you did not indict Mr. Mifsud?
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Pardon?
You did not indict Mr. Mifsud?
True.
Mr. Himes.
Director Mueller, thank you for your lifetime of service to this country, and thank you for your perseverance and patience today. Director, your report opens with two statements of remarkable clarity and power. The first statement is one that is, as of today, not acknowledged by the President of the United States, and that is, quote, the Russian government interfered in the 2016 presidential election in sweeping and systematic fashion. The second statement remains controversial amongst members of this body. Same page on your report, and I quote, "The Russian government perceived it would benefit from a Trump presidency and worked to secure that outcome." Do I have that statement right?
I believe so.
Director Mueller, this attack on our democracy involved, as you said, two operations. First, a social media disinformation campaign. This was a targeted campaign to spread false information on places like Twitter and Facebook. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Facebook estimated, as per your report, that the Russian fake images reached 126 million people. Is that correct?
I believe that's the sum that we record.
Director, who did the Russian social media campaign ultimately intend to benefit? Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump?
Donald Trump.
The second operation, Director...
Let me just say, Donald Trump, but there were instances where Hillary Clinton was subject to much the same behavior.
The second operation in the Russian attack was a scheme, what we call the hack and dump, to steal and release hundreds of thousands of emails from the Democratic Party and the Clinton campaign. Is that a fair summary?
That is.
Did your investigation find that the releases of the hacked emails were strategically timed to maximize impact on the election?
I'd have to refer you to our report on that question.
Page 36, I quote, "The release of the documents was designed and timed to interfere with the 2016 U.S. presidential election." Mr. Mueller, which presidential candidate was Russia's hacking and dumping operation designed to benefit, Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump?
Mr. Trump.
Mr. Mueller, is it possible that this sweeping and systematic effort by Russia actually had an effect on the outcome of the presidential election?
Those issues are being or have been investigated by other entities.
126 million Facebook impressions, fake rallies, attacks on Hillary Clinton's health. Would you rule out that it might have had some effect on the election?
I'm not going to speculate.
Mr. Mueller, your report describes a third avenue of attempted Russian interference. That is, the numerous links and contacts between the Trump campaign and individuals tied to the Russian government. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that question?
Your report describes what is called a third avenue of Russian interference, and that's the links and contacts between the Trump campaign and individuals tied to the Russian government.
Yes.
Let's bring up slide 1, which is about George Papadopoulos, and it reads, "On May 6, 2016, 10 days after that meeting with Mifsud, much discussed today, Papadopoulos suggested to a representative of a foreign government that the Trump campaign had received indications from the Russian government that it could assist the campaign through the anonymous release of information that would be damaging to Hillary Clinton." And Director, that's exactly what happened 2 months later, is it not?
Well, I can speak to the excerpt that you have on the screen as being accurate from the report, but not the second half of your question.
Well, the second half, just to refer to page 6 of the report, is that on July 22nd, through WikiLeaks, thousands of these emails that were stolen by the Russian government appeared, correct? That's on page 6 of the report. This is the WikiLeaks posting of those emails.
I can't find it quickly, but please continue.
Okay. So just to be clear, before the public or the FBI ever knew, the Russians previewed for a Trump campaign official, George Papadopoulos, that they had stolen emails that they could release anonymously to help Donald Trump and hurt Hillary Clinton. Is that correct?
I'm not going to speak to that.
Director, rather than report this contact with Joseph Mifsud and the notion that there was dirt that the campaign could use, rather than report that to the FBI that I think most of my constituents would expect an individual to do, Papadopoulos, in fact, lied about his Russian contacts to you. Is that not correct?
That's true.
We have an election coming up in 2020, Director. If a campaign receives an offer of dirt from a foreign individual or a government, generally speaking, should that campaign report those contacts?
Should be. It can be, depending on the circumstances of crime.
I will yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Conaway.
Thank you. Mr. Mueller, did anyone ask you to exclude anything from your report that you felt should have been in the report?
I don't think so, but it's not a small report.
but no one asked you specifically to exclude something that you believe should have been in there.
Not that I can recall, no.
I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Ratcliffe. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Good afternoon, Director Mueller. In your May 29th press conference and again in your opening remarks this morning, you made it pretty clear you wanted the special counsel report to speak for itself. You said at your press conference that that was the office's final position and we will not comment on any other conclusions or hypotheticals about the president. Now, you spent the last few hours of your life from Democrats trying to get you to answer all kinds of hypotheticals about the president, and I expect that it may continue for the next few hours of your life. I think you've stayed pretty much true to what your intent and desire was, but I guess regardless of that, the special counsel's office is closed and it has no continuing jurisdiction or authority. So what would be your authority or jurisdiction for adding new conclusions or determinations to the special counsel's written report?
As to the latter, I don't know or expect changes in conclusions that we included in our report.
So to that point, you addressed one of the issues that I needed to, which was from your testimony this morning, which some construed as a change to the written report. You talked about the exchange that you had with Congressman Lieu. I wrote it down a little bit different. I want to ask you about it so that the record's perfectly clear. I recorded that he asked you, quote, the reason you did not indict Donald Trump is because of the OLC opinion stating you cannot indict a sitting president, to which you responded, that is correct. That response is inconsistent. I think you'll agree with your written report. I want to be clear that it is not your intent to change your written report. It is your intent to clarify the record to that effect.
As I started today, this afternoon, and added either a footnote or an endnote, what I wanted to clarify is the fact that we did not make any determination with regard to culpability in any way. We did not start that process down the road.
Terrific. Thank you for clarifying the record. A stated purpose of your appointment as special counsel was to ensure a full and thorough investigation of the Russian government efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election. As part of that full and thorough investigation, what determination did the special counsel office make about whether the Steele dossier was part of the Russian government efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election?
Again, when it comes to Mr. Steele, I defer to the Department of Justice.
Well, first of all, Director, I very much agree with your determination that Russia's efforts were sweeping and systematic. I think it should concern every American. That's why I want to know just how sweeping and systematic those efforts were. I want to find out if Russia interfered with our election by providing false information through sources to Christopher Steele about a Trump conspiracy that you determined didn't exist.
Well, I'm not going to discuss the issues with regard to Mr. Steele. And in terms of a portrayal of the conspiracies, we returned 2 indictments in the computer crimes arena, one GRU and another active measures in which we lay out in excruciating detail what occurred in those 2 rather large conspiracies.
I agree with respect to that. But why this is important is an application and 3 renewal applications were submitted by the United States government to spy or surveil on Trump campaign Carter associate, or Carter Page, and on all 4 occasions, the United States government submitted the Steele dossier as a central piece of evidence with respect to that. Now, the basic premise of the dossier, as you know, was that there was a well-developed conspiracy of cooperation between the Trump campaign and the Russian government, but the special counsel investigation didn't establish any conspiracy, correct?
Well, what I can tell you is that the events that you are characterizing here now is part of another matter that is being handled by the Department of Justice.
But you did not establish any conspiracy, much less a well-developed one.
Again, I pass on answering that question.
The special counsel did not charge Carter Page with anything, correct?
Special counsel did not.
All right. My time has expired. I yield back.
Ms. Sewell.
Director Mueller, I'd like to turn your attention to the June 9th, 2016 Trump Tower meeting. Slide 2, which should be on the screen now, is part of an email chain between Donald Trump Jr. and a publicist representing the son of a Russian oligarch. The email exchange ultimately led to the now infamous June 9th, 2016 meeting. The email from the publicist to Donald Trump Jr. reads in part, "The Crown Prosecutor of Russia offered to provide the Trump campaign with some official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary in her dealings with Russia and is a part of Russia and its government's support of Mr. Trump." In this email, Donald Trump Jr. is being told that the Russian government wants to pass along information which would hurt Hillary Clinton and help Donald Trump. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, Trump Jr.'s response to that email is slide 3. He said, and I quote, "If it is what you say, I love it, especially later in the summer." Then Donald Jr. Invited senior campaign officials, Paul Manafort and Jared Kushner, to the meeting, did he not?
He did.
This email exchange is evidence of an offer of illegal assistance, is it not?
I cannot adopt that characterization.
But isn't it against the law for a presidential campaign to accept anything of value from a foreign government?
Generally speaking, yes, but generally the cases are unique.
Well, you say in page 184 in volume 1 that the federal campaign finance law broadly prohibits foreign nationals from making contributions, etc. And then you say that foreign nationals may not make a contribution or donation of money or anything of value. It says clearly in the report itself.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, let's turn to what actually happened at the meeting. When Donald Trump Jr. and the others got to the June 9th meeting, they realized that the Russian delegation didn't have the promised, quote unquote, dirt. In fact, they got upset about that, did they not?
Generally, yes.
You say in volume 1, page 118, that Trump Jr. asked, what are we doing here? What do they have on Clinton? And during the meeting, Kushner actually texted Manafort saying it was, quote, a waste of time, end quote. Is that correct?
I believe it's in the report along the lines you specify.
So to be clear, top Trump campaign officials learned that Russia wanted to help Donald Trump's campaign by giving him dirt on his opponent. Trump Jr. said loved it. Then he and senior officials held a meeting with the Russians to try to get that Russian help. But they were disappointed because the dirt wasn't as good as they had hoped. So to the next step, did anyone, to your knowledge, in the Trump campaign ever tell the FBI of this offer?
I don't believe so.
Did Donald Trump Jr. tell the FBI that they received an offer of help from the Russians?
I'm going that's about all I'll say on this aspect of it.
Wouldn't it be true, sir, that if they had reported it to the FBI or anyone in that campaign during the course of your 2-year investigation, you would have uncovered such a...
I would hope, yes.
Yes. Sir, is it not the responsibility of political campaigns to inform the FBI if they receive information from a foreign government?
I would think that that's something they would and should do.
Well, not only did the campaign not tell the FBI, they sought to hide the existence of the June 9th meeting for over a year. Is that not correct?
On the general characterization, I would question it. If you're referring to later initiative that flowed from the media, then...
No, what I'm suggesting is that you've said in volume 2, page 5, on several occasions the president directed aides not to publicly disclose the email setting up the June 9th meeting.
Yes, that's accurate.
Thanks. Sir, given this illegal assistance by Russians, you chose, even given that, you did not charge Donald Trump Jr. or any of the other senior officials with conspiracy. Is that right?
Correct.
And while it
when
may
you're
not...
talking about, if you're talking about other individuals, you're talking about the attendees.
Yes, that's
on
right.
June 9, and that's
right.
accurate.
So, Mr. Mueller, even though you didn't charge them with conspiracy, don't you think that the American people would be concerned that these 3 senior campaign officials eagerly sought a foreign adversary's help to win elections? And don't you think that reporting that is important, that we don't set a precedent for future elections?
I can't accept that characterization.
Well, listen, I think that it seems like a betrayal of American values to me, sir, that someone with, if not being criminal, is definitely unethical and wrong. And I would think that we would not want to set a precedent that political campaigns should not divulge of information if it's foreign government assistance. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Mueller, I have your opening statement, and in the beginning of your opening statement, you indicate that pursuant to Justice Department regulations that you submitted a confidential report to the Attorney General at the conclusion of the investigation. What I'd like you to confirm is the report that you did, that is the subject matter of this hearing, was to the Attorney General.
Yes.
Now, you also state in this opening statement that you threw overboard the word collusion because it's not a legal term. You would not conclude because collusion was not a legal term.
Well, it depends on how you want to use the word. In the general parlance, people can think of it that way, but if you're talking about in the criminal statute arena, you can't, because it really is much more aptly and accurately described as conspiracy.
Right, so in your words are it's not a legal term, so you didn't put it in your conclusion, correct? That's what your opening statement says. Mr. Mueller, I want to talk about your powers and authorities. Now, the Attorney General and the appointment order gave you powers and authorities that reside in the Attorney General. Now, the Attorney General has no ability to give you powers and authority greater than the powers and authority of the Attorney General, correct?
No, I don't believe, I think that is correct.
Mr. Mueller, I want to focus on one word in your report. It's the second to the last word in the report. It's exonerate. The report states, accordingly, while this report does not conclude that the president committed a crime, it does not exonerate him. Now, in the judiciary hearing, in your prior testimony, you've already agreed with Mr. Radcliffe that exonerate is not a legal term, that there is not a legal test for this. So I have a question for you, Mr. Mueller. Mr. Mueller, does the Attorney General have the power or authority to exonerate? Now, what I'm putting up here is the United States Code. This is where the Attorney General gets his power, and the Constitution and the annotated cases of these, which we've searched. We even went to your law school, because I went to Case Western, but I thought maybe your law school teaches it differently, and we got the criminal law textbook from your law school. Mr. Mueller, nowhere in these, because we had them scanned, is there a process or description on exonerate. There's no office of exoneration at the Attorney General's office. There's no certificate at the bottom of his desk. Mr. Mueller, would you agree with me that the Attorney General does not have the power to exonerate?
I'm going to pass on that.
Why?
Because it embroils us in a legal discussion, and I'm not prepared to do a legal discussion in that arena.
Well, Mr. Mueller, you would not disagree with me when I say that there is no place that the Attorney General has the power to exonerate, and he's not been given that authority. You would not.
Again, I'm not going to. I take your question.
Great. Well, the one thing that I guess is that the Attorney General probably knows that he can't exonerate either. And that's the part that kind of confuses me. Because if the Attorney General doesn't have the power to exonerate, then you don't have the power to exonerate. And I believe he knows he doesn't have the power to exonerate. And so this is the part that I don't understand. If your report is to the Attorney General, and the Attorney General doesn't have the power to exonerate, and he does not, and he knows that you do not have that power, you don't have to tell him that you're not exonerating the president. He knows this already. So then that kind of changed the context of the report.
No, we included in the report for exactly that reason. He may not know it, and he should know it.
So you believe that the Attorney Bill Barr believes that somewhere in the hallways of the Department of Justice there's an office of exoneration?
No, that's not what I said.
Well, I believe he knows, and I don't believe you put that in there for Mr. Barr. I think you put that in there for exactly what I'm going to discuss next, and that is, so the Washington Post yesterday, when speaking of your report, the article said Trump could not be exonerated of trying to obstruct the investigation itself. Trump could not be exonerated. Now, that statement is correct, Mr. Mueller, isn't it, in that no one can be exonerated? The reporter wrote this. This reporter can't be exonerated. Mr. Mueller, you can't be exonerated. In fact, in our criminal justice system, there is no power or authority to exonerate. Now, this is my concern, Mr. Mueller. This is the headline on all of the news channels while you were testifying today. Mueller, Trump was not exonerated. Now, Mr. Mueller, what you know is that this can't say Mueller exonerated Trump, because you don't have the power or authority to exonerate Trump. You have no more power to declare him exonerated than you have the power to declare him Anderson Cooper. So the problem that I have here is that since there's no one in the criminal justice system that has that power, the president pardons, he doesn't exonerate. Courts and juries don't declare innocent, they declare not guilty. They don't even declare exoneration.
The statement about exoneration is misleading, and it's meaningless, and it colors this investigation one word out of the entire portion of your report, and it's a meaningless word that has no legal meaning, and it has colored your entire report.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director Mueller, for your years of service to our country. I want to look more closely, sir, at the Trump campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, an individual who I believe betrayed our country, who lied to a grand jury, who tampered with witnesses, and who repeatedly tried to use his position with the Trump campaign to make more money. Let's focus on the betrayal and greed. Your investigation, sir, found a number of troubling contacts between Mr. Manafort and Russian individuals during and after the campaign. Is that right, sir?
Correct. Correct.
In addition to the June 9th meeting just discussed, Manafort also met several times with a man named Konstantin Kilimnik, who the FBI assessed to have ties with Russian intel agencies. Is that right, sir?
Correct.
In fact, Mr. Manafort didn't just meet with him. He shared private Trump campaign polling information with this man linked to Russian intelligence. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
And in turn, the information was shared with a Russian oligarch tied to Vladimir Putin. Is that right, sir?
Allegedly.
Director Mueller, meeting with him wasn't enough. Sharing internal polling information wasn't enough. Mr. Manafort went so far as to offer this Russian oligarch tied to Putin a private briefing on the campaign. Is that right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And finally, Mr. Manafort also discussed internal campaign strategy on 4 battleground states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Minnesota, with the Russian intelligence-linked individual. Did he not, sir?
That's reflected in the report, as were the items you listed previously.
Director Mueller, based on your decades of years of experience at the FBI, would you agree, sir, that it creates a national security risk when a presidential campaign chairman shares private polling information on the American people, private political strategy related to winning the votes of the American people, and private information about American battleground states with a foreign adversary?
Is that the question, sir?
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to speculate along those lines. To the extent that it's within the lines of the report, then I support it. Anything beyond that is not part of that which I would support.
Well, I think it does, sir. I think it shows an infuriating lack of patriotism from the very people seeking the highest office in the land. Director Mueller, Manafort didn't share this information in exchange for nothing, did he, sir?
I can't answer that question without knowing more about the question.
Well, it's clear that he hoped to be paid back money he was owed by Russian or Ukrainian oligarchs in return for the passage of private campaign information, correct?
That is true.
Director Mueller, as my colleague Mr. Heck will discuss later, greed corrupts. Would you agree, sir, that the sharing of private campaign information in exchange for money represents a particular kind of corruption, one that presents a national security risk to our country, sir?
I'm not going to opine on that. I don't have the expertise in that arena to really opine.
Would you agree, sir, that Manafort's contacts with Russians close to Vladimir Putin and his efforts to exchange private information on Americans for money left him vulnerable to blackmail by the Russians?
I think generally so. That would be the case.
Would you agree, sir, that these acts demonstrated a betrayal of the democratic values of our country rests on?
I can't agree with that.
Director Mueller,
not that it's not true, but I cannot agree with it.
Yes, sir. Director Mueller, well, I can tell you that in my years of experience as a law enforcement officer and as a member of Congress, fortunate to serve on the Intel Committee, I know enough to say yes. Trading political secrets for money with a foreign adversary can corrupt, and it can leave you open to blackmail, and it certainly represents a betrayal of the values underpinning our democracy. I want to thank you for your service again, Director Mueller. We appreciate you for coming today. I yield back, Chairman.
Dr. Wenstrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mueller, for being here today. Mr. Mueller, is it accurate to say your investigation found no evidence that members of the Trump campaign were involved in the theft or publication of Clinton campaign-related emails?
Can you read, or can you repeat the question?
Is it accurate to say your investigation found no evidence that members of the Trump campaign were involved in the theft or publication of the Clinton campaign-related emails?
I don't know. I don't know what the,
Well, volume 1, page 5, the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. So it would therefore be inaccurate, based on this, to describe that finding as open to doubt, that finding being that a Trump campaign was involved with theft or publication of the Clinton campaign emails. Are you following that, sir?
I do believe I'm following it, but it is that portion of that matter, it does not fall within our jurisdiction or fall within our investigation.
Well, based on what your report says, volume 1, page 5, I just want to be clear that open to doubt is how the committee Democrats described this finding in their minority views to of our 2018 report. And it kind of flies in the face of what you have in your report. But so is it accurate also to say the investigation found no documentary evidence that George Papadopoulos told anyone affiliated with the Trump campaign about Joseph Mifsid's claims that the Russians had dirt on candidate Clinton?
Let me turn that over to Mr. Zebley.
I'd like to ask you, sir. This is your report, and that's what I'm basing this on.
And then could you repeat the question for me again?
Yeah. Is it accurate to say the investigation found no documentary evidence that George Papadopoulos told anyone affiliated with the Trump campaign about Joseph Mifsid's claims that the Russians had dirt on candidate Clinton?
I believe it appearing in the report that it's accurate.
Okay, so in the report, it says no documentary evidence that Papadopoulos shared this information with the campaign. It's therefore inaccurate to conclude that by the time of the June 9, 2016 Trump Tower meeting, quote, the campaign was likely already on notice via George Papadopoulos' contact with Russian agents that Russia, in fact, had damaging information on Trump's opponent. Would you say that that is inaccurate to say that it's likely already on?
I could direct you to the report.
Well, I appreciate that, because the Democrats jumped to this incorrect collusion in their minority views, again, which contradicts what you have in your report. I'm concerned about a number of statements I'd like you to clarify, because a number of Democrats have made some statements that I have concerns with, and maybe you can clear them up. So a member of this committee said President Trump was a Russian agent after your report was publicly released. That statement is not supported by your report, correct?
That is accurate. It's not supported.
Multiple Democrat members have asserted that Paul Manafort met with Julian Assange in 2016 before WikiLeaks released DNC emails implying Manafort colluded with Assange. Because your report does not mention finding evidence that Manafort met with Assange, I would assume that means you found no evidence of this meeting. Is that assumption correct?
I'm not certain I agree with that assumption.
But you make no mention of it in your report. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, Mr. Mueller, does your report contain any evidence that President Trump was enrolled in the Russian system of Compromat as a member of this committee once claimed?
Well, what I can speak to is information and evidence that we picked up as the special counsel, and I think that's accurate as far as it goes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So let's go for a second to scope. Did you ask the Department of Justice to expand the scope of the special counsel's mandate related to August 2nd, 2017 or August 20th, 2017 scoping memoranda?
Well, without looking at the memoranda, I could not answer that.
Well, let me ask you, did you ever make a request to expand your office's mandate at all?
Generally, yes.
And was that ever denied?
I'm not going to speak to that. It goes to internal deliberations.
Well, I'm just trying to understand process. Does expanding the scope come from the acting attorney general or Rosenstein, or does it come from you, or can it come from either?
I'm not going to discuss any other alternatives.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller.
Ms. Spear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mueller, I think I can say without fear of contradiction that you're the greatest patriot in this room today, and I want to thank you for being here.
Thank you.
You said in your report, and I'm going to quibble with your words, that the Russian intervention was sweeping and systematic. I would quibble with that because I don't think it was just an intervention. I think it was an invasion. And I don't think it was just sweeping and systematic. I think it was sinister and scheming. But having said that, one of my colleagues earlier here referred to this Russian intervention as a hoax. And I'd like to get your comment on that. On page 26 of your report, you talk about the Internet Research Agency and how tens of millions of U.S. persons became engaged with the posts that they made, that there were some 80,000 posts on Facebook, that Facebook itself admitted that 126 million people had probably seen the posts that were put up by the Internet Research Agency, that they had 3,800 Twitter accounts and had designed more than 175,000 tweets that probably reached 1.4 million people. The Internet Research Agency was spending about $1.25 million a month on all of this social media in the United States in what I would call an invasion in our country. Would you agree that it was not a hoax, that the Russians were engaged in trying to impact our election?
Absolutely. That was not a hoax. The indictments we returned against the Russians, 2 different ones, were substantial in their scope, using that scope word again. And I think we have underplayed to a certain extent that aspect of our investigation that has and would have long-term damage to the United States that we need to move quickly to address.
Thank you for that. I'd like to drill down on that a little bit more. The Internet Research Agency actually started in 2014 by sending over staff as tourists, I guess, to start looking at where they wanted to engage. And there are many that suggest, and I'm interested in your opinion, as to whether or not Russia is presently in the United States looking for ways to impact the 2020 election.
I can't speak to that. That would be in levels of classification.
All right. Let me ask you this. Oftentimes when we engage in these hearings, we forget the forest for the trees. You have a very large report here of over 400 pages. Most Americans have not read it. We have read it. Actually, the FBI director yesterday said he hadn't read it, which was a little discouraging. But on behalf of the American people, I want to give you a minute and 39 seconds to tell the American people what you would like them to glean from this report.
Well, we spent substantial time assuring the integrity of the report, understanding that it would be our living message to those who come after us. But it also is a signal, a flag to those of us who have some responsibility in this area to exercise those responsibilities swiftly and don't let this problem continue to linger as it has over so many years.
All right. You didn't take the whole amount of time, so I'm going to yield the rest of my time to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Director Mueller, I wanted to ask you about conspiracy. Generally, a conspiracy requires an offer of something illegal, the acceptance of that offer, and an overt act in furtherance of it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Don Jr. was made aware that the Russians were offering dirt on his opponent, correct?
I don't know that for sure, but one would assume, given presence at the meeting.
And when you say that you would love to get that help, that would constitute an acceptance of the offer?
It's a wide open request.
And it would certainly be evidence of an acceptance if you say, when somebody offers you something illegal and you say, I would love it, that would be considered evidence of an acceptance.
I'm going to stay away from any addressing one particular or two particular situations.
Well, this particular situation, well, I'll have to continue in a bit. Now yield to Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Mueller, it's been a long day. Thank you for being here. I do have a series of important questions for you, but before I do that, I want to take a moment to reemphasize something that my friend Mr. Turner has said. I've heard many people state no person is above the law. And many times recently they add not even the president, which I think is blazingly obvious to most of us.
I'm having a little problem hearing you, sir.
Is this better?
That is better. Thank you.
I want you to know I agree with this statement that no person is above the law. But there's another principle that we also have to defend, and that is the presumption of innocence. And I'm sure you agree with this principle, though I think the way that your office phrased some parts of your report, it does make me wonder. I have to be honest with you. For going on 3 years, innocent people have been accused of very serious crimes, including treason. Accusations made even here today. They have had their lives disrupted and in some cases destroyed by false accusations for which there is absolutely no basis other than some people desperately wish that it was so. But your report is very clear. No evidence of conspiracy, no evidence of coordination. And I believe we owe it to these people who have been falsely accused, including the president and his family, to make that very clear. Mr. Mueller, the credibility of your report is based on the integrity of how it is handled. And there's something that I think bothers me and other Americans. I'm holding here in my hand a binder of 25 examples of leaks that occurred from the special counsel's office from those who associated with your work, dating back to as early as a few weeks after your inception and the beginning of your work, and continuing up to just a few months ago. All of them have one thing in common. They were designed to weaken or to embarrass the president, every single one. Never was it leaked that you'd found no evidence of collusion. Never was it leaked that the Steele dossier was a complete fantasy, nor that it was funded by the Hillary Clinton campaign. I could go on and on. Mr. Mueller, are you aware of anyone from your team having given advance knowledge of the raid on Roger Stone's home to any person or the press, including CNN?
Well, I'm not going to talk about specifics. I will mention, but talk for a moment about persons who become involved in an investigation. And the understanding that in a lengthy, thorough investigation, some persons will be under a cloud that should not be under a cloud. And one of the reasons for emphasizing, as I have, the speed of an election, or not election, the speed of an investigation, is that so those persons who are disrupted as a result of the...
I appreciate that, but I do have a series of questions.
With the result of that investigation.
Thank you, and you're right, it is a cloud, and it's an unfair cloud for dozens of people. But to my point, are you aware of anyone providing information to the media regarding the raid on Roger Stone's home, including CNN?
I'm not going to speak to that.
Okay. Mr. Mueller, you sent a letter dated March 27th to Attorney General Barr in which you claimed the Attorney General's memo to Congress did not fully capture the context of your report. You stated earlier today that response was not authorized. Did you make any effort to determine who leaked this confidential letter?
No, and I'm not certain. This is the letter of March 27th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm not certain when it was publicized. I didn't know it was publicized, but I do not believe we would be responsible for the leaks.
Well,
I do believe that we have done a good job in assuring that no leaks occur.
We have 25 examples here of where you did not do a good job. Not you, sir. I'm not accusing you at all. But where your office did not do a good job in protecting this information. One more example. Do you know anyone who anonymously made claims to the press that Attorney General Barr's March 24th letter to Congress had been misrepresented or misrepresented the basis of your report?
And what was the question?
Do you know who anonymously made claims to the press that Attorney General Barr's March 24th letter to Congress had misrepresented the findings of your report?
No.
Sir, given these examples as well as others, you must have realized that leaks were coming from someone associated with the special counsel's office. What I'd like to ask is,
I do not believe that.
Well, sir, this was your work. You're the only one, your office is the only one who had information regarding this. It had to come from your office. Putting that aside, which leads me to my final question, did you do anything about it?
From the outset, we've undertaken to make certain that we minimize the possibility of leaks. And I think we were successful over the 2 years that we were in operation.
Well, I wish you'd been more successful, sir. I think it was disruptive to the American people. My time has expired. I yield back.
Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thank you for being here. This too shall pass. Earlier today and throughout the day, you have stated the policy that a seated president cannot be indicted, correct?
Correct.
And upon questioning this morning, you were asked, could a president be indicted after their service, correct?
Yes.
And your answer was that they could.
They could.
Director, please speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
So
they could.
The follow-up question that should be concerning is, what if a president serves beyond the statute of limitations?
I don't know the answer to that one.
Would it not indicate that if the statute of limitations on federal crimes such as this are 5 years, that a president who serves a second term is therefore under the policy above the law?
I'm not certain I would agree with the. I'm not certain I would agree with the conclusion. I'm not certain that I can see
but the
possibility that you suggest.
But the statute doesn't toll. Is that correct?
I don't know specifically.
It clearly doesn't. And I just want, as the American public is watching this and perhaps learning about many of these for the first time, we need to consider that, and that the other alternatives are perhaps all that we have. But I appreciate your response. Earlier in questioning, someone mentioned that it was a question involving whether anyone in the Trump political world publicized the emails, whether or not that was the case. I just want to refer to Volume 1, page 60, where we learned that Trump Jr. publicly tweeted a link to the leak of stolen Podesta emails in October of 2016. You're familiar with that?
I am.
So that would at least be a republishing of this information, would it not?
I'm not certain I would agree. I'm not certain I would agree with that.
Director Pompeo assessed WikiLeaks in one point as a hostile intelligence service. Given your law enforcement experience and your knowledge of what WikiLeaks did here and what they do generally, would you assess that to be accurate or something similar? How would you assess what WikiLeaks does?
Absolutely. And they are currently under indictment. It's Julian Assange.
But would it be fair to describe them as, you would agree with Mr. Director Pompeo, that's what he was when he made that remark, that it's a hostile intelligence service, correct?
Yes.
If we could put up slide 6. This just came out, WikiLeaks. I love WikiLeaks. Donald Trump, October 10th, 2016. This WikiLeaks stuff is unbelievable. It tells you the inner heart. You got to read it. Donald Trump, October 12th, 2016. This WikiLeaks is like a treasure trove. Donald Trump, October 31st, 2016. Boy, I love reading those WikiLeaks. Donald Trump, November 4th, 2016. Do any of those quotes disturb you, Mr. Director?
I'm not certain I would say.
How do you react to them?
Well, it's probably problematic is an understatement in terms of what it displays in terms of giving some, I don't know, hope or some boost to what is and should be illegal activity.
Volume 1, page 59. Donald Trump Jr. had direct electronic communications with WikiLeaks during the campaign period. On October 3rd, 2016, WikiLeaks sent another direct message to Trump Jr. asking you guys to help disseminate a link alleging candidate Clinton had advocated a drone to attack Julian Assange. Trump Jr. responded that, quote, he had already done so. Same question. This behavior, at the very least, disturbing, your reaction?
Disturbing and also subject to investigation.
Could it be described as aid and comfort to a hostile intelligence service, sir?
I wouldn't categorize it with any specificity.
I yield the balance to the chairman, please.
Not sure I can make good use of 27 seconds, but Director, I think you made it clear that you think it unethical, to put it politely, to tout a foreign service like WikiLeaks publishing stolen political documents in a presidential campaign?
Certainly calls for investigation.
Thank you, Director. We're going to go now to Mr. Crawford, and then after Mr. Crawford's 5 minutes, we'll take a 5 or 10 minute break.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mueller, for being here. Days after your appointment, Peter Strzok texted about his concern that there's, quote, no big there in the Trump campaign investigation. Did Strzok or anyone else who worked on the FBI's investigation tell you that around 10 months into the investigation, the FBI still had no case for collusion?
Who? Can you repeat that?
Peter Strzok.
Could you? I'm sorry. Can you move the microphone up a little closer?
Sure. There's a quote attributed to Peter Strzok. He texted about his concern that there is, quote, no big there in the Trump campaign investigation. Did he or anyone else who worked on the FBI's investigation tell you that around 10 months into the investigation, the FBI still had no case for collusion?
No.
Is the Inspector General report correct that the text messages from Peter Strzok and Lisa Page's phones from your office were not retained after they left the special counsel's office?
Well, I don't, it depends on what you're talking about. The investigation into those Peter Strzok went on for a period of time, and I'm not certain what it encompasses. It may well have encompassed what you're adverting to.
Okay, let me move on just real quickly. Did you ask the department to authorize your office to investigate the origin of the Trump-Russia investigation?
I'm not going to get into that. It goes to internal deliberations.
So the circumstances surrounding the origin of the investigation have yet to be fully vetted then. I'm certainly glad that Attorney General Barr and U.S. Attorney Durham are looking into this matter. With that, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the Ranking Member Nunes.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Mueller, I want to make sure you're aware of who Fusion GPS is. Fusion GPS is a political operations firm that was working directly for the Hillary Clinton campaign and the Democrat National Committee. They produced the dossier. So they paid Steele, who then went out and got the dossier. And I know you don't want to answer any dossier questions, so I'm not going there. But your report mentions Natalia Vlesneskaya 65 times. She meets in the Trump Tower. It's this infamous Trump Tower meeting. It's in your report. You've heard many of the Democrats refer to it today. The meeting was shorter than 20 minutes, I believe. Is that correct?
I think what we have in our report reflects it was about that length.
So do you know, so Fusion GPS, the main actor at Fusion GPS, the president of the company, or the owner of the company, is a guy named Glenn Simpson who's working for Hillary Clinton. Glenn Simpson, do you know how many times Glenn Simpson met with Natalia Vlesneskaya?
Myself? No.
Would it surprise you that the Clinton campaign dirty ops arm met with Natalia Vlesneskaya more times than the Trump campaign did?
Well, this is an area that I'm not going to get into, as I indicated at the outset.
Did you ever interview Glenn Simpson?
I'm going to pass on that.
According to, I'm going to change topics here. According to notes from the State Department official Kathleen Kavalak, Christopher Steele told her that former Russian intelligence head Trubnikov and Putin advisor Surkov were sources for the Steele dossier. Now, knowing that these are not getting into whether these sources were real or not real, was there any concern that there could have been disinformation that was going from the Kremlin into the Clinton campaign and then being fed into the FBI?
As I said before, this is an area that I cannot speak to.
Is that because it's not in the report, or or because of an ongoing
internal
investigation?
deliberations, other proceedings, and the like.
Okay. When Andrew Weissman and Zaneb Ahmed joined your team, were you aware that Bruce Orr, Department of Justice top official, directly briefed the dossier allegations to them in the summer of 2016?
Again, I'm not going to speak to that issue.
Okay. Before you arrested George Papadopoulos in July of 2017, he was given $10,000 in cash in Israel. Do you know who gave him that cash?
Again, it's outside our ambit, and questions such as that should go to the FBI or the department.
But it involved your investigation.
It involved persons involved in my investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will stand in recess for 5 or 10 minutes. Please, folks, remain in your seats. Allow the director, Mr. Zebley, to exit the chamber.
Well, round 2 of those hearings on Capitol Hill, the headline from that one so far is not a witch hunt. The special counsel being asked specifically to address charges that the president has made repeatedly about this investigation. And actually, we've seen the special counsel be a bit more verbose, if you will, in this second hearing, and it's largely centered on what began this entire investigation, which was Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. What did you see?
So the Democrats asked a series of questions to establish some foundational truths. Were there contacts? Yes. Were they numerous? Yes. Did they have a possible value to the Trump campaign? In his interpretation, the report says yes. Did those asked about it lie about it? Yes. Mm-hmm. These are all foundational questions to conduct. Was there a conspiracy? No, that you could criminally charge.
Did the campaign reveal these Russian contacts?
To the FBI, did it take any proactive effort to notify the FBI or anyone who would be interested within our intelligence community about this activity of a hostile power?
Also,
no.
Did they lie repeatedly to cover up the tracks? Yes, according to the special counsel.
So all of that is now foundationally established. And again, it's interesting that Republicans did not spend any time or effort to try to knock down any of those foundational facts, just as they did not in the earlier hearing try to knock down the foundational facts about obstructive behavior. Mm-hmm. Much of their emphasis, I would say that almost the totality of their emphasis is on the origins of the investigation, not that which the investigation ultimately found. But why did it get started? Well, okay, that's a legitimate question. The Attorney General is looking into that. But they're not trying to refute or undercut things that have been established by that investigation, things that are of national interest, public interest, and should we be comfortable with in the conduct of a presidential campaign? Those are the underlying questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he said, this is, I think, Mueller, the patriot speaking, where he says that's no hoax. There's long-term damage to our system. We need to move quickly to address it. His report is a living message to those who have power to exercise that power responsibility. That's a message to the Congress with respect to, I think, the first subject of Russian interference, that is distorting the electoral process. With respect to the second, that is the hacking of the WikiLeaks emails, as you indicated. He said the president's campaign's involvement was problematic as an understatement, should be subject to investigation because it gave hope or boost to what should have been illegal. So I think in both of those, he went further than he did with obstruction, perhaps because he's worried.
Paula Reed is at the White House. And Paula, on that specific point, Adam Schiff asked, did Trump campaign officials build their messaging strategy around those stolen documents? And the special counsel said, generally, that's true. Schiff said, and then they lied to cover it up. And he said, generally, that's true. That suggests they were using that as part of their messaging.
Exactly, and this is where the findings of the special counsel's investigation get a little murky. It's hard for people to parse this. Well, how can they be using Russia's work to their advantage but not be conspiring or colluding? And again, that's why Volume 1 lays out about 200 pages of contacts between various Trump campaign officials or people in the president's inner circle and various people with connections to the Russian government, but ultimately said, look, we don't have enough evidence here to actually charge and successfully prosecute a conspiracy. But here, the special counsel, he did provide an important reminder to the viewers that Russia was working to help then candidate Trump become President Trump. But he was quick to note at one point, he said, but I will note that candidate Clinton was also subject to some of the same attacks, even if the overall campaign was designed to help candidate Trump, and the Trump campaign was using it to their advantage.
Yes. Nancy Cordes is on Capitol Hill. And Nancy, once again, those questions, who did this ultimately benefit? Did it benefit Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump? And the special counsel saying clearly this was an effort to benefit Donald Trump's presidential campaign.
Right. We've seen the special counsel hesitate many times today. He doesn't want to overstep his bounds. But when it comes to the question of whether the Russian activity benefited Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump, he didn't hesitate at all. He said it benefited Donald Trump. And here I think it's important to remember that there is a difference between the criminal definition of conspiracy and the political definition of a high crime and misdemeanor, which is the road that Democrats are on right now. Yes, it is true that Robert Mueller did not find enough evidence to criminally charge anyone in the Trump campaign of conspiring with Russians. But Democrats here on Capitol Hill say that you don't need to meet that definition in order to potentially pursue impeachment of the president down the road. So they are trying to get Mueller to talk about the fact that it was very unusual for campaign officials to be openly courting this kind of help from Russian operatives, to saying, I love that, give me more, being frustrated when they didn't get dirt on Hillary Clinton, and then lying about it to the special counsel. Democrats are arguing this is not how campaign officials are supposed to act. This is not how administration officials are supposed to act. Some of them have been charged with lying. And so, you know, Democrats who are still trying to make the case, even to some of their own membership, that they should pursue impeachment, are just trying to gather as much evidence as they can that if the president and some of his aides didn't commit a crime, they sure weren't operating on the level either.
Yeah, Nancy, that's a very important distinction you make about the political high crimes and demeanor for impeachment versus a criminal conspiracy. Let me ask you, too, to just break down what happened at the beginning of this Intelligence Committee hearing, because the special counsel, former special counsel, came forward and said he wanted to issue a clarification saying that he did not consider bringing criminal charges against Donald Trump. Explain what happened.
Well, this is one of the stickiest issues that he has had to deal with today, Nora. The fact that he has said all along and said in his report that he did not seek criminal charges of obstruction of justice against this president because he's not allowed to under long-standing Justice Department guidelines. And he has said that because those guidelines exist, he never considered seeking those charges to begin with. The reason that's such a gray area is because Republicans are saying, well, if you were never going to be able to seek charges against this president, why'd you lay out all this evidence against him in the first place? You're simply making him look bad, and there's no way for him to clear his name. On the other hand, you've got Democrats who say, we think you would have been well within your rights, even if you weren't going to seek criminal charges against the president, to say whether you believe at the end of the day he committed a crime or not, even if you're not going to pursue that crime. And so, you know, Mueller is trying to parse his words very carefully. He ended up going out a little bit farther on a limb than he wanted to. That's why we've seen him be so halting and so careful throughout the day. He's worried about getting over his skis on questions like this, and he just wanted to make it very clear that he is not going to reveal, as many times as he's asked, whether he would have sought criminal charges if this was not a sitting president. If anyone else had committed these acts, would he have sought charges against them? That's the question that Democrats keep trying to get him to answer, and so far he hasn't been.
And Nancy Cordes, thank you. Yeah, and stay tuned because we're just minutes away from this hearing beginning again.
The clarification was Ted Lieu, the Democrat from California, asked him, is the only reason you didn't bring contempt is because of the Justice Department guidelines? He briefly answered yes. He wanted to correct that and say, no, I didn't make a determination on that underlying question. He didn't want to leave in the public record that he had decided, meaning you could possibly interpret that he would be willing to and could have brought a case of obstruction of justice, but the only thing holding him back with the Justice Department guidelines. He said, no, I didn't make a determination. Let's back away from that conclusion. I don't want to leave that even as something you could read into the public record.
Kim is a lawyer, prosecutor, professor. Getting this right, every dot has to be, every word has to be perfect.
Absolutely.
Especially accusing the president of what you've accused of. And I think you see in some of the answers given by the former special counsel an effort to not screw up one little thing. It seems as if he's halting or he maybe not remember things, but I get a sense, too, he's making sure he doesn't make any mistakes.
He's being absolutely impeccable for two reasons. One, he said, I want the public to buy into the integrity of the report. That's why he was appointed, for his neutrality, his rule of law, his apolitical notion. And if he's saying things that contradict the report, all of a sudden people don't buy into the report. The other thing I wanted to point out that I think he's underscoring here is there's two issues. One is, what do we do about Russian interference in the electoral process? That is not about Donald Trump. That is a separate issue that he's saying, listen, we as America need to address. Number two is, what do we do potentially about the president's involvement in the Russian interference in the election?
I want to bring in Jeff Begays now because he has followed this so closely from the Justice Department, and I think there's an interesting discussion. The president can be verbose, not only on social media, but also when he steps before the cameras outside of the White House. He can speak off the cuff. Certainly, we saw that during the campaign. Did some of his public comments, specifically about WikiLeaks, put him in some legal jeopardy?
Well, I think they certainly fueled the speculation around whether there was contact between Russian operatives and the Trump campaign. If you think back to 2016, and specifically July of 2016, when this counterintelligence investigation started, it started right around the time the president was speaking on the campaign trail and said, hey, if you're listening, and he was alluding to Hillary Clinton's emails. And around that same time, the Russian hackers went into action and tried to, again, hack Democratic Party emails. And so in a lot of ways, it was a perfect storm for U.S. intelligence and law enforcement. You had all of this. You knew that the DNC had been hacked. You knew that there were different entities releasing the hacked information. And at the same time, you had Carter Page go overseas to Moscow, making a speech there. And then you had the candidate himself making these very puzzling statements at a time when most people in leadership in this country were trying to distance themselves away from WikiLeaks and away from any sort of contact with any sort of Russian official.
Right. Specifically, one specific mention, too, is that, remember, during the campaign, 1 month before the election, the Access Hollywood tape came out, where you see then Donald Trump, along with Billy Bush, making obscene comments about grabbing women in particular ways. When that, just an hour after, or a couple hours after that tape coming out, WikiLeaks started dumping a number of these emails. That raised alarm bells even then inside the Clinton campaign about what's going on, because quickly the narrative
trying
shifted.
to create a counter narrative, or if not a counter narrative, because that weekend there was really just one dominant narrative. Republicans were having all sorts of existential discussions about whether Donald Trump could even continue as the nominee. But this other information
there was questions
out
about
there.
Whether he should step down and Pence should become the nominee,
Right.
whether Paul Ryan should get into on the
all
ticket,
these other
whether they
things.
were going to dump Donald Trump.
But this other counter narrative was out there, and it did fuel another line of inquiry, skepticism, and the timing of it does not look in any way, shape, or form coincidental.
Yeah. Noting now that the former special counsel is returning to the table with his security and along with some of his top aides as they continue the questioning by these members of the House Intelligence Committee, largely dealing with many of these particulars related to Russian interference in the 2016 election, the meetings that occurred between Russian representatives and members of the Trump campaign, and why many people lied to cover up some of those meetings. That's what they're digging into in this particular part of this hearing, as it has to do with intelligence and national security. Let's listen in as they gavel.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Swalwell, you are recognized.
Thank you. Director Mueller, as a prosecutor, you would agree that if a witness or suspect lies or obstructs or tampers with witnesses or destroys evidence during an investigation, that generally that conduct can be used to show a consciousness of guilt. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Let's go through the different people associated with the Trump campaign and this investigation who lied to you and other investigators to cover up their disloyal and unpatriotic conduct. If we could put Exhibit 8 up. Director Mueller, I'm showing you Campaign Chairman Paul Manafort, Political Advisor Roger Stone, Deputy Campaign Manager Rick Gates, National Security Advisor Michael Flynn, Donald Trump's personal attorney Michael Cohen, and Foreign Policy Advisor George Papadopoulos. These 6 individuals have each been charged, convicted, or lied to your office or other investigators. Is that right?
Yes, although I look askance at Mr. Stone because he is he is in a different case here in D.C.
So National Security Advisor Flynn lied about discussions with Russian ambassador related to sanctions. Is that right?
That's correct.
Michael Cohen lied to this committee about Trump Tower Moscow. Is that correct?
Yes.
George Papadopoulos, the president's senior foreign policy advisor, lied to the FBI about his communications about Russia's possession of dirt on Hillary Clinton. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
The president's campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, lied about meetings that he had with someone with ties to Russian intelligence. Is that correct?
That's true.
And your investigation was hampered by Trump campaign officials' use of encryption communications. Is that right?
We believe that to be the case.
You also believe to be the case that your investigation was hampered by the deletion of electronic messages. Is that correct?
It would be, yes. Generally, any case would be if those kinds of communications are used.
For example, you noted that Deputy Campaign Manager Rick Gates, who shared internal campaign polling data with the person with ties to Russian intelligence at the direction of Manafort, that Mr. Gates deleted those communications on a daily basis. Is that right?
I take your word. I say I don't know specifically, but if it's in the report, then I support it.
That's right, Director. It's Volume 1, page 136.
Thank you.
In addition to that, other information was inaccessible because your office determined it was protected by attorney-client privilege. Is that correct?
That is true.
That would include that you do not know whether communications between Donald Trump and his personal attorneys, Jay Sekulow, Rudy Giuliani, and others discouraged witnesses from cooperating with the government. Is that right?
I'm not going to talk to that.
That would also mean that you can't talk to whether or not pardons were dangled through the president's attorneys because the shield of attorney-client privilege.
I'm not going to discuss that.
Did you want to interview Donald Trump Jr.?
And I'm not going to discuss that.
Did you subpoena Donald Trump Jr.?
And I'm not going to discuss that.
Did you want to interview the president?
Yes.
Director Mueller, on January 1st, 2017 through March 2019, Donald Trump met with Vladimir Putin in person 6 times, called him 10 times, and exchanged 4 letters with him. Between that time period, how many times did you meet with Donald Trump?
I'm not going to get into that.
He did not meet with you in person, is that correct?
He did not.
As a result of lies, deletion of text messages, obstruction, and witness tampering, is it fair to say that you were unable to fully assess the scope and scale of Russia's interference in the 2016 election and Trump's role in that interference?
I'm not certain I would adopt that characterization in total. There may be pieces of it that are accurate, but not in total.
But you did state in Volume 1, page 10, that while this report embodies factual and legal determinations, the office believes it to be accurate and complete to the greatest extent possible. Given these identified gaps, the office cannot rule out the possibility that the unavailable information would shed additional light. Is that correct?
That is correct. We don't know what we don't know.
Why is it so important that witnesses cooperate and tell the truth in an investigation like this?
Because the testimony of the witnesses goes to the heart of just about any criminal case you have.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I'd yield back. And thank you, Director Mueller.
Ms. Stefanik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mueller, as special counsel, did you review documents related to the origin of the counterintelligence investigation into the Trump campaign?
On occasion.
Was the Steele dossier one of those documents that was reviewed?
And I can't discuss that case.
I'm just asking a process question. Have you read the Steele dossier?
And again, I'm not going to respond to that.
You were tasked as special counsel to investigate whether there was collusion between Russia and the Trump campaign associates to interfere with the 2016 election. And the FBI, we know, has relevant documents and information related to the opening of the CI investigation. Were you and your team permitted to access all of those documents?
And again, I can't get into that investigative, what we collected and what we're doing with investigation materials.
Let me ask it this way. Was there any limitation in your access to documents related to the counterintelligence
That's such a broad question. I have real trouble answering it.
Did the special counsel's office undertake any efforts to investigate and verify or disprove allegations contained in the Steele dossier?
Again, I can't respond.
The reason I'm asking, for the American public that is watching, it's apparent that the Steele dossier formed part of the basis to justify the FBI's counterintelligence investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election. As we know, it was used to obtain a FISA warrant on Carter Page. This is why I'm asking these questions. Did your office undertake any efforts to identify Steele's sources or subsources?
Again, the same answer.
Were these tasks referred to any other agencies?
Again, I can't speak to it.
Did your office consider whether the Russian government used Steele's sources to provide Steele with disinformation?
Again, I can't speak to that.
I understand I'm asking these questions just for the record, so thanks for your patience. Shifting gears here, did any member of the special counsel's office staff travel overseas as part of the investigation?
Yes, but I can't go further than that.
I'm going to ask. To which countries?
And I can't answer that.
Did they meet with foreign government officials?
Again, it's out of our bailiwick.
Did they meet with foreign private citizens?
Again, same response.
Did they seek information about a U.S. citizen or any U.S. citizens?
Again, a territory that I cannot go to.
Thank you for answering on the record. These are important questions for the American public, and we're hopeful that the IG is able to answer these questions. I will yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
Thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Mueller, I want to go back to, we started off with Joseph Mifsud, who's at the center of this investigation. He appears in your report a dozen times or more. He really is the epicenter. He's at the origin of this. He's the man who supposedly knows about Clinton's emails. You've seen on the screen, the Democrats have continually put up all the prosecutions that you made against Trump campaign officials and others. But I'm struggling to understand why you didn't indict Joseph Mifsud, who seems to be the man in the middle of all of this.
Well, I think you understand that you cannot get into either classified or law enforcement information without a rationale for doing it. And I have said all I'm going to be able to say with regard to Mr. Mifsud.
Were you aware of Kathleen Kavalek's involvement, that she had met with Ms. Steele, the State Department official?
Again, I can't respond to that question. It's outside my jurisdiction.
Okay. The Carter Page FISA warrant was re-upped 3 times. The last time it was re-upped was under your watch. So were you in the approval process of that last time that the Carter Page warrant was?
Well, I can't speak specifically about that warrant, but if you ask, was I in the approval chain, the answer is no.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Special Counsel Mueller, for your testimony and for your service to our country. Donald Trump over the years has surrounded himself with some very shady people, people that lied for him, people that covered up for him, people that helped him enrich himself. I want to talk specifically about one of those instances that's in your report. Specifically, let's turn to the Trump Tower Moscow project, which you described in your report as, quote, as a, quote, highly lucrative deal for the Trump organization. Is that right?
I would have to look at the quote from the
Sure.
report if you have it.
Sure, it's on volume 2, page 135. It's described as highly lucrative.
Okay, I have it.
Sure.
I have it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no problem. Your office prosecuted Michael Cohen, and Michael Cohen was Donald Trump's lawyer, for lying to this committee about several aspects of the Trump Organization's pursuit of the Trump Tower Moscow deal. Is that right?
That's correct.
According to your report, Cohen lied to, quote, minimize links between the project and Trump, unquote, and to, quote, stick to the party line, unquote, in order not to contradict Trump's public message that no connection existed between Trump and Russia. Is that right?
That's yes, that's correct.
Now, when you're talking about the party line here, the party line in this case...
If I can interject, the one thing I should have said at the outset, if it was in the report, and consequently, I do believe it to be true.
Thank you. The party line in this case was that the deal ended in January 2016. In other words, they were saying that the deal ended in January 2016 before the Republican primaries. In truth, though, the deal extended to June 2016, when Donald Trump was already the presumptive Republican nominee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The party line was also that Cohen discussed the deal with Trump only 3 times, when in truth, they discussed it multiple times. Is that right?
Also true, and part of the basis for that plea that he entered for lying to this entity.
Thank you. And thank you for prosecuting that. The party line was also that Cohen and Trump never discussed traveling to Russia during the campaign, when in truth, they did discuss it. Is that right?
That's accurate.
And the party line was that Cohen never received a response from the Kremlin to his inquiries about the Trump Tower Moscow deal. In fact, Cohen not only received a response from the Kremlin to his email, but also had a lengthy conversation with a Kremlin representative who had a detailed understanding of the project. Is that right?
If it's in the report, that is accurate. A recitation of that piece of the report.
So you have the candidate Trump at the time saying he had no business dealings with Russia, his lawyer who was lying about it, and then the Kremlin who during that time was talking to President Trump's lawyer about the deal. Is that right?
I can't adopt your characterization.
Not only was Cohen lying on Trump's behalf, but so was the Kremlin. On August 30th, 2017, 2 days after Cohen submitted his false statement to this committee, claiming that he never received a response to his email to the Kremlin, Vladimir Putin's press secretary told reporters that the Kremlin left the email unanswered. That statement by Putin's press secretary was false, wasn't it?
I can't speak to that.
Although it was widely reported in the press.
Again, I can't speak to that, particularly if it was dependent upon media sources.
But it was consistent with the lie that Cohen had made to the committee. Is that right?
I'm not certain I could go that far.
So Cohen, President Trump, and the Kremlin were all telling the same lie.
I defer to you on that. I can't get into the details.
Special Counsel Mueller, I want to ask you something that's very important to the nation. Did your investigation evaluate whether President Trump could be vulnerable to blackmail by the Russians because the Kremlin knew that Trump and his associates lied about connections to Russia related to the Trump Tower deal?
I can't speak to that.
I yield back, Chairman.
Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Mueller, you've been asked many times this afternoon about collusion, obstruction of justice, and impeachment and the Steele dossier, and I don't think your answers are going to change if I ask you about those questions. So I'm going to ask about a couple of press stories, because a lot of what the American people have received about this have been on press stories, and some of that has been wrong, and some of those press stories have been accurate. On April 13th, 2018, McClatchy reported that you had evidence Michael Cohen made a secret trip to Prague during the 2016 presidential election. I think he told one of the committees here in Congress that was incorrect. Is that story true?
I can't go into it.
Got you. On October 31st, 2016, Slate published a report suggesting that a server at Trump Tower was secretly communicating with Russia's Alfa Bank, and I quote, akin to what criminal syndicates do. Do you know if that story is true?
Do not. Do not.
You do not
know whether it's true.
So did you not investigate these allegations which are suggestive of potential Trump-Russia?
Because I believe it's not true doesn't mean it would not be investigated. It may well have been investigated, although my belief at this point is not true.
Good copy. Thank you. As a former CIA officer, I want to focus on something I think both sides of the political aisle can agree on. That is, how do we prevent Russian intelligence and other adversaries from doing this again? And after overseeing counterintelligence operations for 12 years as FBI director, and then investigating what the Russians have done in the 2016 election, you've seen tactics, techniques, and results of Russian intelligence operations. Our committee made a recommendation that the FBI should improve its victim notification process when a person, entity, or campaign has fallen victim to active measures of attack. Would you agree with this?
It sounds like a worthwhile endeavor. I will tell you, though, that the ability of our intelligence agencies to work together in this arena is perhaps more important than that. And adopting whatever, and I'm not that familiar with legislation, but whatever legislation will encourage us working together. By us, I mean the FBI, CIA, NSA, and the rest. It should be pursued aggressively, early.
Who do you think should be responsible within the federal government to counter disinformation?
I'm no longer in the federal government, so
But you've had a long career, storied career, and I don't think there's anybody who better understands the threat that we are facing than you. Do you have an opinion as a former FBI officer?
As to
who should be the coordinating points within the federal government on how to deal with disinformation?
I don't want to wade in those waters.
A good copy. One of the most striking things in your report is that the Internet Research Agency not only undertook a social media campaign in the U.S., but they were able to organize political rallies after the election. Our committee issued a report and insight on saying that Russian active measures are growing with frequency and intensity, and including their expanded use of groups such as the IRA, and these groups pose a significant threat to the United States and our allies in upcoming elections. Would you agree with that?
Yes. In fact, one of the other areas that we have to look at are many more companies, many more countries are developing capability to replicate what the Russians had done.
You alluded to making sure all the elements of the federal government should be working together. Do you have a suggestion on a strategy to do that to counter this disinformation?
Not overarching it.
Is this, in your investigation, did you think that this was a single attempt by the Russians to get involved in our election, or did you find evidence to suggest they'll try to do this again?
No, it wasn't a single attempt. They're doing it as we sit here, and they expect to do it during the next campaign.
Director Mueller, I appreciate your time and indulging us here in multiple committees, and I yield back to the ranking member if he has. I yield back to the chairman.
Mr. Heck. Director Mueller, I'd like to go to the motives behind the Trump campaign, encouragement and acceptance of help during the election. Obviously, a clear motivation was to help them in what would turn out to be a very close election, but there was another key motivation, and that was, frankly, the desire to make money. I always try to remember what my dad, who never had the opportunity to go beyond the 8th grade, taught me, which is that I should never, ever underestimate the capacity of some people to cut corners and even more in order to worship and chase the almighty buck. And this is important because I think it, in fact, does go to the heart of why the Trump campaign was so unrelentingly intent on developing relationships with the Kremlin. So let's quickly revisit one financial scheme we just discussed, which was the
Trump Tower in Moscow. We indicated earlier that it was a lucrative deal. Trump, in fact, stood, he and his company, to earn many millions of dollars on that deal. Did they not, sir?
True.
And Cohen, Mr. Cohen, his attorney, testified before this committee that President Trump believed the deal required Kremlin approval. Is that consistent with what he told you?
I'm not certain whether it's Mr. Trump himself or others associated with that enterprise that had discussed the necessity of having the input from the state, meaning the Russian government, in order for it to go forward successfully.
Isn't it also true that Donald Trump viewed his presidential campaign, as he told top campaign aides, that the campaign was an infomercial for the Trump Organization and his properties?
I'm not familiar with that.
Then let's turn to Trump campaign chair Paul Manafort. Did, in fact, your investigation find any evidence that Manafort intended to use his position as Trump's campaign chair for his own personal financial benefit?
I would say there was some indication of that, but I won't go further.
I think you'll find it on page 135 of Volume 1. During the transition, Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, met with Sergei Gorkov, the head of a Russian-owned bank that is under U.S. sanctions. And according to the head of the bank, he met with Kushner in his capacity as CEO of Kushner Companies to discuss business opportunities. Is that correct, sir?
I'm not certain.
I'm not
certain about that. Let me just put it that way.
It was asserted thusly in your report, Volume 1, 160, pages 161 and 162. Your report notes that at the time, Kushner Companies were trying to renegotiate $1 billion, with a B, $1 billion lease of their flagship building at 666 Fifth Avenue, correct?
I'm not familiar with those financial arrangements.
Also on page 162, where Kushner Companies, it was asserted, had debt obligations coming due on the company. Eric Prince, a supporter close to Trump,
a supporter,
campaign and administrative.
A supporter. I was.
Yes. He met in the Seychelles during the transition with Kirill Dmitriev, who was the head of a sanctioned Russian government investment arm, which had close ties to Vladimir Putin. Correct, sir?
Yes.
Your investigation determined that Mr. Prince had not known nor conducted business with Dmitriev before Trump won the election. Correct?
Well, I defer to the report on that.
Yet it does. And yet Prince, who had connections to top administration, Trump administration officials, met with Dmitriev during the transition period to discuss business opportunities, among other things. But it wasn't just Trump and his associates who were trying to make money off this deal, nor hide it, nor lie about it. Russia was too. That was the whole point, to gain relief from sanctions, which would hugely benefit their incredibly wealthy oligarchs. For example, sanctions relief was discussed at that June 9th meeting in the Trump Tower, was it not, sir?
Yes, but it was not a main subject for discussion.
Trump administration National Security Advisor designate Michael Flynn also discussed sanctions in a secret conversation with the Russian ambassador, did he not?
Correct.
So to summarize, Donald Trump, Michael Cohen, Paul Manafort, Jared Kushner, Eric Prince, and others in the Trump orbit all tried to use their connections with the Trump Organization to profit from Russia, which was openly seeking relief from sanctions. Is that true, sir?
I'm not certain I can adopt what you are.
I will, and I'd further assert that was not only dangerous, it was un-American. Greed corrupts. Greed corrupts, and it is a terrible foundation for developing American foreign policy.
Mr. Ratcliffe. Director Mueller, given your constraints on what you're able or allowed to answer with respect to counterintelligence matters or other matters that are currently open and under investigation, you're not going to be able to answer my remaining questions. So I thank you for your courtesies in the answers that you have given to my prior questions, and I do thank you for your extraordinary career and record of service, and yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ratcliffe and Mr. Mueller. Let me associate my words with Mr. Ratcliffe. Got a few more questions. I want to clean up a little bit about the Erik Prince Seychelles meeting. So Erik Prince testified before this committee that he was surveilled by the U.S. government and that information from this surveillance was leaked to the press. Did you investigate whether Prince was surveilled and whether classified information on him was illegally leaked to the media?
Did you say did you or will you?
Well, I know you can't. I know you're not.
So I can't discuss
I know you're not
either
going to join back up in the ranks. But did you refer? Were you aware that Prince has made these allegations that he was surveilled? He's concerned that there were leaks about this surveillance. Did you make any referrals about these leaks?
I can't get into discussion on it.
Okay. Also want to, General Flynn, I know you came after the leak of his phone call with the Russian ambassador. Your time at FBI, it would be a major scandal, wouldn't it, for the leak of the National Security Advisor and anyone.
I can't adopt that hypothesis.
Did your report name any people who were acting as U.S. government informants or sources without disclosing that fact?
I can't answer that.
On volume 1, page 133 of your report, you state that Konstantin Kilimnik has ties to Russian intelligence. His name came up quite often today, but your report omits to mention that Kilimnik has long-term relationships with U.S. government officials, including our own State Department.
I can't get into that.
I know it's not in the report, but if Kilimnik is being used in the report to say that he was possibly some type of Russian agent, and I think it is important for this committee to know if Kilimnik has ties to our own State Department, which it appears that he does.
Again, it's the same territory that I'm loath to get into.
You were asked this earlier about Trump attorney John Dowd, that pieces of his phone call were omitted from the report. It was what Mr. Dowd calls exculpatory evidence. Are you concerned about?
I'm not certain I would agree with that characterization. I think I said that before.
Yes. An American citizen from the Republic of Georgia, who your report misidentifies as a Russian, claims that your report omitted parts of a text message he had with Michael Cohen about stopping the flow of compromising tapes of Donald Trump. In the omitted portions, he says he did not know what the tapes actually showed. Was that portion of the exchange left out of the report for a reason?
No, we got an awful lot into the report, but we did not get every intersection or conversation and the like. So I am not familiar with that particular episode you're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Welch. Director Mueller, did you find there was no collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia?
Well, we don't use the word collusion. The word we usually use is well, not collusion, but one of the other terms that that fills in when collusion is not used. In any event, we decided not to use the word collusion inasmuch as it has no relevance to the criminal law arena.
The term is conspiracy that you prefer to use?
That's a conspiracy, exactly right.
You help me, I'll help you.
Thank you.
There's an agreement. Thank you. And in fact, you had to then make a charging decision after your investigation, where unless there was enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, you wouldn't make a charge, correct?
Generally, that's the case.
But making that decision does not mean your investigation failed to turn up evidence of conspiracy.
Absolutely correct.
And in fact, I'll go through some of the significant findings that your exhaustive investigation made. You found, as I understand it, that from May 2016 until the end of the campaign, campaign chairman Mr. Manafort gave private polling information to Russian agents, correct?
Correct.
Could you speak in the microphone?
Yeah, I will. My apologies.
Thank you. And your investigation found that in June 2016, Donald Trump Jr. made an arrangement to meet at Trump Tower along with Jared Kushner and others, expecting to receive dirt on the Hillary Clinton campaign, correct?
Correct.
And you found in your investigation that on July 27th, candidate Trump called on Russia to hack Hillary Clinton's email, something that for the first time they did about 5 hours later, correct?
That's correct.
And you also found that on August 2nd, Mr. Manafort met with a person tied to Russian intelligence, Mr. Kilimnik, and gave him internal campaign strategy, aware that Russia was intending to do a misinformation social media campaign, correct?
I'm not certain of the tie there.
But the fact of that meeting, you agree with?
The fact of the meeting took place is accurate.
In your investigation, as I understand it, also found that in the late summer of 2016, the Trump campaign, in fact, devised its strategy and messaging around WikiLeaks releases of materials that were stolen from the Democratic National Committee, correct?
Is that from the report?
Yes. It's according to Mr. Gates.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And you also talked earlier about the finding in your investigation that in September and October of 2016, Donald Trump Jr. had email communications with WikiLeaks, now indicted, about releasing information damaging to the Clinton campaign, correct?
True.
So,
True.
All right. So I understand you made a decision, prosecutorial decision, that this would not rise to proof beyond a reasonable doubt. But I ask if you share my concern. And my concern is, have we established a new normal from this past campaign that is going to apply to future campaigns so that if any one of us running for the U.S. House, any candidate for the U.S. Senate, any candidate for the presidency of the United States, aware that if a hostile foreign power is trying to influence an election, has no duty to report that to the FBI or other authorities?
Well, I hope.
Go ahead.
I hope this is not the new normal, but I fear it is.
And would, in fact, have the ability, without fear of legal repercussion, to meet with agents of that foreign entity hostile to the American election?
I'm sorry, what is the question?
Is that an apprehension that you share with me?
Yes.
And that there would be no repercussions whatsoever to Russia if they did this again. And as you stated earlier, as we sit here, they're doing it now. Is that correct?
You're absolutely right.
Do you have any advice to this Congress as together what we should do to protect our electoral system and accept responsibility on our part to report to you or your successor when we're aware of hostile foreign engagement in our elections?
I would say the basis, the first line of defense really is the ability of the various agencies who have some piece of this to not only share information but share expertise, share targets, and use the full resources that we have to address this problem.
Thank you, Director Mueller. I yield back.
Mr. Maloney.
Thanks.
Mr. Mueller, thank you. I know it's been a long day, and I want to make clear how much respect I have for your service and for your extraordinary career. And I want you to understand my questions in that context, sir. I'm going to be asking you about Appendix C to your report, and in particular, the decision not to do a sworn interview with the president. It's really the only subject I want to talk to you about, sir. Why didn't you subpoena the president?
Well, at the outset, after we took over and initiated the investigation.
If I could ask you to speak on the microphone.
Yeah, of course. At the outset, after we took over the investigation and began it and pursued it, quite obviously one of the things we anticipated wanting to accomplish, that is having the interview of the president. We negotiated with him for a little over a year, and I think what you adverted to in the appendix lays out our expectations as a result of those negotiations. But finally, when we were almost towards the end of our investigation, and we'd had little success in pushing to get the interview of the president, we decided that we did not want to exercise the subpoena powers because of the necessity of expediting the end of the investigation.
Was that, excuse me, did you want to?
I was going to say the expectation was if we did subpoena the president, he would fight the subpoena and we would be in the midst of the investigation for a substantial period of time.
Right, but as we sit here, you've never had an opportunity to ask the president in-person questions under oath, and so obviously that must have been a difficult decision. And you're right, Appendix C lays that out, and indeed, I believe you described the in-person interview as vital. That's your word. And of course, you make clear you had the authority and the legal justification to do it. As you point out, you waited a year. You put up with a lot of negotiations. You made numerous accommodations, which you lay out so that he could prepare and not be surprised. I take it you were trying to be fair to the president. And by the way, you were going to limit the questions when you got to written questions to Russia. Only. And in fact, you did go with written questions after about 9 months, sir, right? And the president responded to those, and you have some hard language for what you thought of those responses. What did you think of the president's written responses, Mr. Mueller?
It's certainly not as useful as the interview would be.
In fact, you pointed out, and by my count, there were more than 30 times when the president said he didn't recall, he didn't remember, no independent recollection, no current recollection. And I take it by your answer that it wasn't as helpful. That's why you used words like incomplete, imprecise, inadequate, insufficient. Is that a fair summary of what you thought of those written answers?
That is a fair summary. And I presume that comes from the report.
And yet, sir, and I ask this respectfully, by the way, the president didn't ever claim the Fifth Amendment, did he?
I'm not going to talk to that.
Well, from what I can tell, sir, at one point it was vital, and then at another point it wasn't vital. And my question to you is, why did it stop being vital? And I can only think of 3 explanations. One is that somebody told you couldn't do it, but nobody told you couldn't subpoena the president. Is that right?
No, we understood we could subpoena the president.
Rosenstein didn't tell you, Whitaker didn't tell you, Barr didn't tell you couldn't.
We could serve a subpoena.
So the only other explanation, well, there's 2 others, I guess. One, that you just flinched, that you had the opportunity to do it and you didn't do it. But sir, you don't strike me as the kind of guy who flinches.
I hope not.
Well, then the third explanation, I hope not too, sir. And the third explanation I can think of is that you didn't think you needed it. And in fact, what caught my eye was page 13 on volume 2, where you said, in fact, you had a substantial body of evidence. And you cite a bunch of cases there, don't you, about how you often have to prove intent to obstruct justice without an in-person interview. That's the kind of nature of it. And you use terms like a substantial body of evidence, significant evidence of the president's intent. So my question, sir, is, did you have sufficient evidence of the president's intent to obstruct justice, and is that why you didn't do the interview?
There's a balance. In other words, how much evidence you have to satisfy the last element against how much time are you willing to spend in the courts litigating the interview with the president.
And in this case, you felt that you had enough evidence of the president's intent.
We had to make a balanced decision in terms of how much evidence we had compared to the length of time it would take.
And
to
sir,
do
because I have limited time, you thought that if you gave it to the Attorney General or to this Congress, that there was sufficient evidence that it was better than that delay.
Can you state that again?
Well, that it was better than the delay to present the sufficient evidence, your term, of the president's intent to obstruct justice to the Attorney General and to this committee. Isn't that why you didn't do the interview?
No, the reason we didn't do the interview is because of the length of time that it would take to resolve the issues attendant to that.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Demings.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And Director Mueller, thank you so much for being a person of honor and integrity. Thank you for your service to the nation. We are certainly better for it. Director Mueller, I too want to focus on the written responses that the President did provide and the continued efforts to lie and cover up what happened during the 2016 election. Were the President's answers submitted under oath?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, they were. Were these all the answers your office wanted to ask the President about Russia interference in the 2016 election?
No, not necessarily.
So there were other
Yes.
questions that you wanted to answer. Did you analyze his written answers on Russia interference to draw conclusions about the President's credibility?
No, it was perhaps one of the factors, but nothing more than that.
It was one of the factors. So what did you determine about the President's credibility?
And that I can't get into.
Director Mueller, I know based on your decades of experience, you probably had an opportunity to analyze the credibility of countless witnesses, but you weren't able to do so with this witness.
Well, with every witness, particularly a leading witness, one assesses the credibility day by day, witness by witness, document by document. And that's what happened in this case. So we started with very little, and by the end, we ended up with a fair amount. Yeah, fair amount.
Thank you. Well, let's go through some of the answers to take a closer look at his credibility, because it seems to me, Director Mueller, that his answers were not credible at all. Do some of President Trump's incomplete answers relate to Trump Tower Moscow?
Yes.
For example, did you ask the President whether he had at any time directed or suggested that discussions about Trump Moscow project should cease?
Should what?
Cease.
Do you have a citation?
Yes, we're still in Appendix C, Section 1-7.
The first page?
Says the President did not answer whether he had at any time directed or suggested that discussions about the Trump-Moscow project should cease, but he has since made public comments about this topic.
Okay. And the question was?
Did the President, let me go on to the next question. Did the President fully answer that question in his written statement to you about the Trump-Moscow project ceasing? Again, in Appendix C.
And can you direct me to the particular paragraph you're adverting to?
It would be Appendix C-C1, but let me move forward. 9 days after he submitted his written answers, didn't the President say publicly that he, quote, decided not to do the project, unquote? And that is in your report.
I'd ask you if you would to point out the particular paragraph that you're focused on.
We can move on. Did the President answer your follow-up questions? According to the report, there were follow-up questions because of the President's incomplete answers about the Moscow project. Did the President answer your follow-up questions either in writing or orally? And we're now in Volume 2, page 150 through 151.
No.
He did not. In fact, there were many questions that you asked the President that he simply didn't answer. Isn't that correct?
True.
And there were many answers that contradicted other evidence you had gathered during the investigation. Isn't that correct,
yes.
Director Mueller? Director Mueller, for example, the President in his written answer stated he did not recall having advanced knowledge of WikiLeaks releases. Is that correct?
I think that's what he said.
But didn't your investigation uncover evidence that the President did, in fact, have advanced knowledge of WikiLeaks public releases of emails damaging to his opponent?
And I can't get into that area.
Did your investigation determine, after very careful vetting of Rick Gates and Michael Cohen's, that you found them to be credible?
That we found the President to be credible?
That you found Gates and Cohen to be credible in their statements about WikiLeaks?
Those areas I'm not going to discuss.
Okay. Could you say, Director Mueller, that the President was credible?
I can't answer that question.
Director Mueller, isn't it fair to say that the President's written answers were not only inadequate and incomplete because he didn't answer many of your questions, but where he did, his answers showed that he wasn't always being truthful?
I would say, generally,
generally. Director Mueller, it's one thing for the president to lie to the American people about your investigation, falsely claiming that you found no collusion and no obstruction, but it's something else altogether for him to get away with not answering your questions and lying about them. And as a former law enforcement officer of almost 30 years, I find that a disgrace to our criminal justice system. Thank you so much. I yield back to the chairman.
Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Director Mueller, thank you for your devoted service to your country. Earlier today, you described your report as detailing a criminal investigation, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Director, since it was outside the purview of your investigation, your report did not reach counterintelligence conclusions regarding the subject matter of your report.
That's true.
For instance, since it was outside your purview, your report did not reach counterintelligence conclusions regarding any Trump administration officials who might potentially be vulnerable to compromise or blackmail by Russia, correct?
Those decisions probably were made in the FBI.
But not in your report, correct?
Not in our report. We advert to the counterintelligence goals of our investigation, which were secondary to any criminal wrongdoing that we could find.
Let's talk about one administration official in particular, namely President Donald Trump. Other than Trump Tower Moscow, your report does not address or detail the president's financial ties or dealings with Russia, correct?
Correct.
Similarly, since it was outside your purview, your report does not address the question of whether Russian oligarchs engaged in money laundering through any of the president's businesses, correct?
Correct. And of course, your office did not obtain the president's tax returns, which could otherwise show foreign financial sources, correct?
Not to speak to that. I'm not going to speak to that.
In July 2017, the president said his personal finances were off limits or outside the purview of your investigation, and he drew a quote-unquote red line around his personal finances. Were the president's personal finances outside the purview of your investigation?
I'm not going to get into that.
Were you instructed by anyone not to investigate the president's personal finances?
No.
Mr. Mueller, I'd like to turn your attention to counterintelligence risks associated with lying. Individuals can be subject to blackmail if they lie about their interactions with foreign countries, correct?
True.
For example, you successfully charged former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn of lying to federal agents about his conversations with Russian officials, correct?
Correct.
Since it was outside the purview of your investigation, your report did not address how Flynn's false statements could pose a national security risk because the Russians knew the falsity of those statements, right?
I cannot get into that mainly because there are many elements of the FBI that are looking at different aspects of that issue.
Currently?
Currently.
Thank you. As you noted in Volume 2 of your report, Donald Trump repeated 5 times in one press conference, Mr. Mueller, in 2016, quote, "I have nothing to do with Russia." Of course, Michael Cohen said Donald Trump was not being truthful because at this time Trump was attempting to build Trump Tower Moscow. Your report does not address whether Donald Trump was compromised in any way because of any potential false statements that he made about Trump Tower Moscow, correct?
I think that's right.
Director Mueller, I want to turn your attention to a couple other issues. You've served as FBI director during 3 presidential elections, correct?
Yes.
And during those 3 presidential elections, you have never initiated an investigation at the FBI looking into whether a foreign government interfered in our elections the same way you did in this particular instance, correct?
I would say I personally know, but the FBI quite obviously has how do you defend an attack such as the Russians undertook in 2016?
Now,
Director Mueller, is there any information you'd like to share with this committee that you have not so far today?
Well, that's a broad question. And it'd take me a while to get an answer to it, but I'll say no.
Mr. Mueller, you said that every American should pay very close attention to the systematic and sweeping fashion in which the Russians interfered in our democracy. Are you concerned that we are not doing enough currently to prevent this from happening again?
Well, I'll speak generally, and what I said in my opening statement this morning, and here that no, much more needs to be done in order to protect against this intrusions, not just by the Russians, but others as well.
Thank you, Director.
We have 2 5-minute periods remaining. Mr. Nunes and myself. Mr. Nunes, you are recognized.
Mr. Mueller, it's been a long day for you, and you've had a long, great career. I want to thank you for your longtime service, starting in Vietnam, obviously in the U.S. Attorney's Office, Department of Justice, and the FBI. And I want to thank you for doing something you didn't have to do. You came here upon your own free will, and we appreciate your time today. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Mueller, I want to close out my questions, turn to some of the exchange you had with Mr. Welsh a bit earlier. I'd like to see if we can broaden the aperture at the end of the hearing. From your testimony today, I gather that you believe that knowingly accepting foreign assistance during a presidential campaign is an unethical thing to do.
And a crime.
And a crime.
Circumstances, yes.
And to the degree,
and a crime given certain circumstances.
And to the degree that it undermines our democracy and our institutions, we can agree that it's also unpatriotic.
True.
And wrong.
True.
The standard of behavior for a presidential candidate, or any candidate for that matter, shouldn't be merely whether something is criminal. There should be held to a higher standard. You would agree?
Yeah, I will not get into that because it goes to the standards to be applied by other institutions besides ours.
Well, I'm just referring to ethical standards. We should hold our elected officials to a standard higher than mere avoidance of criminality, shouldn't we?
Absolutely.
You have served this country for decades. You've taken an oath to defend the Constitution. You hold yourself to a standard of doing what's right.
I would hope.
You have. I think we can all see that. And befitting the times, I'm sure your reward will be unending criticism. But we are grateful. The need to act in an ethical manner is not just a moral one, but when people act unethically, it also exposes them to compromise, particularly in dealing with foreign powers. Is that true?
True.
Because when someone acts unethically in connection with a foreign partner, that foreign partner can later expose their wrongdoing and extort them.
True.
And that conduct, that unethical conduct, can be of a financial nature if you have a financial motive or an illicit business dealing. Am I right?
Yes.
But it can also just involve deception. If you are lying about something that can be exposed, then you can be blackmailed.
Also true.
In the case of Michael Flynn, he was secretly doing business with Turkey, correct?
Yes.
And that could open him up to compromise that financial relationship.
I presume.
He also lied about his discussions with the Russian ambassador. And since the Russians were on the other side of that conversation, they could have exposed that, could they not?
Yes.
If a presidential candidate was doing business in Russia and saying he wasn't, Russians could expose that too, could they not?
I leave that to you.
Well, let's look at Dmitry Peskov, the spokesperson for the Kremlin, someone that the Trump organization was in contact with to make that deal happen. Your report indicates that Michael Cohen had a long conversation on the phone with someone from Dmitry Peskov's office. Presumably the Russians could record that conversation, could they not?
Yes.
And so if candidate Trump was saying, I have no dealings with the Russians, but the Russians had a tape recording, they could expose that, could they not?
Yes.
That's the stuff of counterintelligence nightmares, is it not?
Well, it has to do with counterintelligence and the need for a strong counterintelligence entity.
It does indeed. And when this was revealed that there were these communications, notwithstanding the president's denials, the president was confronted about this, and he said two things. First of all, that's not a crime. But I think you and I have already agreed that that shouldn't be the standard, right, Mr. Mueller?
True.
And the second thing he said was, why should I miss out on all those opportunities? I mean, why indeed? Merely running a presidential campaign, why should you miss out on making all that money? Was the import of his statement. Were you ever able to ascertain whether Donald Trump still intends to build that tower when he leaves office?
Is that a question, sir?
Yes. Were you able to ascertain, because he wouldn't answer your questions completely, whether or if he ever ended that desire to build that tower?
I'm not going to speculate on that.
If the president was concerned that if he lost his election, he didn't want to miss out on that money, might he have the same concern about losing his reelection and missing out on that money?
Speculation.
The difficulty with this, of course, is we are all left to wonder whether the president is representing us or his financial interests. That concludes my questions. Mr. Nunes, do you have any concluding remarks? Director Mueller, let me close by returning to where I began. Thank you for your service, and thank you for leading this investigation. The facts you set out in your report and have elucidated here today tell a disturbing tale of a massive Russian intervention in our election, of a campaign so eager to win, so driven by greed that it was willing to accept the help of a hostile foreign power in a presidential election decided by a handful of votes in a few key states. Your work tells of a campaign so determined to conceal their corrupt use of foreign help that they risk going to jail by lying to you, to the FBI, and to Congress about it, and indeed, some have gone to jail over such lies. And your work speaks of a president who committed countless acts of obstruction of justice that, in my opinion, and that of many other prosecutors, had it been anyone else in the country, they would have been indicted. Notwithstanding the many things you have addressed today and in your report, there were some questions you could not answer given the constraints you're operating under. You would not tell us whether you would have indicted the president but for the OLC opinion that you could not. And so the Justice Department will have to make that decision when the president leaves office, both as to the crime of obstruction of justice and as to the campaign finance fraud scheme that individual one directed and coordinated and for which Michael Cohen went to jail. You would not tell us whether the president should be impeached, nor did we ask you, since it is our responsibility to determine the proper remedy for the conduct outlined in your report. Whether we decide to impeach the president in the House or we do not, we must take any action necessary to protect the country while he is in office. You would not tell us the results or whether other bodies looked into Russian compromise in the form of money laundering, so we must do so. You would not tell us whether the counterintelligence investigation revealed whether people still serving within the administration pose a risk of compromise and should never have been given a security clearance, so we must find out. We did not bother to ask whether financial inducements from any Gulf nations were influencing U.S. policy, since it is outside the four corners of your report, and so we must find out. But one thing is clear from your report, your testimony, from Director Wray's statements yesterday. The Russians massively intervened in 2016, and they are prepared to do so again in voting that is set to begin a mere 8 months from now. The president seems to welcome the help again, and so we must make all efforts to harden our elections infrastructure, to ensure there is a paper trail for all voting, to deter the Russians from meddling, to discover it when they do, to disrupt it, and to make them pay. Protecting the sanctity of our elections begins, however, with the recognition that accepting foreign help is disloyal to our country, unethical, and wrong. We cannot control what the Russians do, not completely, but we can decide what we do. And that this centuries-old experiment we call American democracy is worth cherishing. Director Mueller, thank you again for being here today. And before I adjourn, I would like to excuse you and Mr. Zebley. Everyone else, please remain seated.
An incredible day of hearings on Capitol Hill. The 74-year-old Robert Mueller, the second longest serving FBI director who's wrapping up his career in public service as the former special counsel in investigation to Russian interference in the 2016 election that then ensnared several of President Trump's closest advisors and associates. This was almost 6 hours between two committees. And we learned a great deal, not only about what was in the report and some around the edges, but certainly Mueller tried to keep it tight with his answers, sometimes with monosyllabic yes, no answers. But let's get through what we did learn. The president was asked, the special counsel was asked, can the president be prosecuted when he is out of office? He answered yes. He said that the president has not been exonerated by this particular report. He was also asked about the political nature of this, and we heard Robert Mueller say this is not a witch hunt. And we heard him explain why he did not subpoena the President of the United States. Where does this now leave Congress?
With a couple of formidable questions to answer. First of all, is lack of criminality the only standard we apply to an American president? Related to that is the discussion we just saw in the last part of this hearing. What is the new normal? Is it a new normal in America for political actors, members of Congress seeking re-election, senators, governors, presidents, to accept dirt or compromising information from a hostile foreign power? Robert Mueller said, I hope it isn't, but I fear it might be.
That it's the new normal.
Is this the new normal? What are we willing to accept in this country as standards for the president, standards for those who campaign for high office and who win high office? Guess what? The Congress is a place to debate that, and the American public is the ultimate arbiter. Those are some of the most fundamental questions laid before the country after the end of today's hearing.
Kim, what about whether the president should have been subpoenaed by Robert Mueller?
Well, that was a really interesting exchange. We knew that there was something having to do with delay and that he wanted to wrap up the investigation expeditiously. But then the questioning shifted to what he called a balancing. And the question was, listen, if this was such a vital witness, why didn't you call that person? You must have assumed you had enough evidence of intent. And he sort of hedged on that, and essentially he said, well, yeah, we did essentially strike that balance, that we had enough. It wasn't worth waiting. When I say waiting, there would have been a challenge to the subpoena. It would have had to go to the lower federal courts, probably to the Supreme Court. Even in an expedited manner, it would have been months before we got the report.
Sean Maloney, the member of Congress from New York who was asking those series of questions, was trying to lead Robert Mueller all the way up to the point of saying, well, yeah, we had enough evidence, so we really didn't need him. Mueller detected that that was happening and began to back away from that, said, no, hold on. It was a time element. But I will tell you this, the president's attorneys long believed if he had been subpoenaed, not only would he, of course, fought it in court, they believed they would have prevailed in court because of a lot of underlying complicated case law about this. They believed in the preponderance of it was slightly on their side, and the subpoena fight would ultimately have been lost by the special counsel's office. That's why they also believe it.
Would have been lost by the presidency, right?
Paula Reed.
Lost by the special counsel. The presidency, the lawyers believe they would have prevailed.
I would thought after Nixon and Clinton that there was some pretty good precedent for actually responding to subpoenas.
Paula Reed is at the White House. And Paula, we know from the president's actions, as well as reading this report, that he has been obsessed with this investigation. How did the president spend his day today?
Well, this has been very frustrating for the president. This has loomed over his White House, over anything he perceives as an accomplishment pretty much since the beginning of his presidency. Today, we know that he was watching at least some of this on TV and occasionally weighing in on Twitter. In fact, at the beginning of this phase of the hearing, he tweeted a thanks to Democrats for throwing this hearing. He called it an embarrassment to the country. And so far, Nora, it appears that he's really monitoring what's going on Twitter. He's retweeting a lot of Republican lawmakers' accounts, highlighting their exchanges with Mueller. They try to highlight questions about the origins questions in the investigation. And in a short time, the president will leave for an event in West Virginia where he will have the opportunity to talk to reporters. And the fact that he hasn't said too much today suggests to me, Nora, that the president will take that opportunity.
Jonathan, we're still at, while the American public and the audience has got an opportunity to learn more of what was in this report if they'd not read it, we're still at an impasse in terms of a solution, because there is not going to be, while he is still in office, any criminal charges against the president. And I guess the question is whether this moved the needle in terms of the political solution, which would be impeachment.
I actually think it moved the needle, but not the way the Democrats wanted it, quite frankly. Nothing in today's hearing is going to change a lot of minds. People are going to leave with the same people they came to this party with. But the biggest problem, I think, for the Democrats is that in my view, there's not a compelling case for obstruction. I would be very surprised if he was ever charged. On the campaign finance issue, I find that one perplexing, is what we've heard about so far the Department of Justice is doing. Michael Cohen was indicted, and part of his narrative was a campaign finance violation with another individual. That other individual was President Trump. So I don't see how the Department of Justice, after Trump leaves office, can maintain a principled line and say, we nailed Michael Cohen on this, but the other half of this supposed conspiracy, we're going to let walk.
Oh, you're saying that the president is more vulnerable on the campaign finance charges when he leaves office.
I do. I mean, but the problem with the hearing is that, both sides essentially did this almost audio tape of the Mueller report. And Mueller was virtually a decorative element in the courtroom. He just gave these monosyllabic responses as everyone read their favorite lines out of the report. No one's going to be convinced by that. But one of the problems for the Democrats is that they portrayed themselves as pedestrians. They kept on saying, why doesn't someone do something about this? Right. And we're sitting there saying, well, okay, you're the ones that are supposed to do something about this. You're the House Judiciary Committee, and they're not. And so the more attention they're putting to this mantra of no one's above the law, the more attention they're drawing to the fact that they're clearly not moving towards impeaching this president.
And we shouldn't regard that as a solution. We should just regard that as a constitutional choice that the duly empowered majority of the House of Representatives has. Whether it does it or not is entirely up to them, whether they can marshal the case, put the votes together, and send that to the Senate for trial. That's a constitutional decision. And they are only ones empowered to make that. One thing I think is worth noting, before this hearing, there was this perpetual Republican narrative that the Christopher Steele dossier was the reason this whole thing got started. Suddenly that changed today. Today it's about this guy named Joseph Mifsud. What?
Yeah.
This new person who is possibly now a dupe for a Russian disinformation campaign, and the Russian disinformation campaign worked on many different levels and may have been behind getting this started. Well, all right, that's an interesting line of inquiry, but it does not fit with the Republican narrative for months and months and months, that if not for the Steele dossier, we wouldn't be here. Suddenly we have this brand new surprise witness appears on the stage at the last minute of the court hearing, like a super drama.
It's like the Kaiser Sose of this entire hearing.
Exactly.
Ed O'Keefe is on Capitol Hill, and his major points out, while it was not entirely clear what the Republican narrative was today, the Democrats certainly had a goal, which was to bring this report to life. And we certainly saw in the Judiciary Committee hearing, not only were they coordinated in each of their questions to bring up all of those 10 instances of possible obstruction of justice, they controlled the big television monitors and had big graphics and quotes all from the report in order to try and paint this narrative.
Yeah, Jonathan called it an audio tape. Up here they've been saying this is the movie. This is the movie to go with the book that was released in the spring. And you talk to Democrats up here today, they say that they believe Mueller laid out a pretty compelling case and examples of where the president's team either tried to commit a crime or was thinking about it, and that proves some sense of obstruction of justice. The problem is most Americans, of course, weren't watching today, and they may only see some clips of this, and they're going to see a witness that was, as you've described him, Nora, halting, using one-word answers a few times. A little earlier, during essentially the halftime between the Judiciary and Intelligence Committee hearings, 4 Democrats on the Judiciary Committee came up and talked to us reporters, and I asked them, guys, you put this together. This is supposed to be the movie version of the book. You've been saying that this was the movie version of the book. Was the movie better than the book? None of them were willing to say yes. So you wonder if perhaps they now realize that Mueller wasn't as compelling a witness as, say, James Comey has been over the past 2 years, Michael Cohen, or some of the other characters involved in this. As one senior House Democratic aide put it to me a little while ago, quote, all we needed to know was in the first 20 minutes of this morning's hearing. And that aide added that no one up here is likely to be talking about today's developments when Congress returns from its summer recess. As this aide added, Democrats didn't get our smoking gun and weren't going to, but we got affirmation from his yes or no answers. And when we ask, where do you go now? What happens next? The Democrats who are in favor of an impeachment inquiry or impeachment say they will press on with that they expect support within the Democratic caucus to continue to build through the summer, that perhaps by the time they get back in the fall, hearings could potentially begin. But remember, public support is not there yet. The majority of Americans say they've learned enough and they want to move on.
Mm-hmm. All right, Ed O'Keefe on Capitol Hill. Thank you, Ed. I must say, though, it's very rare that the movie is ever better than the book. Just in my own personal experience. But maybe I just love books.
But part of the problem, Nora, is that I was lead counsel on the last impeachment trial in the Senate. That was with the Porteous trial, and I was also part of the Clinton hearings. They're past the fail-safe line. When they say maybe in the summer we'll come back and impeach this guy, it takes a long time to impeach someone, even if you go straight to the floor. That time, if you look at all the past impeachments, has already passed. So if they're waiting till after the summer, that would be a NASCAR record of an impeachment, and I doubt they can do it. And so it's going to raise more questions as to, are you just playing out the clock here?
Right. I think the only issue that we'll revisit, and will be one actually revisited by the Trump administration, is a proposal that they have to put forward in terms of how to combat Russian interference in the 2020 election. And we've also heard from White House and intelligence officials now the Chinese and the Iranians are trying to do the same thing. So that part will be revisited from a national security
There was a
perspective.
glimmer, I think, of light in the second half of the testimony today, in that Representative Hurd, some people from the Republican side were really concerned, expressing concern about the Russians' influence in the election, asked Mr. Mueller what needs to be done. He said multiple times there needs to be coordination between the various intelligence agencies on this question. Americans are not safe. It's happening again. And I thought that bipartisan nod was a good one.
All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate all of you joining us. And here it is. I encourage, if you didn't get what you wanted today in the 6 hours of testimony, the Mueller report exists. And as some people have pointed out, the appendix is actually one of the most interesting parts of this report, or the appendices, which is, of course, the plural of appendix. There will be much more on Robert Mueller's testimony on your local news, on the CBS station, and tonight on the CBS Evening News. We will have the full wrap-up for you of all the choice sound bites and moments and our reporting. CBS News coverage continues now on our 24-hour streaming news service, CBSN, and you can watch it at cbsnews.com and on our CBS News app. With thanks to Major Garrett, Nancy Cordes, Jeff Pegues, Paula Reed, Ed O'Keefe, Jonathan Turley, and Kim Whaley, and to our producers and an entire team and crew here in Washington, we thank you for joining us. I'm Nora O'Donnell in Washington, and I'll see you again pretty soon on the CBS Evening News. This has been a CBS News Special Report.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rena Ninan. Thank you for joining us. Congress and the nation have heard former special counsel Robert Mueller testify on his report on Russian interference in the 2016 election. This was actually the first time answering questions about his nearly 2-year-long investigation. Well, Mueller arrived on the Hill earlier this morning, and he appeared before both the House Judiciary and Intelligence Committees. In his opening statement, Mueller said that he would stick to the main findings detailed in his report.
First, our investigation found that the Russian government interfered in our election in sweeping and systematic fashion. Second, the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired with the Russian government in its election interference activities. We did not address collusion, which is not a legal term. Rather, we focused on whether the evidence was sufficient to charge any member of the campaign with taking part in a criminal conspiracy, and it was not. Third, our investigation of efforts to obstruct the investigation and lie to investigators was of critical importance. Obstruction of justice strikes at the core of the government's effort to find the truth and to hold wrongdoers accountable. Finally, as described in Volume 2 of our report, we investigated a series of actions by the President towards the investigation. Based on Justice Department policy and principles of fairness, we decided we would not make a determination as to whether the President committed a crime. That was our decision then, and it remains our decision today.
The House Judiciary Committee hearing lasted about 3 hours, and the line of questioning between two political parties showed just how partisan this entire investigation has become. House Judiciary Committee Chairman, Democrat Jerry Nadler, led off the proceedings by having Mueller refute the president's claims that his report exonerated him.
And what about total exoneration? Did you actually totally exonerate the president?
No.
Now, in fact, your report expressly states that it does not exonerate the president.
It does.
And your investigation actually found, quote, multiple acts by the president that were capable of exerting undue influence over law enforcement investigations, including the Russian interference and obstruction investigations. Is that correct?
Correct.
Under Department of Justice policy, the president could be prosecuted for obstruction of justice crimes after he leaves office, is correct?
True.
Republicans, however, used their time to try and cast doubt on Mueller's report, suggesting that the investigation has been, as we've heard before, a witch hunt against the president.
The president was falsely accused of conspiracy. The FBI does a 10-month investigation. James Comey, when we deposed him a year ago, told us at that point they had nothing. You do a 22-month investigation. At the end of that 22 months, you find no conspiracy. And what's the Democrats want to do? They want to keep investigating.
Well, Mueller faced similar questions before the House Intelligence Committee just a short time after. In that hearing, Committee Chairman Adam Schiff asked the president's the most frequent attack.
When Donald Trump called your investigation a witch hunt, that was also false, was it not?
I'd like to think so, yes.
Well, your investigation is not a witch hunt, is it?
It is not a witch hunt.
So to all of this, the president tweets in all capital letters just a short time ago, truth is a force of nature. Let's check in with CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe on Capitol Hill. He's joined by Democratic Congressman Joaquin Castro. Ed.
Rena, thank you. Congressman Castro is the congressman, not the Castro running for president. He represents San Antonio, and he's a member of the Intelligence Committee. Kind enough to join us here just after the hearing. And your initial impressions after today's hearings?
Well, I think he affirmed what we've known, which is that Russia interfered in our 2016 elections. They did it to help Donald Trump. At times, members of Donald Trump's campaign invited that help and then later tried to lie and cover it up. Also, that there's an element of greed here. As I said in the hearing, the president has surrounded himself with very shady people who are now sitting in prison or on their way to prison, and who have helped him enrich himself and who have lied for him. And obviously there's more investigation that's required to answer some of the questions that Bob Mueller wouldn't or couldn't answer today, and that's why we have continuing investigations in the House.
Remind us where you are on impeachment.
I've said a while back, probably 2 months ago, that I think that we should open an impeachment inquiry.
Okay, so you're one of about 90, 91 members of the House
80-something or 90 at this point.
That's not even half of the caucus yet. Do you think what transpired today compels a few dozen more of your colleagues to join you in those calls?
Ultimately, that'll be a decision for each member of Congress, but I think it's quite possible. I mean, look, the obstruction of justice points especially, I thought were very compelling. Of course, the special counsel was not going to admit that they would have charged the president if he wasn't the president, but I think from the report, it's pretty clear that if this was anybody else, if this was a regular person, they would be on trial right now for obstruction of justice.
If an American who hasn't read the book, the Mueller report, tuned in today to see the made-for-TV movie, do you think they got everything they needed? to sort of be where you are on this issue?
I think it was very damning for the president, particularly as it relates to obstruction of justice. And I think the American people want to see Congress, most of all, take action. I don't think that the majority of people, after seeing that, would say, hey, this issue is closed, it's a matter that's closed. They want Congress to act.
And how and when will that happen, do you think, at this point? You guys leave for a recess at the end of the week. You won't be back till September. You may have some spending deadlines to address come September. We get closer to an election year. When and how does this happen?
I think that's ultimately a decision for the Speaker of the House. I think that what you'll see is continuing support for opening an impeachment inquiry. Remember, that's an inquiry, so you're going through a process. It's not a decision right away that you're going to impeach the president, but it's a decision to open a process. I think you'll see growing support for it.
Joaquin Castro, Congressman from San Antonio, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. Rena, that is sort of emblematic of what we've heard from Democrats today, those that are especially for an impeachment inquiry or impeachment in general, believing that now on videotape, the former director Mueller, the special counsel, has laid it out for the American public. As Elijah Cummings, the chairman of the Oversight Committee, said earlier today, he said, look, if you're somebody who's just learning about this now, maybe hasn't been paying attention over the course of the spring when the Mueller report was released, you should have obtained enough information today to probably at least realize that maybe there's more here and that Congress should continue to investigate that. But remember, a majority of Americans don't want that. Yeah. They want Congress to move on. They believe this issue is settled. Whether Mueller today did enough to convince the majority of Americans otherwise, I think remains to be seen. And some of these Democrats walking out, especially after that first hearing today, I think realized that perhaps he hadn't made the case.
All right, I want to thank you very much. Our Ed O'Keefe on Capitol Hill joining us. We're going to get to that polling that Ed's referring to in just a little bit. But for now, I want to also bring in Molly Hooper, a CBSN political contributor, and Ricky Kleeman, who's a CBS News legal analyst. Ladies, I got to tell you, just seeing reaction on social media, which is an accurate metaphor of the country, it is pretty much down partisan lines. The Republican National Committee releasing a statement saying today's hearings were a disaster for Democrats. The president's campaign saying no collusion, no obstruction. This was a disaster for Democrats. But Ricky, the one sort of lingering thing here that we did keep hearing about is, can the president be charged after leaving office, which is something that we have known, but we heard again. Talk to me a little bit about this. In fact, I want to play for you a bite that comes from Congressman Buck, I believe, a bite that we have talking a little bit about the evidence to convict.
You recommended declining prosecution of President Trump and anyone associated with his campaign because there was insufficient evidence to convict for a charge of conspiracy with Russian interference in the 2016 election. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Was there sufficient evidence to convict President Trump or anyone else with obstruction of justice?
We did not make that calculation.
How could you not have made the calculation with the regulation?
The OLC opinion, Office of Legal Counsel, indicates that we cannot indict a sitting president. So one of the tools that a prosecutor would use is not there.
Okay, but let me just stop. You made the decision on the Russian interference. You couldn't have indicted the president on that, and you made the decision on that. But when it came to obstruction, you threw a bunch of stuff up against the wall to see what would stick.
Well,
and that is fundamentally unfair.
I would not agree to that characterization at all. What we did is provide to the Attorney General in the form of a confidential memorandum our understanding of the case. Those cases that were brought, those cases were declined, and that one case where the president cannot be charged with a crime.
Okay, but could you charge the president with a crime after he left office?
Yes.
You believe that you could charge the president of the United States with obstruction of justice after he left office?
Yes.
Ethically, under the ethical standards?
Well, I'm not certain because I haven't looked at the ethical standards, but the OLC opinion says that the prosecutor, while he cannot bring a charge against a sitting president, nonetheless he can continue the investigation to see if there are any other persons who might be drawn into the conspiracy.
That was Congressman Ken Buck, the Republican from Colorado. Ricky, your take on that?
Well, I think it's true that you can, in fact, indict the president or any president after he or she leaves office. One of the questions that came up later on was the question of the statute of limitations, which Robert Mueller did not answer. And I do think that it's an interesting legal question, because if the president were to be, if any president were to be indicted after they left office, if they serve a second term, it is more than likely that the statute of limitations on an action would have run. However, is there a legal argument to be made? I say, there for the legal scholars, that we can all debate it, as to an argument to be made that because the president is the president, he is therefore unavailable, and therefore the statute of limitations should not start to run. But that is a question for another day.
Is there precedent on this at all? You know, on any sort of whether the statute of limitation runs out because you can't be indicted?
Well, one of the things that we certainly have looked at about statutes of limitation is not necessarily precedent, but we do look at unavailability by means of analogy. For example, we don't have the statute of limitations start to run when a victim is a child. And so it starts to run when the victim becomes the age of majority. So in essence, it is told. So it would not be the first time. In that case, we're looking at a victim. In this case, we would be looking at a prospective defendant. Now, you also have to remember that what Robert Mueller was saying was not that this president should be indicted after he leaves office, but it's that a president can be indicted at a later point in time. He just cannot be indicted while he is a sitting president.
And that was curious. The Democrats didn't follow up, and not that I heard, and say, well, okay, would you indict this sitting president once he leaves office? And that was a piece that I think that Republicans will seize on. One of the aspects of the morning hearing, more so than the afternoon hearing, that Republicans will pick up and run with.
And it's one of the questions that came up in the morning that had to be picked up by a second person, was the question of the prosecutor's letter of 1,000 people, prosecutors who have said that under these circumstances that there was enough evidence for indictment. And that's very powerful, and it's something that cannot be forgotten in the course of today's hearing.
Molly, overall, watching the assessment of how the Democrats approached this, were they united? Had they coordinated effectively?
Well, it seemed like they were more coordinated. I mean, they had done their dress rehearsal, so to speak. They had a stand-in for Jim Jordan. They practiced in front of the cameras. And what was challenging for them is that you have 5 minutes. And it goes Democrat, Republican, and it's kind of hard to string together a narrative. And what Democrats really wanted Bob Mueller to do was to look at the report and read what the conclusions were. But he wasn't going to go there because he didn't want to be there. He had to be subpoenaed to be there. And he was just going to say, what page is that again? Let me just see if I can confirm that. And so I'm not sure that he gave them, and this is the Judiciary hearing in the morning, really what they wanted. The Intel Committee was a little different in the afternoon. Judiciary is a pretty partisan committee on both sides. You get, because of the social issues and the matters that are dealt with in that committee, and that's where impeachment and inquiry would start. However, Intel, that's a different matter. It tends to be a more bipartisan committee, and as we noticed, the tone and difference, and that's something, if you look at social media, Democrats and Republicans both acknowledge that the tone in the afternoon was dramatically different than it was in the morning.
It certainly was. Molly, do we know how the president's day went today? And did he meet with anybody as this was going on?
Well, it is kind of interesting because the head of the Freedom Caucus, Mark Meadows, a big fan of Trump, and Trump's a big fan of his. He actually was planted right behind Bob Mueller for the morning hearing, the Judiciary hearing. And you could see him. And then turns out he went to the White House in the afternoon and was talking to the president. So, Republicans come away with this thinking that they had a pretty good day. Well, not necessarily that Republicans had a pretty good day, but they think that Democrats had a bad day because Mueller wasn't able to do what Democrats had promised. And again, this is Republican lawmakers looking at the matter. And, they want to move forward. But if Democrats hold on to this and try to make it into impeachment inquiries, well, that's a different matter.
Okay, can I comment on that from the question of whose responsibility is it? Robert Mueller is not there to provide a basis for impeachment. Robert Mueller is there to answer questions as succinctly as he possibly can, particularly because he's under directives from the Department of Justice to not give up information about internal deliberations. If the Democrats want to make a case for impeachment, it was their job to have to come in and say, I am reading to you from Volume 2, page 3, read the sentences that they want. And the question is that what's written in your report? That's how you lead a witness.
I want to turn now, though, to Capitol Hill and head now to CBS News' Nicole Killion on the Hill. Nicole, give us a sense of what you're hearing and seeing on the Hill.
Well, I think to some of the points that were raised earlier, I think Democrats feel that they did accomplish something in the fact that, they did want to draw out more of the conclusions from this report and kind of stitch together that narrative. And so you heard, for instance, in that interview that Ed did with Congressman Castro that, he basically said that Mueller reaffirmed, what we already knew and what was in the report. So while there may not have been a lot of new revelations, again, it just kind of reaffirmed some of these key points and particular instances of obstruction, for instance, that Democrats wanted to highlight. Because one thing I thought was pretty striking is that, especially in that Judiciary Committee hearing, you heard Democrat after Democrat, after they went through their line of questioning, saying, if this was anyone else but the president, they would be charged. So that's really the point it seems Democrats wanted to try to hammer home, that, these instances and acts were egregious in their minds. And again, as you heard the line of questioning as well, that the president could potentially be prosecuted after he leaves office. But they really wanted to hammer home that the president was not above the law and that anyone else could have been charged under the circumstances. Now, we didn't hear Mueller necessarily back them up to that extent, but certainly that was a point that Democrats raised time and time again. And then Republicans, obviously, their aim was to defend the president. And going into this hearing, these hearings, I should say, they tried to downplay the testimony, saying that there's no there there. There's really nothing to see here. And we kind of saw that point hammered out in their line of questioning to the special counsel, accusing him of political motivations in his investigation, based on some members of his team who were investigating. Mueller at times did defend his staff members, saying, look, I hired people who I thought could do the job. I didn't ask about their political affiliations. So that was a point of contention at times in some of the questioning. And Republicans also defending the president and his innocence, because at the end of the day, and, Bob Mueller did state this, that, his team did not find any links between the Trump campaign and Russia, any instances of conspiracy or collusion, however you want to phrase that. And so, that is something certainly that Republicans honed in on, that, everyone should be presumed innocent, including the president. And so, hey, let's not beat up on this guy. And so, again, you kind of saw Republicans defending the president in that regard. And, of course, the president retweeting many of those key exchanges from the hearings today.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. A series of retweets from the president on that. Ricky, I want to ask you, at one point towards the end of the afternoon hearings, Congressman Maloney brought up the point about the interview that Mueller said with the president that he had tried and he wanted. It was an interesting exchange where at one point he says, you don't strike me as a man who would flinch. And Mueller says, well, I hope not. But he talked a little bit about why this interview didn't happen. Give us a little bit of a back and forth on why this interview with the president didn't happen.
The Office of the Special Counsel made a determination that the time that it would take to be able to go subpoena the president, the subpoena would be resisted by the president. It would then be taken up to a court. It would then be taken to a higher court and ultimately in front of the United States Supreme Court, where perhaps the special counsel's office might lose. But regardless of the win or the loss, the amount of time that that would take after almost 2 years of investigation by the special counsel's office, the time was too long. And that Robert Mueller felt that when he had to do the balance, that rather than go there, that what he would do is just call it a day. There are many other people who in the office of special counsel would have done exactly what he did. You can't get everything you want. And if you have to go the route of the courts, you know that time is not on your side.
You know, there was a sense, Molly, that we just heard after the Mueller report was put out. He's putting out the breadcrumbs for Congress. They're going to move in and they're going to get these breadcrumbs. Is there enough here to move on impeachment? We heard Ed's interview with Congressman Castro. Where do you see the Dems going now?
Well, this is the challenge. If Nancy Pelosi is going to be convinced that this is a good idea to move on to an impeachment inquiry,
Which she's been opposed to.
Which she has been opposed to, because of the political ramifications of that.
Yeah.
I mean, why suck up all the oxygen in the room when there's other things that Democrats can focus on in the lead up to the presidential election, like policies? If Democrats are going to convince her to do that, she needs to have at least a majority of her caucus, of her Democratic caucus. I believe there are 238 at this point. And right now, there's about 91. So she needs, wait, I think it's 230. Pardon me. I'm getting my math. Regardless, it's a nice number, but she needs a majority of that number to essentially say, we want to go forward with impeachment hearings. And at this point, she doesn't have that. That's what these Democrats were hoping for. They were hoping Bob Mueller would make the case and really, get these reluctant, hesitant Democrats to come on board and say, yeah, okay, this makes sense. We should pursue this further.
Right, for Democrats?
At this point, well, we'll see, because Nancy Pelosi, she's coming out later today. And I think
we are expecting, it's a good point, we're expecting a hearing from Nancy Pelosi and several Democrats in about 30 minutes, which we will be carrying live.
Exactly, and she really wanted to focus on the national security aspect and the national security concerns that came out of the Mueller report. And I think that what gets lost is in this obstruction of justice, you could say like the more sexy aspect of it, trying to fire Jeff Sessions and, sort of the he said, she said, he said. That might not necessarily be the grounds for impeachment, but look at these national security concerns. That may be the way we go about it. And like I said, we'll hear what she has to say.
I want to turn now. We've got a bite. We're curious about how the 2020 hopefuls are weighing in. We've got New Jersey Senator and Democratic presidential candidate Cory Booker, who called on the House to begin impeachment proceedings against President Trump. Here's what he said to the NAACP convention in Detroit.
You see quite clearly that he spells out behaviors, deceit, instructing people to lie and cover things up. That report is enough of an indication that the House of Representatives should begin impeachment proceedings against this president.
Okay.
And I am proud that the NAACP today resolved to do that. We should do just that. Okay. But again, this is a Congress right now that's divided. It's a Senate that's controlled by the Republicans. What we ultimately must be prepared to do, should Congress fail, remember, the power of the people is greater than the people in power. And we need to be ready to beat Donald Trump soundly in the 2020 election.
Bring back in CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe, who joins us from Capitol Hill. So, Ed, you heard from Booker there. What's the sense from 2020 Democrats? Do they think that impeachment talk is something that'll move the needle?
Sure. Well, look, he spoke at an NAACP convention in Detroit along with 7 or 8 of his fellow contenders. Notably, as he pointed out there, the NAACP yesterday voted unanimously to call for the impeachment of the president. Notable rebuke from one of the nation's oldest and most storied civil rights organizations. But Booker is among many in the party who are running right now who support at least an impeachment inquiry. Most of them at this point are for full-throated impeachment. Understanding, however, that it's in the hands of House Democrats to build support, to make the public case, and to move on. Joe Biden, for example, who spoke shortly after Cory Booker today, also said he supports impeachment, but said it has to be done in a, quote, orderly way so that the American people understand, quote, it's being done, quote, not for political reasons. Also importantly, Biden pointed out that there are, quote, plenty of reasons why the president could be charged after he leaves office, but later clarified that he doesn't necessarily mean Trump should be charged. And that's been a very sensitive aspect of this debate among presidential contenders is, do you go so far as to say, yes, if I'm president, my Justice Department will impeach him? Because to do that would be to be doing exactly what they accused Donald Trump of doing, which is politicizing the Justice Department and the prosecutorial process. So while they may think there's enough evidence there, you're likely to continue to see them to stop short of saying, when I'm president, we would ensure that he is prosecuted, because that essentially is it's like what Donald Trump said to Hillary Clinton in that debate, that if I'm president, you're going to jail. It would be essentially the same threat.
An important distinction indeed. And you were talking a little bit earlier at the top of the hour, we were talking about polling numbers. I want to pull up one polling number for you. It looks at what should Dems talk about. And in this poll, it says 69% said they should focus on trying to defeat Donald Trump. Only 31% said they should focus on impeachment. So when you talk about these 2020 contenders, I mean, healthcare did very well for Democrats last go around. Do they feel that this is an issue that'll galvanize voters and bring them to the polls?
Not necessarily. I think when they walk into a Veterans Hall in Iowa or a bakery in New Hampshire or some kind of factory in South Carolina, they know that most of the people there assembled are with them in their concerns about the president and about possibly impeaching him. It's unsaid. They don't have to talk about it. They understand that instead they should be focused on those issues: health care, income inequality, climate change, reversing Trump-era tax cuts to pay for everything they want to do. And they talk very little about impeachment, and will continue to. For example, at that NAACP convention today, it was one question of maybe 5, 6, or 7 that each of them answered about issues of concern to African Americans or to Americans more broadly. And so while it's there, and they've all sort of expressed how they feel about it, it certainly is not a central aspect of what it is that they talk about on a regular basis, because they've seen the same polling we have. And, Democrats here today have said they believe that what transpired here today could be that turning point where that number starts to turn and more Americans start to support further pursuing potential impeachment charges. We'll see, because the early reviews, of course, are that Mueller may not have been the most compelling character witness to that attempt.
Ed O'Keefe on Capitol Hill. We'll check back with you in just a bit. Ricky, there was a moment that even you pointed out. Congressman Welch had said, I hope this is not the new normal. And then at that point, Mueller turns to him and says, I fear it is.
I found that the most disturbing moment in all of the testimony. Disturbing because I'm a citizen of the United States of America, and I don't want to see my country in any way have its elections corrupted by a foreign power. So what we have here is that...
And I should mention that we're talking about Russian interference here.
Correct.
The election, and I should make that point. That's the big focus. And we're 8 months now. It's hard to imagine, 8 months from elections at this point.
And I think Molly can go to the political aspect of it. But I think to the legal aspect of it, it's how do we stop this? How does the Department of Justice or the intelligence agencies, or both, go to try to stop this in a meaningful way when we have learned, for those of us who have read the entire Mueller report, all 440-some pages of it, that what we have learned is how deep and how thorough the Russian interference was. And it's not only Russia that we have to fear, and Robert Mueller and the questioners brought that up. It could be any other country that goes and decides they want to interfere in our electoral process. And I find that it probably is the new normal, and that is highly disturbing to me, and I think it should be highly disturbing to everyone in America.
Which is why we saw that tonal shift in the afternoon hearing, and it was a Republican, Will Hurd, who happens to represent probably the most purple district in the country, who essentially asked Mueller, what do you recommend? Which agency takes the lead to defend against this? Who fights back? And Mueller didn't. Well, he didn't offer an answer to that.
When you look at this overall in this entire hearing, what happens now at this point? Have we put this to bed?
We put it to bed legally, at least until this president leaves office. I mean, it may raise its ugly head again when the president leaves office, whether it is in 2020 or it is in 2024. But politically, that's a whole other question, because the idea that the Mueller report was the book and that this is the movie Robert Mueller was not going to come there as some swashbuckling hero or some Captain America or Marvel character and come in and save the day. He does not see that as his job. His job was to do the Mueller report. He did that. He came here and he answered questions as briefly as he could without giving out any new information. He stuck to the four corners of the report as much as possible. So if the Democrats decide on the Judiciary Committee that they are going to go forward and look for articles of impeachment, they better have some more support than they have today.
Exactly. And can they convince enough members of their caucus? Because keep in mind, Republicans privately think that impeachment works for them because it shows those independents, maybe the Democrats who voted for Trump, how entrenched these Democrats are. And Democrats want to win those voters back. And Republicans think that if Democrats push the impeachment inquiries, if they push impeaching the president after the Mueller report came out, then that works for Republicans. And Donald Trump can go and make that an issue, as opposed to having to deal with the Democratic policies on health care, on climate change, on border, on immigration. And it's something, I mean, Donald Trump is good at his bullet points, and then this one, he's got a lot of them.
Well, we saw him retweeting quite a few pretty quickly this afternoon.
And it's early in the day.
It's still early in the day. And by the way, you make a good point. We are expecting, the president is expected to, in fact, potentially address cameras when he heads to West Virginia. So we will be watching for that. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. We've got a lot more to get to. So we hope you'll stick with us. We're also awaiting remarks from Nancy Pelosi and her fellow Democrats as well. That's expected any moment now. We'll bring those to you live as well. Stick with us. You're streaming CBS 7.